Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku died and returned as High-End Nomu? Part 1. This story is Izuku, Héroe Nomu by bnha. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button, as your one like motivates me to bring more stories, and subscribe the channel if you are new so you won't miss our latest videos. We are in the Yakuza saga. Everything was just like in the original story, except for one thing. Izuku facing mutated Chisaki, Night Eye impaled nearby. Izuku jumps towards the ceiling and uses it for momentum. Izuku. A blow to the head. I must knock him out. Manchester SMAAAASH. It hits the ground instead of Chisaki because I barely dodge it. Izuku. It can't be. Asterisk. Chisaki. Even though you're very strong and fast, your linear attacks are very predictable, touches the ground and forms spikes that. It pierces the area between his chest and abdomen, a mortal injury that he will not be able to withstand, and he spits blood. Sir. Thank you, Chisaki. That was your last punch, brat, he said, mocking him. Chisaki walks towards that hole in the wall to look for Eri. Izuku. Street. Stop, this hasn't. Chisaki. You're so stubborn, it's over, stay and die with the sick pair. Chisaki finishes leaving. Sir. Thank you, Izuku. Night Eye, he was right after all. I'm useless with one for all. Sir. Deku, it's my fault, I shouldn't have seen the future, if I hadn't. Izuku. It's very late. Sniff. Gomenasai. All Might. Eri-chan. Meanwhile, Mirio. You must hide, Eri-chan. But before Eri can answer, Chisaki appears. Chisaki. Don't even think about it. Eri. Yes, she said, frightened. Mirio. Chisaki, how come? Chisaki. Your friend is impaled and bleeding out next to that guy with the glasses. Mirio. No. You'll be. Tries to get up. Chisaki. Time to die, Lemillion. Eri. Wait, she steps between them. Chisaki. Huh, the one responsible for everything is trying to defend this poor soul. Eri. I beg you. Let's just get out of here. Don't kill anyone else. Mirio. Different Chan. Chisaki. If I spare your life, will you never try to challenge me again? Eri. Chisaki. I can't hear you, do you want me to kill him? Eri. I will never challenge you again, she said through tears. Chisaki. Okay, move it, we're leaving. They move silently, but Mirio grabs Chisaki's leg. Chisaki. Let me go, breaks free. Mirio. I won't allow it to take Eri-chan away. Eri. Stop it already, sniff. I don't want any more death. I don't want any more suffering, sniff. Please, stop. Eri does something unthinkable. She grabs Chisaki's clothes to speed up her pace. Eri leaves in tears. Mirio. Eri-chan. Kikikik. Damn it. Her scream could be heard on the other side. Mirio then, with nothing left to lose, goes to the place where Izuku and Night Eye are. Izuku. Useless. Sir. That's enough. Stop blaming yourself, Midoriya. Izuku. Why do you say that? Who said that Mirio deserved it more? That stopped Night Eye's voice in its tracks. He just lowered his head. And at that moment the ceiling is destroyed as the heroines defeat the Yakuza Rikia. Uraraka and Tsuyu are in the air when the dust clears. They watch the scene, terrified. Tsuyu. What? It can't be. Ochako. Deku-kun. And when Rikia's body falls, it creates an impact and shockwave that causes the spikes holding Izuku and Night Eye to break. At least they are no longer hanging and only have the spike pierced through. Ryaku. Night Eye. Deku. Where's Chisaki? What happened? Once on the ground, Ochako wastes no time going towards Izuku, and Tsuyu goes for Night Eye. Ryaku saw the copy of Mr. Compress and went to destroy it. And on the surface, both Toga and Twice see Izuku impaled on that spike. Twice. Oh shit, isn't that him? Toga. Izuku-kun, he's bleeding a lot, but, she gradually gets annoyed. Twice gives up on the failed attempt and takes Toga away before the police arrive. Back in the hole, soundtrack, Jang Young-gyu, Goodbye World. Ochako. Deku-kun, hang on, you can't die. No, Sniff, you can't die. Izuku. Uraraka-san, at least one of my loved ones is here. Mirio. Deku, he said from the hole, moving as fast as he could. Izuku. Tagata-senpai, accelerate quickly. When Mirio is within reach. Mirio. Forgive me, I couldn't stop them from taking Eri. I'm sorry. Izuku. No, I'm the one who should apologize, for not being able to beat him. I'm useless. Ochako. That's not true. You're not useless. You're a very capable hero. Stop putting yourself down, Deku-kun. Izuku. I'm sorry Uraraka-san. I'm not worthy of the name Deku. Ochako. Deku-kun. Izuku. Mirio, this is my last wish. He pulls out a hair. I commit it. Mirio. What are you doing? Izuku. I can't die without giving you my quirk. You are next. Mirio. What do you mean, doctor? You're going to be saved. Hang in there, Deku. Izuku. I don't have much time left. Do it now. UAGH. Ochako. Mirio. Deku. Izuku. Please, do it. Mirio, unable to resist any longer, eats the hair. Izuku. Come closer. Mirio, he whispers in his ear, tell All Might about this. Mirio. But what? Izuku. Shish, Kala. Sir. One for all is safe, but. Midoriya. I'm sorry. Asterisk. Suyu approaches with Night Eye, and Ryaku does too. Ryaku. Uravity. I'll go to the surface to stop Chisaki. Froppy will come to take Night Eye to a hospital. I'm sorry. He leaves them alone, because Ochako is no longer mentally stable enough to continue the mission. Izuku. Uraraka-san. Even though I'm not worthy of the name Deku, thank you for the meaning you gave it. Thank you for saving me in the exam. Thank you for believing in me. Thank you for everything. All this while Ochako tried not to burst into tears. A pout and tears of pure sadness were all that was on her face. Ochako. Sniff. Deku-kun. I have something to tell you. Izuku. Uraraka-san. He places his hand on her cheek. Tell everyone I'm sorry. I'm sorry to Kachan for dying. To Mom. To All Might. Ochako. Wait. Don't close your eyes yet. Deku-kun. Izuku. Uraraka-san. Yo. Te. And at that precise moment, Izuku's hand falls. And he closes his eyes forever. Mirio can't hold it in and cries silently, staring and hitting the ground a couple of times. Ochako didn't react. For a few seconds, her body trembled, the blush on her cheeks disappeared, her tears grew larger, and her mouth released ragged breaths before a desperate scream. Ochako Deku no. She can't take it anymore and hugs Izuku's inert body, completely broken inside. On the surface, Chisaki, accompanied by Chronostasis, kills several police officers with his earth spikes and seriously injures several heroes, giving his subordinates the opportunity to escape. While they are running, Ryaku appears, Chronostasis cuts her, slowing her down, and Chisaki reforms 2 of her 4 arms, turning them into wings, and flies away with Eri and Chronostasis. Ryaku. Diablos. And just in case, Mama Caterpillar is still alive, thankfully Chronostasis and Chisaki didn't kill him, and all because Eri had already promised that she would never again defy her oppressor Chisaki. The mission was a failure. Although they captured a large part of the Yakuza, Chisaki escaped and took Eri with him. More reinforcements and ambulances would arrive in the area to help the wounded and take away all the villains who were there. Chisaki opened a direct path to the surface before leaving, so the police and medical personnel went down to take Mirio and Deku. When they enter that huge, wrecked place, they only see Mirio crying silently and Ochako. She hugs the lifeless body of the person she loves, rocking with him a little while she doesn't stop crying. The doctors took Mirio away, and the police, with sorrow, separated Ochako from the body to take it away, but before letting go, she gave him one last kiss on the forehead. She's so depressed she doesn't even have the strength to get up, so they lifted her up to take her away. A couple of hours later everyone left. In the AU, All Might, looking very casual, was having some tea and talking to Principal Nezu about the dorms. Until the teacher comes in. Nezu. Oh, Professor Present Mike, would you like some tea? But he doesn't answer. All Might. Is something wrong? Present Mike. There's something you need to know. When Present Mike tells All Might what happened, he almost had a heart attack. Nezu, Present Mike. All Might. All Might. Where are they now? Clutching his chest he asks Mike. Present Mike would give him the address and All Might went without wasting any time. At the hospital, the wounded were being treated. All Might went to see his friend Night Eye first, since he, at least, was still alive. Inko's mother was notified, who was a little further away so she would arrive later. The rest of the students participating in the mission found out what had happened. Now they had to bear a new pain, the pain of the loss of their friend. Ochako wanted to be alone in her hospital room. She didn't want to see anyone, she just wanted to release the still enormous sadness she felt. The news broke in the media within a couple of hours, sparking numerous negative criticisms of the mission's outcome, and, of course, criticisms of the UA as if they were to blame. We changed the scene, to the room where Night Eye is. Sir. All Might, so you finally deigned to come and see me. All Might. I came not only for Sniff, young Midoriya, but also for you, you are my friend. I did something terrible to you. Sir. I don't hold a grudge against you. I just wanted you to be happy, if you chose to resist. All Might. You too, hold on. Let me make up for what I did to you. Sir. You don't have to do this. I wanted to change your future, the one where you die, and I was looking for a way to do it, but I couldn't, and I condemned Midoriya by seeing his future, and everything I said to him. I feel terrible, even if I truly meant it. I shouldn't have been so harsh with him. I regret condemning a young man you trusted despite my objections. I'm sorry. Mirio arrived at the room, tearfully begging Sir to live. Mirio. Sir. You have to live, you can't die. Sir. Mirio. I'm sorry to put you in such a difficult position, if you were more. Mirio. I became strong thanks to you and your teachings. I'm only alive because I learned from you. You have to keep teaching me. I already lost Deku because I was weak back then. I don't want you to leave me too. Sir. Mirio. Despite losing your quirk, you were a hero until the very end. You are a hero, you respected me and trusted me, and you became my pride. Midoriya entrusted you with something very special, because he knows that you too will put it to good use, that you will achieve great things, things that Midoriya could also have achieved. All Might. One for all. Midoriya Shonen. He gave it to Tagata before, Sniff. Even on your deathbed. You wanted the path of one for all to continue even if your death was unjust. Kick. Midoriya Shonen. Mirio. One for all. What's going on with that, sir? Sir. Don't worry, I know you'll handle it well. I'm sure if it touches Mirio to use his foresight one last time. Oh. All Might. What did you see? What did you see, Night Eye? Sir. Don't worry. It's nothing bad, it makes me happy. That's why this future shouldn't change. So smile, a society without humor and spirit won't have a bright future. Those were his last words, and he died with a smile on his face. Rest in peace, Sir Night Eye. At that moment, neither All Might nor Mirio had the mental capacity to think about one for all. First, they had to come to terms with Sir and Izuku's deaths. Hours later, when it was almost night, in Ochako's room, she was still in terrible shape, hugging her knees and thinking. Ochako. Idiota. Remembering his stupid decision. I will ignore these feelings. Ochako. Idiot. Yes, I'll do that. Ochako. I'm such an idiot. She hits her own abdomen. Suyu is in the room so I go in to see her. Suyu. Ochako-chan. With his tongue he immobilizes her arms. Ochako. Leave me alone. I'm an idiot. Suyu. I can't leave you. He hugs her. Ochako. I couldn't do anything for him. Sniff. He died in my arms and I couldn't tell him. I couldn't tell him that I love him. Suyu. Ochako-chan. Ochako. I couldn't tell him I loved him, all because I suppressed my feelings. She couldn't continue speaking, she burst into tears again while Suyu hugged her. All Might was still trying to process what had happened, so he went to the hospital morgue to see Izuku. After a few minutes of walking he arrives but he hears the cries of a woman, repeating the name of her dead son. Inko. I shouldn't have agreed, even if you came to hate me. Izuku. All Might listened, he didn't have the courage to enter, he didn't have the strength to see her. He had promised her with his life that he would protect Izuku. Resigned, All Might left there in silence. All Might, you're a coward, he said to himself. Hours later, he told Mirio everything he needed to know about One for All. All Might, I don't need to ask you, right? Mirio, no, I'll be next. I'll raise the power of One for All to save people. Deku trusted me to continue the path. His sacrifice won't be in vain. I'll defeat Shisaki and save Eri-chan. All Might. Yes, and this time, we'll be more careful. The next day, the students had already recovered and would return to the UA. Outside, the blessed press was there, bothering everyone with inappropriate questions. What did they have to say in the face of this tragedy? And a while ago they said they would protect their students. And you as a teacher were irresponsible in letting your student, like you let first-year students participate in. But Aizawa grabs him by the clothes. He hates damn journalists. Aizawa, it's easy for you to talk when you're hiding behind your desks like rats. Do you think it doesn't hurt me? What do you think we are? All Might. Aizawa-kun, calm down, it's best if we leave. Aizawa. Yeah, let's leave these rats alone, they only live off other people's controversy. The students left in a van driven by Aizawa. They all fit without any problems. All Might. I was answering a call, yes. I'll let them know. Hangs up the call. Tamaki. What's happening? All Might. The Public Safety Commission has issued a warning regarding the incident involving young Midoriya. Najire. What's this about? All Might. No student will leave the dorms until they are finished, but now the heroes in charge will be stricter with their safety, at least with the first-year or even second-year students. They also forbade any of them from facing dangerous villains without the support of a professional. Mirio. That seems like the best approach, they'll have a much lower chance of dying. Aizawa. See, Kirishima. Aizawa-sensei, aren't you worried about what the press will make up about you? They're spiteful. Aizawa. Actually, no. I never cared about standing out, and I don't care about my reputation in the eyes of the press. Besides, they pushed me to my limit at that point. Ochako. Looking out the window with her hair covering her eyes, he did the right thing, they deserved it. The serious way in which he said it caught the attention of those present. Suyu. Ochako-chan. After a while they arrive at UA and those present go to their respective dormitories. All Might and Aizawa had things to do. The boys looked listless as they walked through the door. And in front, the rest of the class looked just as sad as they did. Iida. It feels terrible, that Midoriya will never come back through that door. Todoroki. We're so sorry. Mina. And are you all okay? Kirishima. If you mean the physical aspect, then yes. Kaminari. Damn villains. You'll pay next time. Kirishima. You're right, the Yakuza won't get away with this. Suyu. Midoriya-chan's death will not be in vain, Jero. But Ochako didn't say anything. She didn't even look at them. Momo. Uraraka-san. Suyu. Did you hear us? Ochako. That won't bring Deku back, he leaves without saying anything else. She disappears towards her room. Shiro. Wait, that's not what it's about. Jiro. Leave her alone, she's not thinking things through, let's leave her alone for a few hours. Most nodded. Kirishima. And where is Bakugo? Iida. He just went to the Gamma training camp. Todoroki. He said he'd blow up the first person who came near him, it's clear he was very affected. Meanwhile, Bakugo. Ah, blows up everything in its path. Couldn't you have been more careful? You're so analytical and thoughtful, and you end up dead. Shit, Deku. It even knocks down a small building with its explosions. The despair and helplessness he feels, despite his gruff demeanor, is painful because his friend, whom he long called useless, is dead. Bakugo. He clenches his hands. Whoever killed you, will suffer the worst pain imaginable, will wish they had never killed you. Deku. We changed the scene. At the morgue late at night, Izuku's body was still there. The next day his mother would be released for her funeral. However, the interiors of the building were filled with blue fire, and the person responsible was killing those who prevented him from reaching the morgue. Like. Open the door. So here you are, opens a small metal door, pulls out the metal plate where Izuku's body was and takes it. The cameras inside the morgue recorded everything. Dabi. Suffer. Shoto. Hate me and come here so I can kill you. Ujiko. Take me. A black mass comes out of his mouth and takes both him and Izuku's body. The fire spread, burning the entire morgue until firefighters arrived to extinguish it. It wasn't even an hour before it was on the news. Meanwhile, in Uraraka's room, she continued crying, hugging her pillow, remembering Izuku. My Deku doesn't mean useless, it means you can do it. I don't care about the pain. I won't stand idly by while they take Kachan away. Next time, we'll save her. Ochako. You are, and always will be, sniff. The Deku who can do anything. Izuku. She continued crying for a while longer. Until Tsuyu enters, agitated. Tsuyu. Ochako-chan. Ochako. What's wrong, Tsuyu? You have to see this. Almost hurriedly, he takes her to the living room. Television reports already indicated that Dabi had attacked the hospital, with at least 12 dead. Presenter. Security cameras recorded the attacker and he was identified as Dabi, a member of the League of Villains. A large portion of the bodies in the morgue were burned. Furthermore, the disappearance of Izuku Midoriya's body, the student who recently died on a mission against Overhaul's Yakuza, has been reported. Shoji. He was in the forest, his gift is blue fire. Bakugo, Ochako, and Todoroki were all really annoyed, since even in death they wouldn't leave Midoriya alone. Todoroki. Dabi, releasing some fire through her hair. Presenter. A letter addressed to someone named Dabi was sent to the police 30 minutes after the attack, and it reads as follows. It's nothing personal, I just want to see someone burn with fury, and I don't care about the collateral hatred, and once the brat's body is incinerated, let those who love him burn with fury and let those who hate him enjoy it with satisfaction. Presenter. That's all, we'll move on to another news item. A news item that doesn't interest us. Tokiyami. 3 of us are missing. Shiro. No están Todoroki y Uraraka. Kirishima. Ni Bakugo. Momo. We've left our friend alone for too long, come on girls, these follow her. Meanwhile, Todoroki was walking around somewhere really annoyed. Todoroki. Dabi, first Bakugo, and now Midoriya. Fire starts to burst from her hair again. The next time I see you, I'll give you the beating of your life. While the girls were searching for Uraraka all over the place, they spent about 30 minutes looking for her and then gathered to see if anyone had seen her. Mine. Nothing. Tsuyu. She's not in the dormitories or anywhere nearby. Juro. He's still at UA, that's for sure. He must be on the school's main premises. Momo. Let's look at the school's training sites. Hagakure. Let's start with the smallest ones. After searching the first training sites for about 6 minutes, they finally found it. In that place there were several punching bags, strength meters, and mats. She was hitting a sack on the ground in the dark, with such fury that she could be heard growling, and she wasn't wearing gloves. Ochako. Shit, why? They won't even leave him alone in death. Damn League of Villains. Overhouse Yakuza. Rot in hell, all of you. The girls could no longer allow that. Tsuyu immobilized her with her tongue. Ochako. What type? Puts Ochako on the ground, move that sack away. Juro and Hagakure take the sack. Ochako. Let me go. He hasn't had enough. Stop hitting him. Momo. You're hurting your hands. Tsuyu. Calmate Ochako-chan por favor. Ochako. I don't care. Mina then takes her face in his hands and looks her straight in the eyes. Mina. Following what you said when you arrived. Hitting that bag won't get you anywhere. Cursing won't get you anywhere. Stop it already, Uraraka. Those words were so serious and firm that they made Ochako stop, and look at the ground, crying silently. Ochako. I'm sorry, sniff. I'm so sorry, Mina. Come here, she hugs her for comfort. Ochako. They took his body, they won't even leave him in peace in death. Mina. And Momo. But why? If he's dead, why would they burn his body? They gain nothing from that. Tsuyu. Some kind of personal revenge. Juro. Either way, we can't do anything. Ochako. That's not true. Hagakure. What are you talking about? Ochako. I won't believe the words of a villain, his body must still be intact. Mina. But, Ochako. I don't care how long it takes, even if only bones remain. I want to find his body and give him the rest he deserves, the burial Deku deserves, because I love him. Since the dorms aren't being cancelled, I'll find a way to screw them over, whether it's the League of Villains or Chisaki's Yakuza. Momo. Uraraka-san, not to discourage you, but, if you mess with them, they'll kill you. Ochako. I know, I won't act directly, I know they can kill me very easily. I'll just listen, gather all the information I can find, and when I have enough, I'll give it to the authorities. I'll be an imperceptible headache for both sides, it's the only way I can avenge Deku-kun. Confident in herself, she would not back down. Her companions were surprised by Ochako's determination. Ochako. Separates from mine, I just want to ask you, lowers his head to the ground, please don't say anything about this. It was a silence that lasted for a while, until Mina stroked his head. Mina. Just don't be reckless and take care of yourself. If you do that, we'll keep your secret, friend, he said, smiling at her. And the others did the same. She could now leave her tearful phase behind and move on to the phase of passive revenge, so to speak. But they didn't count on Bakugo secretly listening to everything from the doorway, but he didn't say anything and left. Bakugo. You won't be the only one messing with those guys, if you're a pain in the ass, I'll be an aneurysm. League of Villains. Chisaki. Beware of me. Asterisk. At that moment they both thought. Avenge your death Deku. Meanwhile, in an unknown location. A laboratory, to be exact. Maruta. That's great, you did a good job Dabi, I'll assign you another task in a little while. Dabi. I only agreed because that way Shoto would hate me more, what will you do with that corpse? This conversation was taking place while Izuku was in front of a container with a liquid. Maruta. I can't tell you, and how did Shigaraki Tamura take this? Dabi. A diabolical laugh and satisfaction, if you're wondering. Maruta. That makes sense, well that's all Dabi, see you. John Chan sends Dabi back with the League. Maruta. According to preliminary analysis, One for All is no longer in his body. You transferred it prematurely, didn't you, brat? Anyway, although it's possible Tamura will improve as a villain, I wouldn't trust him much, despite the master's faith in him. So you will be my second ace up my sleeve, you will be the second perfect high-end Nomu. Although similar to Kurogiri you will be intelligent and reasonable, I would have to create an artificial consciousness for your body, it will take months but it will be worth it. Also, I've seen the news, and I'm interested in this overhaul guy and his little girl, surely after the raid his Yakuza was weakened even more than it already was. At that moment he smiles Machiavellianly. Maruta. I like having him on my side as a second option, and working together with those bullets. If Tamura dies, Overhaul is an excellent replacement. Ha. Ha ha. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. It has been some time since the tragedy in the Yakuza saga. During that time, Dr. Maruta was able to find and communicate with Chisaki, who barely had 20% of his subordinates besides Aryan chronostasis. Maruta offered them help if they worked together on the anti-quirk bullets. Chisaki, having no other options, accepted. At that time, the League was fighting against the Liberation Army, and well, in the end, Tamura died, but he also killed Redistro. The League, with its leader dead, was about to surrender until Gigantomachia arrived and, in a fit of rage over the death of the one he had just recognized as his new master, he destroyed the city of Deka, also killing the two remaining important members of the Liberation Army, Exception and Trumpet. The surviving members escaped to save their lives, and so did the League. Makia went back into hiding in the forest, and to top it all off, that day it was officially announced that All for One was executed by order of the government for being considered a potential threat to the country and the nation. Maruta smiled because her backup plan in case the worst happened would allow her to continue with her plans. Even though All for One is dead, Maruta will continue with his plans to bring society to its downfall, with Chisaki as the king of the villains of the underworld. The League refused to work for Chisaki, but after the doctor threatened to abandon them completely, they had no other choice. While the Liberation Army, lacking both a leader and commanders, would gradually collapse, Chisaki would take advantage of this lack of leadership. After a few days, Chisaki met with many of the Liberation Army members, promising them that if they served him and helped destroy the heroes and their quirks, he would allow the Liberation Army to implement its ideology in Japan and, in the long term, throughout the world by eliminating the heroes' quirks. It was a good lie, since Chisaki had no intention of giving them what he had promised. He wanted to exterminate everyone's quirk without exception, including his own quirk once he had achieved his goal. Now with tens of thousands of subordinates and better facilities, he began his drug ambitions again. 2 weeks and a half after what happened in Deku, Chisaki's business would be launched with the increasing sale of performance-enhancing drugs and momentary effect anti-quirk bullets. As for Izuku's Nomu project, it began to present a single problem that the doctor couldn't solve. However, it wasn't an impediment to transforming him into a Nomu, so he overlooked it. In response, the Public Safety Commission reintroduced the internships to unite first, second, and third-year students in the struggle. Something important to mention is that Inko Midoriya disappeared. After her son's body was stolen, she couldn't take it anymore and moved to another city without saying which one. She wanted to be alone, not even to her friend Mitsuki. Since then, nothing has been heard from her. The students of Class A had, so to speak, gotten over Izuku's situation, but neither Todoroki, Ochako, nor Bakugo. This growing activity of villains and drugs was what they were waiting for. Ochako didn't tell anyone what she was going to do, and neither did Bakugo. In fact, he didn't care what Ochako would do. Bakugo wanted to do things on his own. They listened to rumors, gathered information, looked for references and everything about this drug network on the internet and on the streets, all to hit the villains where it hurts. As for Todoroki, he eagerly awaits finding Dabi, giving him the beating of his life, and putting him in prison for stealing his friend's body. 1.5 months later. Maruta. Yes, he's alive. The capsule opens and drops Izuku's body out. He opens his eyes and a biomechanical armor emerges from his body, completely covering him. A being with black biomechanical armor and deformed spikes without piercing points on its back and 2 on its feet, good musculature and had one arm like an automatic biomechanical weapon like an energy cannon, the other was a normal arm also covered by the biomechanical armor. A half-face mask, part of the biomechanical armor, and a black band, also part of the armor, covering his forehead, felt like a genuine but very resistant cloth band, with his longer, green hair, looking unkempt. And bright white eyes, which in the darkness looked like small white flames. He gets up and looks at the doctor. Izuku. I am at your service, creator. Maruta. What are your guidelines? Izuku. Elimination of specific targets. Killing any hero or police officer who interrupts drug and bullet sales at buyer-dealer meetings, and enjoying the resistance and fight they give me. Exciting. I have no other objective. Maruta. You are a consciousness created for this body of a deceased, snotty hero. You have great strength, resistance, body and armor regeneration, a handheld energy cannon with 3 levels, organic thrusters in your feet for flight. You can form a bat made of your bio-armor to strike and, if you wish, even split the enemy by grabbing closed spikes and tearing and cutting them. Enhanced sensory abilities in sight, hearing and reflexes, and everything will depend on what percentage of power you use. Izuku. What do you mean? Maruta. You have extraordinary power that is in percentages, and the different power-up enhancers and quirks are responsible for increasing your maximum strength. However, you can only use 50%. Izuku. Why? Maruta. It's something I still don't know, there's no scientific explanation. Izuku. Never mind, I don't think I'll need it. Just give me some time to get used to my strength, and that 50% will be like 100%. Maruta. Yes, it seems everything is in order. Would you like to have a little fun? Gives him a file with information. Izuku. The assigned objective will be accomplished. Walks outside. I only live for my own purpose. This, Izuku's voice, so to speak, was deep, grave, and more serious compared to the normal Izuku voice we know. When Izuku left, Dr. Maruta sighed deeply. Maruta. Working on 2 masterpieces is very tiring. Now that I've finished one. Enters another room where Chisaki's capsule was. I can work on you, Chisaki. I must finish your body so you can withstand the original All for One that the master entrusted to me before going to his fight with All Might. Just as Izuku can be a great ally to you, he can also, if necessary, be your greatest torment. For at least 2 weeks, Izuku was active with his objectives, getting used to and understanding his powers and abilities by defeating and killing police officers and heroes he encountered. The battles against heroes were the ones he liked the most. He enjoyed it, or rather, the consciousness created for Izuku's body was the one that enjoyed it and had control of the body. He lived freely on the streets, in a very small, abandoned house on the outskirts of the city. He had a long-range radio that connected him to the doctor to assign him missions. There was also a fax machine from which he received mission information on paper, including photos of the specific people he was to kill. One more thing to mention, Mirio was still training with One for All up to 80%, he was doing very well, and with his internships he was also arresting many of the villains and Yakuza who served Shisaki. Fortunately he has not yet crossed paths with Izuku. Maruta also asked Izuku to act as a guard and protector of the traffickers in other cities for a couple of days, and Maruta was especially careful not to send him to a city where Mirio was. Izuku loved going out at night. Izuku alternated between flying and jumping between buildings, having had fun with a small group of heroes and police officers who were intervening against a small gang of allied traffickers. Izuku gave them time to escape and left several wounded before withdrawing from the area. He did not have time to kill anyone. When he went out at night, his armor served as good camouflage in the darkness. Izuku was on the rooftop of a medium-sized building looking out over the city. Izuku, I'm done for today. I'm going to sleep. However, something caught his attention. 1. On the ground at a pedestrian crossing there were several people waiting for the change and the cars were going relatively fast. A girl had her small dog on a leash, it was very energetic and got away from the grip. He's not coming back here. The girl goes to get her dog and neither of them saw what was coming. Careful, several pedestrians expressed, and in the blink of an eye, Izuku stopped and lifted the moving car and held it upside down with one arm. He went with such force and speed to the site that he considerably cracked the ground upon landing. The civilians around did not react for a few seconds. The girl, just reacting, sees Izuku, and the dog returned by itself to its owner's arms. The girl was somewhere between surprised, grateful, and scared to see Izuku looking so dark and sinister. Izuku, are you okay? What? Why did I say that? Stop. Police. Izuku left the car on the ground somewhat roughly and flew away with bullets being fired at him, although they did not penetrate his bio-armor. He went further to another part of the city, stopped on a taller building to think. Izuku. I didn't think. My legs moved on their own. Why did I say and do that? I don't understand. The next day, in the UA dormitories, internships last for periods of time that, once completed, the interns are returned. However, they could be called for new internships at any time. It was midday. The news was on television, and some of the boys and girls were watching it. Presenter. Last night that mysterious person ruined the arrest of a drug trafficking gang. Since his appearance a few weeks ago, more than one arrest has been thwarted by this individual. They show short videos that civilians recorded when Izuku appeared facing police and heroes. Iida. He's very fast. Kaminari. It's a dark thing I see. Presenter. He is responsible for more than 80 injured and about 14 dead among heroes and police officers. He is quite strong. Suyu. A killing fighting machine Jero. Presenter. However, something unusual happened yesterday with this guy. A girl was almost run over by a car, but this guy stopped it and lifted her up with one hand. This surprised those watching television. Presenter. Some police officers tried to arrest him and he flew away quickly, but not before letting go of the car. Kirishima. I saved the girl, but why? Zero. Who knows? Presenter. The girl describes him as very intimidating, but at the same time she feels grateful. Is this guy not so bad after all? Momo. Even if he's not that bad, he'll inevitably go to jail. We changed the scene. Ochako carried a whole file of evidence in a folder to the police station. She was able to discover the location of a drug enhancement factory in a goods storage area, hidden under the facade of a metal warehouse. Ochako. These 2 months invested yielded the result I expected. After this I will continue investigating, just as I said. I will be their biggest headache. And on his way he encounters Bakugo, who was also going to present evidence but to another police station. He was smarter to carry the evidence in a backpack. Ochako. Bakugo. Bakugo. What are you doing here? You shouldn't be crying. What are you holding in your hands? Ochako. This is a report of my activities during my last internship. I'm going to hand it into Ryaku-san, she said nervously. Nervous for non-romantic reasons xdxd, well, let's continue. Bakugo. She's really bad at lying. Whatever. I don't care, I'm leaving. Bakugo left and Ochako stayed watching him until he was gone. Ochako. Ha, for a moment I thought he would discover me, she said, relieved. With Bakugo gone, he continues on his way. Bakugo. I don't know what she discovered, but I discovered something better. A warehouse of anti-quirk bullets. They must be expensive to make, you'll see. I'll hit them where it hurts the most. Asterisk. Both presented their evidence to the police stations, and after a confidentiality process, the information was sent to the High Command of the Public Security Commission, which would arrange an operation for tomorrow afternoon to attack and raid both locations. And with this they would bring back the internships, ignoring their temporary termination 2 weeks ago. That night, Izuku goes into his small base on the outskirts. Izuku takes the radio. Izuku. Here's red code. Everything's fine here, except for a few arrests I couldn't prevent because I didn't arrive in time, although they're only 8% of the total drug dealers in this city. Maruta. I see, you're doing a very good job. Izuku. Thank you. I only live to serve you. Maruta. I have a mission to assign you. Izuku. Yes, I'm listening. Maruta. I've heard rumors about 2 UA students who have been asking around and seeking information about the drug and bullet business. Izuku. Yes, Maruta. There's still no movement from the authorities, but I'm sure that whatever they do against our factories and warehouses will be because of those brats. Izuku. I'll eliminate them. I assure you. Maruta. I'll send you her photos by fax. When the photos are printed, Izuku takes them and looks at them. Maruta. Only the boy is very strong and a potential threat. The brat is a rescue heroine and is a low threat offensively. It will be very easy for you to kill a weakling like that. I'm counting on you. End of transmission. Izuku. Why did my head hurt for a moment? He said, as he continued looking at the photos. Meanwhile, in the laboratory. Maruta. Even if they are his friends, he will kill them without hesitation, because the one who controls the body is the artificial consciousness he created. There is no scientific way for him to resist killing them. Not even Kurogiri has been able to remember, despite being a relatively old product. He said this while looking at Shisaki still in the liquid capsule. Maruta. We're already halfway there, just 2 more months and you will be reborn as an extremely powerful being, she finishes, laughing a little. Nighttime hours. Something unusual was happening. The League members are entertaining Eri, or at least trying to. Mr. and Magic, using his gift for doing tricks. Eri, however, was not happy. Twice. It doesn't work, it's a success. Trips over a small toy, it. Spinner. Watch where you step. Twice. Look at Eri, I could swear you found it a little funny. Eri. Maybe, why are they doing this? If they're villains. Toga, who was leaning against the wall, is the one speaking. Toga. We're not such bad people, the world was unfair to us. Eri. But, they work for the. Twice. We know that. There's nothing worse than working for someone you hate. Mister. But there was no other option, right? Twice. No. Yes, there was. Spinner. It was that or be left on the street, which, come to think of it, wasn't so bad. With the death of our leader, I have no goal. I followed Tamura so he could fulfill his dream, because I don't have one of my own. Eri. But, then why are you here? Why are you talking to me? Toga. I will never forgive that old man for preferring Chisaki to Tamura. If he could turn my beloved Izuku into a Nomu, why didn't he do it to him? The old man will pay for this, Chisaki will pay for this. When we get the chance, we'll take it, even if my Izuku doesn't love me at all. Eri. Will they use me? Mister. You hate them too, right? Eri sadly nodded slowly. Spinner. We have a common enemy. Twice. Just don't rat them out, okay? Sell us for an apple. There was silence for a while until they left. Eri was left thinking. Eri. They're not bad people, they just had bad luck. Changing the scene. The doctor sends them in groups of 2 to 2 cities for protection and the sale of more drugs and bullets, but not before threatening them to stop talking to Eri. Meanwhile, in an unknown location, Dabi, sitting in a chair, looks like a warehouse in the little light there is. Dabi. Come for me. Todoroki Shoto. Hate me more, feed your hatred for me. The next day, the Public Safety Commission mobilized a good number of police officers and heroes, including more than one of the students from Class A and even B. 34 police officers and about 3 heroes would go for the anti-quirk bullet warehouse, and 40 heroes for the power-up drug factory. The anti-quirk bullet warehouse was guarded almost entirely by Yakuza armed with anti-quirk bullets and some with conventional weapons. And the drug factory was mostly guarded by villains who would take advantage of the enhancers, being members of the already absorbed Liberation Army. However, not all students would be on the mission, due to Midoriya's death. Depending on the level of danger, first and second year students will not be able to participate in these types of missions, only the strongest of these students and third year students can participate. Since the remaining students could not participate, they were relegated to patrolling in the absence of professionals. Ochako couldn't participate, so she's patrolling alongside Tsuyu. In the absence of Beast Genist's agency, Bakugo joined Fat Gum's agency along with Kirishima and Tamaki. Due to their incredible resistance, Kirishima and Fat Gum would be the only heroes participating in the attack on the anti-quirk bullet warehouse. Tamaki wouldn't participate because of his experience with those bullets. And Bakugo, despite not having the resistance to repel bullets, was still going to fight, ignoring the warnings. 2:30 p.m. They hadn't yet realized that the villains and Yakuza were going to be attacked, so Izuku was just looking for Bakugo and Ochako around the city. Izuku. Fat Gum's agency is very far away in another city, so from what the tracking group Uravity told me, he must be around here somewhere. He said, carefully passing by the buildings, since it was very visible during the day due to their black color. Once night falls, that brat will meet her end, and then that blonde idiot too. Red code, respond quickly, could be heard through a small communications radio he carried. Izuku. What's up, tracking team? It's an imminent attack, on the DP-50 factory and the MT-50 warehouse. Heroes are approaching the DP-50 factory and police are approaching the MT-50 warehouse. Izuku. Each base should try to take as much merchandise as possible. I'll prioritize the bullet depot. You tracking team, find Uravity and lure her to a secluded spot, is that clear? Yes, Izuku. You humans will regret this. 25% power without wasting any time. He flew quickly to the anti-quirk bullet warehouse. 5 minutes later, inside the warehouse, the police were shooting at the traffickers, who were carrying anti-quirk weapons and some firearms, and protecting a dozen level 1 Nomus. Don't waste bullets on those cops. Those with firearms and ranged attack capabilities, kill those police officers. When they started attacking each other, Bakugo, rising with its explosions, blinding grenade, using his quirk, he creates a very bright explosion that blinds the villains. Bakugo. Let's fight. Break their fucking faces. Kirishima. See, becoming enraged. Fat Gum. That's the spirit. Bakugo attacked and disarmed those with firearms and continued attacking, constantly moving to avoid being targeted by anti-quirk bullets. Why? It doesn't do anything to them, said Yakuza members who were shooting Fat Gum and Kirishima with anti-quirk bullets. Kirishima. Bullets break on my massive body. Fat Gum. The hard fat in my body prevents the bullet fluid from reaching my bloodstream. They said, covering their faces and charging at the Yakuza and villains. The villains and Yakuza were being subdued one after another, the level 1 Nomus were falling but were cornering the police. Die, Bakugo. Don't steal my lines. AP shot. It penetrates and pierces the heads of the Nomus one by one with its concentrated explosion. There were only a few Yakuza and villains left who had loaded many anti-quirk bullets into 3 trucks, but being cornered they couldn't open the doors and escape just like that. Surrender now, you are surrounded, the armed police officers said. Bakugo. Those hulking brutes have already protected me without me even asking. It doesn't matter if they don't surrender, I'll tear them to pieces. Kirishima. Fat Gum. At least be grateful we protected you from the bullets. Expressionless. We're ready, mother, the cornered Yakuza said resignedly. But at that moment, Crashing through the ceiling, Izuku lands. Izuku. Only 3, and a bunch of cops. That's nothing. Red code, exclaimed the Yakuza. He's the guy who's been preventing drug traffickers from being arrested, the police officers said. Kirishima. He's the one we saw on the news. Bakugo. I don't care who he is. I'll destroy him. Izuku. Shut your mouth, you idiot. Bakugo. What did you say? Izuku pointed his arm cannon at everyone. Fatgum. To the ground. Izuku. Suffer, level 2 burst shot. Level 2. They are yellow energy blasts. They have a high temperature like fire and each one is also surrounded by an electric layer that electrocutes and makes it difficult for the opponent to escape once hit. Their damage level can increase a lot depending on how much power percentage is used. Like a machine gun, I fire a bunch of yellow explosive energy projectiles. Everyone tried to take cover, but the attacks destroyed everything. The screams of police officers could be heard, and the heroes tried to dodge or withstand the gunfire. Izuku fired for at least 30 continuous seconds, firing hundreds of times. The Yakuza took advantage of the situation to escape with the trucks loaded with anti-quirk bullets. After all the destruction and smoke, Izuku blows smoke from its cannon. I'll wait for it to cool down. Red code, can you hear me? Izuku. Yes, we found her. We'll lure her to an industrial area near the old pier on the coast. We told her there was a collapse of metal pipes and that there are some children trapped. How long will it take you to get there? Izuku. 7 minutes is all I need. I only need 20%. The police officers had fallen wounded. Bakugo. Shiny. Izuku dodges the explosion and continues with hand-to-hand combat with Bakugo. Izuku. Is that all you've got? He throws a tremendous punch that Kachan dodges. The punch cracks and splits the floor. Bakugo. AP shot auto cannon. Fires bursts of explosive balls that push Izuku back. Izuku. He exerts a force in his arm, air pressure. With that, he sends Bakugo flying, making him go through a wall. Fatgum. What do you think you're doing? Fatgum attacks Izuku and Izuku blocks his blow. Izuku knees him in the face. Izuku. The most sensitive area is your face, right? He said as he transformed his cannon arm into a real arm. Kirishima. Unbreakable mode. Red riot burst. He gives Izuku multiple blows, which he dodges without much trouble. Izuku. Out, he hits Kirishima hard in the face. Kirishima. It didn't hurt that much. Fatgum. Charge Fat Force. With his enormous weight he pushes Izuku against some wooden boxes. Bakugo. Move aside. Releases the safety on his grenade, causing a large explosion. Kirishima. Did we do it? Izuku. He rises from the smoke, his armor damaged. Underestimate your resistances. Let's raise the level a bit, shall we? Part of his armor detaches and becomes a kind of curved black bar that we'll call a bad don't disappoint me. In an instant, Izuku punches Kirishima several times before throwing him out of the warehouse. Bakugo. Kirishima. Fat gum. Damn it. Izuku moves away from him and forms his arm cannon again. Izuku shoots at Fatgum, who resists the shots with his fat but gets burned quite a bit. Bakugo chases after Izuku with his explosions. Bakugo. Come back here. Attacks Izuku with rapid explosions. Izuku. He hits Bakugo with his bat and sends him crashing to the ground. He fires his projectiles but Bakugo quickly gets back up and creates some distance. You react quickly. Bakugo approaches Izuku amidst the latter's gunfire and propels himself with his explosions, then with a two-legged kick sends him flying out the window. Bakugo. Stun grenade. Uses a powerful explosion and slams Izuku near other warehouses. It damaged Izuku's armor and a little bit of his body, but they regenerate. Izuku. It's best to destroy it once and for all. Changes the level of its cannon level 1, remote controlled. Level 1. These are homing blue energy shots that can chase the opponent for a while. They are not very strong and are useful as a distraction due to the thick blue smoke they release upon impact. Their damage level can increase depending on the power level used, but it will still be the level that does the least damage. Bakugo. What? Despite his movement, the shots pursued and caught him. Who? Izuku went up to him, grabbed his leg, and threw him back to the ground, slamming him against the ground several times. Bakugo. Og. Izuku. Home. Run, like a baseball player with his star bat to Bakugo against another warehouse. And at that moment, Fat Gum arrives, lunges towards Izuku and crushes him, cracking the ground. Fat Gum. I won't let you move. But Izuku picks it up without much trouble and throws it. Izuku. Damn fatso. Fat Gum. I'm feeling chubby. Bakugo and Kirishima are together for a joint attack. Bakugo grabs Kirishima and rises up with his explosions, alerting Izuku. Using its explosions as a motor, they spin around several times to launch it towards Kirishima. Bakugo. Exploding catapulta. Fat. He supports Izuku with everything he has. Now. Izuku. Let me go. Kirishima. I'm a shield-breaking spear. Izuku. Power at 25%. He breaks free from Fat Gum's grip, grabs his bat and heads towards Kirishima. The collision between the two caused a strong shockwave. Kirishima was able to break the bat and hit Izuku, breaking his armor in a direct impact. However, the bat significantly reduced the force of the impact. Izuku. Aagh. Erase Duro. Bakugo. That bastard resisted it. Izuku. Die. Level 3. Extermination Blast. At 30% fires a powerful burst of red energy that devastates Kirishima and the road. Kirishima. Aaagh. Not even its unbreakable mode could withstand it, as it caused him severe burns and damage, and he ended up being thrown several meters. The road was burned and smoking. Level 3. This level is the highest and strongest. It's a red energy that damages and burns the enemy. The higher the percentage used, the greater its lethality. It can cause severe burns to the enemy, the surrounding area, and even the path itself, to the point of disintegrating everything in its path if much more power is used. Izuku. You were saved by Po. Fat Gum angrily slams him against the ground with all his might. Fat Gum. You'll regret it. Izuku. You've really annoyed me, you fat idiot. Ha! He unleashes a flurry of punches. Out! With a kick using the propellant of his leg. Izuku was regenerating from the damage he received. Bakugo. Despite everything, it seems like nothing will affect him, that damn thing regenerates. You're not human, are you? Izuku. I was. I'm an intelligent Nomu created to fight and protect my master's work. You and that Uravity have stuck your noses where they don't belong. For revealing the locations, you and she will be killed by me. Bakugo. Huh? Murdered? Fuck off. Your boss killed someone important. Maybe I didn't say it when he was alive, but he killed my friend, and that's why I'll destroy his whole fucking business. Izuku. I've never had so much fun fighting someone strong. Show me how far you can go. It rises. Bakugo. It also rises. I'll send you to hell. Their powers clash, explosion and blow separating by force. Izuku rises higher and fires level 2 projectiles that Bakugo dodges and connects an explosion to Izuku's face. Izuku responds with a knee strike to Bakugo's abdomen, causing him to spit blood, and knocks him to the ground with a hammer blow. Bakugo breaks before crashing. Izuku descends at high speed and hits the ground. Bakugo. Double stun grenade. Double explosion of great power that does considerable damage to Izuku. Izuku. Damn it. Og. Bakugo cuts off his cannon arm with the AP shot. Bakugo. Fight. They continued with an explosive close quarters fight while Izuku regenerated without problems from the damage he received. Izuku. You're not doing badly. Connects with a kick and lifts Bakugo into the air again. His cannon arm had already regenerated. Bakugo. It's time to end this. Prepares to make the howitzer impact. Izuku. Whatever you want. Bakugo. Howitzer. Being very close now. Bakugo. Impacto U. Izuku. 30% extermination burst. The close clash of both powers causes a powerful explosion that throws both of them off. Izuku's armor torso was destroyed and his body was damaged from the attack as he responded too closely to Bakugo's attack. Bakugo wasn't as badly hurt because of this, but he was still very exhausted. Surprisingly, Kirishima was able to catch Bakugo, but Kirishima was also on his last legs. Kirishima. Are you okay? He said, struggling to stay conscious. Bakugo. Always, worrying about others even when they're a mess. Izuku. How touching, he said, advancing towards them while regenerating, prioritizing his half-face mask. I underestimated you a bit by responding so closely. You were a great opponent, I'll remember you. He points his cannon at him. Bakugo. Hey, it seems I'll fail to avenge you. Deku. That word echoed in Izuku's head, or rather in the consciousness that controlled his body. Izuku. Kisik. He grabs his head. Kirishima. What's wrong with him? Izuku. Kisik. And at that moment from behind, Fatgum. Being thin, he concentrated all the kinetic energy he had accumulated and was going to attack Izuku, Alehite. De Ms. Shiku's. He hits Izuku with tremendous force, sending him flying dozens of meters across another warehouse. Fatgum. I don't have the strength to fight him anymore. Kirishima. He heard sirens, reinforcements are coming. And at that moment Izuku flies away while still clutching his head, although his pain was no longer as strong. As if Fatgum, with that blow, would take away that intense headache. Izuku. I have to go and finish off the girl. Why? Because when I heard that name I felt like I was in a vortex. For a moment I thought I saw a person. The mission proved to be relatively successful, as they seized more than 300 bullets out of the 600 that were there. Meanwhile, 6 minutes after the fight ended, Tsuyu and Ochako arrived at the site where they had been told there had been a collapse of metal pipes with children trapped. Ochako. We're here, both approaching the downed pipes. Tsuyu. Are you all right, kids? But obviously there's nobody there. Ochako. What does this mean? There's nobody here. Tsuyu. We've been deceived. And at that moment Izuku lands hard on the metal pipes, pushing the heroines away. Izuku. Already regenerated. I found you, brat. The tracking team did a good job. We're here for anything. Tsuyu. That's the kind of guy from the news. Ochako. This is dangerous. Izuku. He approached quickly and knocked Tsuyu unconscious with one blow. The one I should kill is you. Ochako. I won't allow it. He picks up one of the heavy metal pipes to hit Izuku. Izuku knocks the tube away with a single blow, as if it were nothing. Ochako tries to touch him to make him float, but Izuku dodges her hand. Izuku proceeds to break both of his arms with one blow so that he can't do anything. Ochako. Izuku. One more. He gives her a tremendous blow to the abdomen, making her spit out some blood and saliva. Ochako. Falls to the ground completely defeated. Izuku. You can't compete against a force beyond your control. Ochako. Bad, damn. Izuku. You and a blonde boy stuck your noses where they didn't belong by revealing the location of those places. I was sent to kill you both. Ochako. Bakugo was doing the same thing as me. I thought I was doing well. Izuku. He lifts her by the neck. You're wrong, they did well enough not to be discovered in a month, although not well enough, points his cannon at his head. Anything you want to say, girl. I'll grant it. Ochako. I don't regret it. It's a shame I can't do more. Forgive me. Deku-kun. She let out a tear that spilled onto Izuku's hand. Once again, Izuku has headaches, only this time they are more intense, and with distorted visions. Izuku. Let go of Ochako. Again, Kisik. Flies away. Ochako. What happened to him? It hurts. Falls unconscious. And at that moment the tracking group that was nearby approached. Why did Red Code leave? He didn't kill her, so what do we do now? Do we inform the boss? Not for now. Let's take this one who's hotter. Yes. Shoot him first. They shoot him with a bullet that has a momentary effect. Now, put her in the truck. They leave, leaving Tsuyu lying there unconscious. 4 hours later. Hey, wake up, beautiful. They throw water on it. Ochako. Cough. What am I doing here? Who are you? They hit him on the arm. Silence, because Red Code failed to kill you, then we will. Besides, if we kill you, we're sure to get a good reward for killing a snitch like you. Ochako. You and your drugs are the worst. You'll see that soon your entire network and army will fall. It's very aggressive. Let's tenderize the meat a little before eating it. Don't try to defend yourself. He takes a marble out of his pocket and places it on the ground. Look at this. Pulls out a long-range communication radio release, Mr. Compress. The marble decompressed and it was a level 2 Nomu. Go hide. We'll call you when we need you. The Nomu obeys and goes to hide. Even if you manage to escape us, this Nomu will catch you. You're doomed, hero. The men start hitting her and even groping her. Ochako. But, leave me alone. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a building not far from there, Izuku, still suffering from headaches, was fighting with someone unknown to him. Izuku. These memories. I don't know who they are. Kikchikikchik. Ku. Memories flood his mind, alongside the image of a person that becomes increasingly clear. It would be very bad if you tripped, wouldn't it? My Deku doesn't mean useless, it means you can do it. It's your power. We're going to save her. No matter what. Uraraka-san. Yo, te. Izuku. Aaagh. And at that moment a voice echoes in his head. I've slept enough. The consciousness that controlled the body sees itself in a vortex. Izuku. What's wrong? Who are you? That's what he said before disappearing into the vortex. Back to reality. Izuku's groans and grunts subside. He remains silent for a while. And now, we can refer to Izuku as such. Izuku. What happened to me? He observed her entire body, although I should be dead. I'm alive and with all this inside me. I don't remember anything since that mission. What happened during all that time? With his enhanced sensory abilities he heard Ochako's cry for help. Izuku. Is that it? Meanwhile, how pathetic heroes look when they are already defeated. Ochako. Kick, if I weren't like this, I'd take care of the 5. The guy hits her and grabs her by the hair. Stop acting tough, your pathetic rescue quirk is inactive, you should have stayed in the rear. The guy lets her go and the other 4 laugh at her. Boss, can we go now? Tear your suit, Ochako. Don't let go of me. Silence. Hits his broken arm. Ochako. Aaagh. Okay guys, hold it, you'll have your part after my turn, ha ha ha. But before his filth can even get erect, Izuku enters and breaks through the roof of the warehouse. Red code. What are you doing here? Izuku. Stay away from her. Izuku gives them the beating of their lives by hitting them and throwing them against the wall or wooden boxes. You are a traitor. He attacks him with his finger gun. Izuku. He grabs him and knees him. I don't care what you say, and knocks him out by throwing him against another wall. Izuku didn't kill anyone, even though he left them all messed up. Izuku calms down and turns to look at Ochako. Ochako, scared and in pain, backs away while still on the ground. With tears of pain and fear, she is cornered from behind with wooden boxes behind her. Izuku approaches and she closes her eyes in fear, expecting the worst. Izuku didn't do anything to her. His mask tears off his mask and his right hand is in the center of her chest. Ochako. But Izuku is only listening to the sound of his heart, and he likes it very much. Izuku. It's very pretty. Ochako. What? Izuku now gently caresses Ochako's cheek with that same hand. Izuku. Everything's all right. I'm here, the one who can do it. Ochako couldn't believe it. That voice, that way of speaking, and above all, his face and green eyes, so characteristic of her hero. Her tears had turned to tears of joy. Ochako. Deku-kun, forcing an incredulous and happy smile. Izuku. Uraraka-san, I'm sorry for dying. He smiles at her but is interrupted. Confused. I managed to hear. The level 2 Nomu makes its appearance on the orders of one of the cursed villains. Izuku gets up and takes a fighting stance. Even though he has no idea how to use his abilities, he will protect Ochako. Izuku. I won't let you down again, Uraraka-san. I will protect you and I won't die. The Nomu with extremely long claws goes and makes a multiple vertical claw slash that Izuku dodged, but one hit him, scratching his armor. Izuku. Detroit. Smosh. Blows his head off with one blow. Naturally he would do a smash since he doesn't know how to use the other abilities he has. Izuku. That was easy. Seeing it, I can deduce. I died and was revived like a Nomu. Am I a zombie? Look at his armor and hand cannon. Izuku. How will these things be used? Do I need to feed? Who did this to me? What are my powers? Why don't I remember anything after my death? He continued murmuring. Ochako. Pot. Izuku. Uraraka-san. He went towards her, who was trying to move but her whole body hurt. Don't strain yourself. You need. But he is interrupted as she hugs him without using her arms. That is, she presses her face to Izuku. Ochako. Idiot. Sniff. You're back. Izuku. Uraraka-san. He also hugs her, and cries with her. Ochako. Ah. Sniff. You have no idea how much I missed you, Deku-kun. I wish I could move my arms to hug you, Deku-kun. Ah. She continued crying inconsolably. Izuku. Forgive me for dying, Uraraka-san. If I had arrived sooner they wouldn't have left you like this. They continued crying for a couple more minutes, until they were finally calm enough to talk. Uraraka-san. Don't worry, they already paid for breaking your arms and trying to abuse you. Ochako. Deku. Izuku. We have to call the police and have them take them away. Ochako. No, wait, you can't call them. Izuku. Why? Ochako. Deku, don't you remember anything? Izuku. Remember what? Ochako. Deku, who broke my arms and hit me, it was you. Izuku. What? No. No. I would be incapable of hitting you. Ochako. You were wanted by the authorities on several violent charges. Izuku. But how? What happened all this time? I was dead. And Kachan. All Might. My mom. Ochako. There are many things you need to know. Izuku. Aagh. His head hurts again. What's wrong with me? Ochako. Deku-kun. Who are you? What are you doing in my body? Echoed in his head. Izuku. What is this voice? Ah, og. And at that moment the police were heard. Izuku was not stealthy when going to the warehouse, so the police found him. Tsuyu also reported the kidnapping of Ochako, so the police come accompanied by heroes. Ochako. It's the police. Whoever you are. Ah. Move. If they catch us, it'll be the end of us. Izuku. Who are you? Og. Only Veti. Izuku. Okay, I'll do it. Og. Uraraka-san, I have to go. Ochako. Promise me something. Promise me I'll see you again. I don't want to lose you again. Izuku. You can be sure of that. I'll be back. He leaps out of there, crashing through the roof. Ochako. Yes, we'll make up for lost time. Deku-kun finally succumbs to his injuries and falls unconscious. The police and heroes enter, finding the villains unconscious and badly injured, and the Nomu dead. Tsuyu. Uravati-chan. They've left her terribly injured. Who did this? The heroes and police officers wondered, because it was impossible that Ochako had defeated everyone. Red Code must be nearby. Check the entire area, don't let him escape. Meanwhile, Izuku. Og. I have to hide. Izuku moved away from the coast and went deep into a forest, while shouting and groaning from that headache. He threw himself to the ground and convulsed briefly before falling unconscious. Hours later, in the main laboratory under the Deku hospital. Maruta. So, Red Code is missing. That's right, sir, and the tracking team was also captured. According to our informants, the wounds they had couldn't have been inflicted by that heroine. As Red Code betraying us. Maruta. Enough. Look for him stealthily, and if you find him, don't let anyone confront him. But why, Maruta? He is my second supreme creation. Even if you face him as a group he will defeat you. I will take care of the force to bring him. In the meantime, do your duty. Understood. We reiterate. The doctor sighs. Maruta. What a nuisance. It seems the dead man has returned from the grave. Red Code is weak-minded, and since he doesn't know the truth, Midoriya will control his body without any problem. I'll have to create a Nomu designed to defeat him. He recalls his work on the Nomu that All Might faced at the USJ. Maruta. A Nomu resistant to his abilities and stronger than 50% of his power. Yeah, sounds great, and even if that fails. I have one last countermeasure. Goes deep into his laboratory. Chisaki just needs another 2 months of stabilization and he'll be ready. In the meantime, I'll work on my other high-end Nomus and create the custom-designed Nomu I need. It will take a while, but it will be worth it. He gives an evil smile hidden behind his thick mustache. Maruta. And I haven't forgotten you either, 10th bearer, Tagata Mirio. Without him noticing, someone listened to him from a distance using a sound detector. Meanwhile, in the early hours of the morning, in the same forest, Izuku was still asleep on the ground. Within his subconscious, an interesting conversation would take place. Izuku opens her eyes and looks around. What a dark place, what kind of place is this? So you've finally woken up, body snatcher. An amorphous mist that came towards him spoke to him. Izuku gets up, who are you or what are you? And he replies, get off my body, I'll get there first, said the shameless man. Izuku, what, no, wait, this is my body and you still haven't told me who you are, and that's your real appearance. In my mind I can see myself however I want, so. Think for a while and get into physical shape. A young man with long, shoulder-length black hair, blue eyes, and black clothing, also wearing a leather jacket. I think I look good like this, it's not like I've seen many people. Izuku, who are you? I don't have a defined name, but they call me Red Code. Izuku, I'll call you Red, okay. Red. Whatever, and who are you? Izuku, I am Izuku Mordoria and this is my body. I died in a battle, I woke up out of nowhere and you're here controlling it, why? Red, I woke up with orders programmed into my being. Obey my creator, the doctor. Protecting businesses and drug and bullet traffickers. Izuku, bullets and drugs. Enhancement drugs and quirk-killing bullets. Red, how do you know that? Izuku, is your boss called Overhaul or Chisaki? Red, I think the doctor mentioned it, he said I'm asleep, but I'm not sure anyway, since they let me outside and I haven't seen the doctor in person since. Izuku, he turns around and speaks seriously, so that wretch took advantage of my absence to achieve his goal, and Eri. Is Eri okay? Red, who is Eri? Izuku, he takes him by the shoulders, what do you mean you don't know? You worked for them, didn't you? Red, I already told you. As soon as I woke up the doctor released me into the cities with my orders. Despite having some autonomy I do not challenge the purpose they gave me, my reason for existence. Izuku, you broke her arms and almost killed Uraraka-san, right? Red, Uraraka, you mean Uravity? Oh yeah, I did it, why? Izuku squeezes it tightly angrily, but Red pushes him away. Red, stay away from me, idiot. Izuku, she said several violent charges. You attacked heroes and police officers, didn't you? Red, my other and final guideline. Defend the business by fighting them, and enjoy the violent fight. Izuku was getting angrier, and Red noticed. The next question would change everything. Izuku, if you are a consciousness for this modified body, essentially a Nomu, all those people you hurt or even killed, did you do it of your own free will? Red looked him straight in the eyes, then lowered his head and sighed. If you can't beat them, join them, the phrase said. Red, no. Once they turn you into a Nomu, they subject you to mind control and you obey without question. I only kill and attack if I am ordered to, they used me. And I followed those directives because I was being mind controlled. Little by little, Izuku calmed down with that truth. Red, and now, he bows to the ground, surprised to see Izuku. Izuku. Red, you saved me. Thank you so much, you're a hero, right? You did great. Izuku. Don't kneel, it's not necessary. Red, of course, from now on I'll be your guide in this modified body. That way you can perform heroic acts like this one. Izuku. Why yes, but please get up. Red, so, we're on good terms. He extends his hand, smiling. Izuku. Yes, he shakes her hand and smiles too. And now, how do we get out of this? Red. Close your eyes and have faith like Vin Diesel. They closed their eyes, and now we return to reality. Izuku. It's still night, not much time has passed. Red. Let me speak. Izuku. Red. I am now speaking through your vocal cords. Izuku. With my mouth. Your voice sounds deeper even though it's my own voice. Red. That's how it differs, I can't just talk for the sake of talking, you have to agree, or I'll take you by surprise. Izuku. Good. Now in his normal voice, you won't take me by surprise anymore. It would be strange to speak with another voice in front of my friends. Red. Oh yes. Izuku. I can't go back to Ua, or rather, I can't just walk around with this, especially if I'm supposed to be dead. Red. Since you're clumsy using your new body, you leave me no choice. Izuku. What do you mean? Red. Lend me your thoughts for a moment. The armor retracts and is inserted inside the body, revealing the real body. Even under his cannon arm was his normal arm. Izuku. Look at her body. I'm covered in scars, even more than before. He has a scar on his abdomen, the place where Chisaki pierced him. Izuku realizes that he is not completely naked. He is wearing a kind of black shorts. Izuku. And this? Red. That's made of cells, like a second layer of skin, although if you want to get naked just thinking about it makes it disappear, he said, teasing him. Izuku. No, this is fine. Red. Okay. Now steal some clothes, take advantage of the fact that it's early morning. Izuku. Yes, afterwards I would like you to teach me how to use the body and its abilities. Izuku quickly left the forest to look for exposed clothing somewhere. Even without the armor, he has superhuman physical capabilities, so he can run very fast and jump very high, and the armor further enhances his abilities. Although Izuku doesn't like the idea of having to steal. Meanwhile, Red inside was thinking to himself. Red. He was completely naive. He believed my act in an instant. When I have the chance to control my body again, I'll go back to the doctor. I can't give up on my purpose and reason for being. Because that's what I was created for. I must follow it. Or else, what is the point of my existence? Hours later, 8 a.m. In the hospital in the same city. Beginner. She wakes up in the hospital, her clothes changed and her arms bandaged, already feeling much better, but she still needs more general healing. Suyu. Ya despertaste Ochako-chan, she said, relieved. Ochako. Suyu-chan, how long has it been? Suyu. It's been about 12 hours since we found you. I'm sorry I didn't react in time and that guy knocked me out. Ochako. Don't worry, I didn't react to that speed either. Suyu. Are you okay? Do you know how those Yakuza who had you ended up so injured? Ochako. Suyu-chan, I know it's hard to believe, but Deku was the one who saved me from them. Suyu. What? Ochako. That guy was Deku. They transformed him into that thing, but he came to save me from them. He was conscious until we hugged. I was so happy. Sniff. Suyu. Ochako-chan, are you sure you're okay? Did you hit your head? Ochako. Believe me, it was him. He was the one who saved me. Suyu. They never found her body, Ochako-chan, and only you opposed that. Ochako. Don't take me for a fool. What did we tell each other months ago? That you would support me. Suyu. It's been too long for there to be any remains of his body. Besides, we always warned you that it was dangerous. I'm sorry Ochako-chan, but I can't believe you. Ochako. He resigns himself and lowers his head. I understand, then go. Suyu leaves feeling somewhat sad. She senses that her friend is still suffering from the aftereffects of the death of the obvious person she loved. Ochako. It wasn't fake, it was him. It wouldn't make sense for me to be in the hospital if no one saved me and the police arrived too late. A few minutes later, Officer Tsukachi and All Might entered. Ochako. All Might, what are you doing here? All Might. I'm worried about my students, especially since I'm so close to Midoriya Shonen. Tsukachi. From what I heard, you will be discharged this afternoon. For about 9 days, we will return the first and second year interns to the academies. Ochako. I see, and the raid on the warehouses. How did it go? Tsukachi. They were a success. Hundreds of anti-quirk bullets were seized from the warehouse where Red Code appeared. It is hoped that we could develop a countermeasure in the future. All Might. The drug factory was also a success, although more than half of the heroes were injured and hurt. The villains took full advantage of those power-ups. Ochako. What a relief. Tsukachi. Now, to what I came here for. At least I, you, and Bakugo, were reckless in conducting such a dangerous investigation. Ochako. I'm sorry. Bakugo is still alive, right? All Might. He's fine and in this same hospital. Takes a chair and sits down opposite her. I know it has been especially difficult for you and those closest to you that young Midoriya has died. It was for me too. I had promised his mother that I would guide and protect him while he was alive, and I have failed her, and now we don't know where he is since they stole Midoriya's body. Tsukachi. This time it went well, but next time, you and Bakugo might not make it out alive. We appreciate the information you gave us, but you must give up if you don't want to be killed, especially Red Code. Ochako. There's something I want to tell you about Red Code. All Might. Red Code. Tsukachi. Were you investigating him too? Ochako. He was the one who saved me. Tsukachi. What did you say? All Might. That's not possible. Ochako. It's true, he defeated those guys. He retracted his mask and showed me his face. It was Deku-kun. All Might. Am I Midoriya Shonen's Red Code? Tsukachi. That's a crazy theory. Ochako. I hugged him and he hugged me back. He seemed not to notice anything since he died. But then his head started to hurt. He seemed to be talking to someone else, and then he left. All Might. Talk to somebody. Tsukachi. Now that I think about it, his abilities and powers don't seem natural. He has more than one quirk. All Might. Name. Ochako. But it was conscious and autonomous. Both All Might and Tsukachi thought of Kurogiri, as those two were similar. Tsukachi. There is a possibility, the Nomus can be from dead or living people, even in pieces. All Might. Are you sure about this? Uraraka Shonen. Ochako. I am. Tsukachi. But even if what you say were true, there's nothing we can do. Ochako. Why? All Might. Maybe the three of us think that, but the higher-ups want Red Code arrested, or even dead. Ochako. Oh no. Tsukachi. Will they meet again? Ochako. She promised me I would see him again. Tsukachi. I don't know what to do. It's almost impossible for the higher-ups to believe what you're saying. Ochako. I understand. Then I want to ask you a favor. All Might. What about? Ochako. I want you to find Mrs. Midoriya. She needs to see her son back. All Might. But we haven't found it. Tsukachi. That's because the police have been focused on more important things like drug and bullet trafficking. No offense, but I'll personally take care of finding her. Until then, don't worry. Ochako. Yes, thank you very much Mr. Tsukachi, and thank you All Might. Almighty. How? Tsukachi. Well, we should go now. All Might. Uraraka Shouju, if you see Midoriya Shonen again, send him my regards and apologies. Ochako. Claro. Having said that, they proceed to leave. Ochako. I feel calmer, as if instead of carrying a wall on my back by myself, two people are helping me, she said with a slight smile. But not a minute passed before another person entered the room. Ochako. Bakugo. Bakugo. With bandages on his body, this is what we get for treading on dangerous ground, but I don't give a shit about the blows. Ochako. Why? Didn't you tell me you were investigating them? Bakugo. Why didn't you do it? Even though I overheard your conversation, and your attitude since then it was obvious you were hiding something. Ochako. I'm sorry, Bakugo. You shouldn't have exposed yourself, you almost died, you should have stayed still. Ochako. And why were you able to do it? Do you seriously think you were the only one left with feelings of helplessness? I wasn't going to stand idly by. I didn't care how many blows I received as long as I avenged Deku. Bakugo. Listen to me, damn it. There was a dry silence, and Ochako watched him without doing anything else. Bakugo. I'm not saying you shouldn't have done it. In fact, you'd be a total bitch if you hadn't. Ochako. Could you speak to me normally? Bakugo. You're not the only one who wanted to avenge him, even if you loved him more than as a friend. I felt terrible, because of things I did to him in the past, unfinished business, and for not doing enough to make amends. Ochako. Bakugo. Huh. How do you know about my feelings? Bakugo. It was so obvious, how predictable and open you are. Ochako. She blushes slightly. That's not true, she said, sounding somewhat embarrassed. These dialogues have no romantic feelings whatsoever. Having said that, let's continue. Bakugo. The problem is, you were so close to death, and Deku wouldn't have wanted you to die, but you kept going anyway. You must understand that there will be beings that would be unattainable for you with your capacity at the limit of what you can aspire to. No matter how much you try, you simply cannot compete against that. If you didn't end up burned and badly injured in a few seconds in front of me at the sports festival, it was because I allowed it. And beings like that bastard Red Code won't do the same. Ochako. I understand. I can't live up to that. I wasn't realistic. Bakugo. I didn't just come to tell you this, but to ask you to leave everything in my hands. Ochako. What? Bakugo. I do have what it takes. I have the strength to survive, and to continue with the task. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I ask you to trust me. You'll see how I'll bring down that trafficking network, and avenge Deku. With all that in mind, and adding the fact that Deku is alive, Ochako then accepts. Ochako. Okay, I'll leave the rest in your hands. Bakugohei looked at her strangely for a few moments, then his expression returned to normal. I'm glad you understood, otherwise I would have shaken you by the neck. Ochako. I'm glad I accepted, hehe. Bakugo. And one more thing, what was it you told the frog about Deku being alive? Now his expression changed to a more serious one. Ochako felt a chill run down her spine, because knowing Bakugo, she wasn't going to believe for a second that it was Izuku, so she wouldn't say anything, at least not for now. Ochako. Nothing, maybe the drugs they gave me back then were still affecting me, and I hallucinated that it was Deku who saved me. I don't really know who saved me. Bakugo. Well, I'm leaving. Once Ochako left, she waited a little longer before speaking, perhaps he was still listening. Ochako. Ah, what a relief, he's gone. Looks at his bandages and moves his arms. I'm feeling better now, but I can't do anything until I'm discharged. Looks out the window. Just wait, Deku-kun, once I get out of here, I'll see you again, and this time, I won't leave you. She said decisively. Meanwhile, Bakugo was walking back to his room. Bakugo. It's strange that she accepted so quickly, at least I'd say she'd think about it. She's hiding something from me, or maybe not. Hours later that same afternoon, Ochako was discharged, as were those who participated in the 2 missions. The students were taken to their dormitories and informed that the internships would resume in 9 days. You could say they're having a break. Together with other transports, the students of Class A arrived almost at the same time. They greeted each other and talked about what had happened in those days. Ochako just went in without saying anything, and Bakugo went somewhere else to God knows what he'll do. Kaminari sits down in the armchair, very relaxed. Kaminari. I've been dumbfounded 17 times during these internship days. With a soda in hand, I'm going to rest for half the week. She turns on the television and some join her as they continue talking. Ochako, when she was about to go up to her room, her friends. They speak to him. Momo. Uraraka. Juro. How to say it, because of what happened with you yesterday. Mine. We would like you to please. Ochako interrupts them. Don't worry girls, I won't try to investigate and bring them down anymore, or I might die. Hagakuri. Huh, you accept just like that? Momo. Was there a specific reason? Ochako. Yes, I feel like I can confide that to someone else. Besides, I think it's not Nay anymore. But they are interrupted. Commander. Hey Murin this. On television, the head of the Public Safety Commission was giving a message in a broadcast on the news channel. Chief. Citizens, in these past 2 months we have waged a continuous battle against Overhaul's vast drug network. There have been losses to mourn, but also victories to celebrate. For the moment, the fight against them is progressing well as we test methods to confront them. However, there is a threat that seriously jeopardizes our victory against them. The most powerful subordinate of the Yakuza scene to date, Red Code. Ochako was excited by the news, and Suyu noticed this but said nothing. Boss. She has ruined and thwarted many attempts to arrest drug dealers and confiscate drugs and ammunition. In the last 2 missions we've done, she appeared and caused a lot of trouble, seriously injuring many people. Since she appeared, she has injured more than 367 people, including heroes and police officers, and killed at least 68. Her great power and abilities have led to a government order. Red Code being captured, dead or alive. This was supported by her colleagues, who approved without hesitation what the boss said. Kirishima. Will no longer cause any more problems. Todoroki. That's better, he'll pay for his crimes. Iida. Now with that order, he'll surely be more elusive. And the girls have their opinions too. Mina. Now that I think about it, didn't you save a girl recently? Juro. That's right. Momo. He probably did it as a decoy, so he can fool people into thinking he's not such a bad person. Mineta. Totally agree. That ugly guy's days are numbered. And then Tsuyu notices Ochako's absence. She feels sorry for her because she still doesn't believe what she told her. Ochako enters her room and stares at the ceiling from her bed. Ochako. He'll be in more danger now that the government has him pinned down, Deku-kun. He reflects on Deku, accepting that he is alive, or rather, as a Nomu, and also takes into account his feelings towards him. Having been dead, he was able to clarify them in a forced way, so to speak. Ochako. They were right. I really like Deku-kun. She gets up and looks around through her window. Ochako. But it's not time for that now. Deku-kun. Wherever you are and whatever you're doing now, take good care of yourself, I'll be waiting to hear from you. Meanwhile, in the woods far in the distance. Enter a quick body workout sequence. XD. To train his skills, Izuku took off his clothes and covered himself with his bio-armor. Izuku shot at stones with level 2 and then threw stones to practice level 1 of the cannon. Izuku. Damn, Red. The homing is more of a distraction, focus on aiming your level 2 shots properly. And on top of that, you tell me you wanted to add ranged attack when you were alive. Izuku. I still haven't gotten used to the firing and recoil of the cannon. Scene change, Ochako checking her cell phone. Returning to the stage 2 hours later. Izuku. I've improved the semi-automatic level 2. Red. Hey, look at that, in the bushes. Izuku. ESO. A bunny. Red. Hunt it using the automatic on the move. Izuku. Red. Get used to and control the recoil by shooting at a moving live target. Izuku. No but, Red. Catch that rabbit. Izuku sadly goes and chases the rabbit, firing on automatic, trying to fully control the automatic recoil and use it to his advantage. But the truth is, it wasn't going to help him that much. Red told him that because. Red. Thinking to himself, I'm bored. I want to fight. I want violent fighting. He said, annoyed. Changing the scene, Ochako is brushing her hair. Returning to the stage another 2 hours later. Izuku. He falls to the ground after losing his balance while flying with his organic foot thrusters. Red. You can only fly vertically and diagonally. You'll have to use a strong boost from the propellers in midair to change direction. Stop trying to fall in style and concentrate on flying. Izuku. Like Gran Torino. That's it. That way I'll be able to fly better. Red. Bacon what? Changing the scene, Ochako is having dinner with her companions in a very pleasant and comforting atmosphere. Returning to the stage another 2 hours later. Red. Just by thinking about it, you can switch between the 3 firing levels, it's the same as with the power percentage. Izuku. Yes, pointing at a large rock. Red. Aim, and make him burn with pain until he's charred ha ha ha. Izuku. I think you're being too intense, stop joking and watch. Izuku using the power at 20% uses the cannon at level 3. Izuku. He fires a burst of red energy, carbonizing the rock and many meters of what was behind it. Whoa. He slips on a rock and the shot escapes upwards, being very flashy, especially at night. He. Red. You're such a creep, that's so visible at night. Let's move now. Izuku. Why yes. He moves to a more distant area and thinks, I feel like Red-kun is a teacher, a strange mix between Gran Torino and Night Eye. I think I can trust him as a friend after all. He smiles as he continues on his way. Changing the scene, Ochako is already asleep in bed. We return to the stage about 2 hours later. Izuku. Practicing the strike and attack of the bat made of the biomechanical armor material that he can detach at will. Red. For this, nah, you're on your own anyway, even I'm not that good at it, he said, somewhat nonchalantly. Izuku. Don't worry, Red-kun. Like a musketeer, I'll become an expert in battle. Red. Their kindness is over 8,000. And finally, an hour later, that express training session is over for today. It being midnight, Izuku moved towards the roof of a building, already dressed in normal clothes. Izuku. Lying down, looking at the sky, so I don't need to eat or drink water, right? Red. Well, no, at least I never felt the need for that, nor did it harm me. We just need to sleep. Surely there is a life support quirk inside us that, apart from providing the enormous energy for the cannon and the rest of the body, allows us to resist and regenerate better from attacks. Izuku. Yes, they probably keep the Nomus inactive or asleep so they don't waste energy, but since we're different, yawns, sleeping is better than being deactivated like a machine. Izuku falls asleep. Red. I won't risk taking him while he's asleep. If I fail he'll distrust me. I'll do it in the middle of a fight. I just need a mental opening of confusion in his head, a very strong one, he said seriously. Hours later, at 5 a.m., Ochako was sleeping peacefully with her hair messy and a little bit in her mouth when her cell phone rang, waking her up. Ochako. Half asleep she picks up the phone next to her bed. Who is it so early? Yawns. Izuku. Hola Uraraka-san. Ochako. Duh. She covers her mouth and speaks more quietly so as not to wake her companions. Deku-kun, I'm so glad to hear you. Are you all right? You must have felt cold and hungry out there all alone. Where are you now? Izuku. Wow, calm down Uraraka-san, I understand you're worried. Go slower. And, are you okay after what I did to you? Ochako. Yes, I'm as good as new. Deku-kun, don't worry, she said cheerfully. Izuku. I'm glad. Ochako. Do you have somewhere to stay? Izuku. Not really. Red. But there are roofs to sleep on. Izuku. I'd like to sleep on something other than the hard ceiling, Red-kun. Ochako. Red, who are you talking to? Deku-kun. Izuku. We'll talk about that later, Uraraka-san, hehe. Ochako. Okay, you know you could come and stay in the dorms. Izuku. But I can't, Uraraka-san. Remember, I'm presumed dead. I'm talking to you now on a public phone, wearing a mask and a hooded jacket. Ochako. Deku, don't be silly, I know that. You can stay on the roof of the dorms since there's no direct access except through the windows, and besides, nobody goes up there. Izuku. I see, I like it. Ochako. Besides, I wouldn't want you to be alone on the street when they've branded your head. I'm very worried about you. Izuku. Yes, I read it in the newspapers. Network. We're famous. Izuku. You shut up, Red. Okay, Uraraka-san, I'm coming. I'll wait for you hidden in the trees and bushes in front of the academy. Ochako. Of course, I'll be waiting for you. They hang up the call. Ochako wasted no time. She washed her face and got dressed, then climbed out the window, making as little noise as possible. She went into the bushes and trees and sat down to wait for him. 30 minutes later, Izuku. Uraraka-san. Ochako. Here I am. Notices she's not wearing her bio armor. Where did you get those clothes? Izuku. Internet. Network. We stole clothes from some criminals. Izuku. Covers his mouth. He took me by surprise again. Asterisk. Ochako. You stole it, she said, surprised, and your voice suddenly changed. Izuku. I think I should introduce you, Uraraka-san. I share my body with another consciousness. Her name is Red. I'll lend you my vocal cords, Red. Network. What's up, Ochako? Oh, hello, another consciousness besides you. Hey, you broke my arms and almost killed me. And all those people you hurt and killed. How can you live with Deku-kun? Red. Hey brat, watch your mouth or I'll break them again. Izuku. Enough, you two, calm down. 1 minute later, Izuku. Yeah, Ochako. Maybe, Izuku. Red. Network. Since, Izuku. Uraraka-san, I know that, but Red was being controlled. He notices her expression change. When you become a Nomu, you are subjected to mind control. He hurt and killed those people because they were controlling him. Ochako. Oh, I wasn't really aware. We as spectators know that's not true. We continue. Izuku. Now that he's in control, he's free from that, but I think that's just his default personality, hehe. Ochako. I'm so sorry, Red-kun, really. Red. Never mind. Anyway, Are we going in or what? Ochako. Of course. Since Izuku is still a student and is registered, the censors let him pass. Ochako. We must not make noise, let's float. The two of them float, and nervously hold hands until they reach the ceiling. Ochako. Liberar. Red. So that's his gift, interesting. Izuku. It's better than sleeping under an unfamiliar roof. Ochako. It's still too early for the others to wake up, let's talk for now, Deku-kun. Izuku. Yes. They both sit on the floor. Ochako. It's a somewhat trivial question, but what happens after death? Izuku. To be honest, for me it was like waking up from a dream. It was short, as if it were the next day when I died, maybe because my brain didn't disintegrate at all. If it had, then my consciousness and soul would finally detach from my body. Ochako. I understand, and Red-kun, can't you leave Deku's body? Izuku. Uraraka-san. Red. Look Cheeks, I'll explain it to you in a quick and easy way. Ochako. Cheeks, she said, annoyed. Red. Even if I can detach the armor from my body and control it, I'll only last a few seconds and then I'll die. Izuku. Will you die? Network. Yes, according to the default settings on the memory cards they installed. Ochako. I understand now. Red. Is it clear to you that I can't leave the body of your beloved Deku? An awkward silence, and then a blush from both of them. Red. What's wrong with them? They changed color. Ochako. So, would you like to eat Deku? Izuku. No thanks, I can't eat because what keeps me going is a life support system that gives energy to my whole body. I just need to sleep, but thanks. Red. I said you don't need it, not that you can't. Izuku. Ah, you're really deceitful. Ochako. Okay, just wait a little while and I'll bring you something. I'll take advantage of the fact that it's still very early. Izuku. Thank you, I really appreciate it, Uraraka-san. Ochako. Don't worry, I'll take care of you, she said with a beautiful smile, and proceeded to enter the building. Red. How would you rate her? Asterisk. Izuku. What do you mean? Network. Asterisk very close, or something special. Although I should investigate those things. Izuku. I think I would describe her as special, very special, he said, smiling slightly. Red. It stopped changing color, it's weird. Asterisk. Izuku. I'll definitely give him my phone, he has a lot to learn, hehe. Ochako. Careful not to make any noise, went back up to the roof after 8 minutes and found Izuku with his cell phone. Izuku. And that's why humans blush. Red. Basically you get hot on your face, and besides. Izuku. I think that's enough. Ochako. What are the two of them doing? Izuku. Just educating Red, hehe. Red. I educate myself, give me an arm and your left eye. Izuku. Red. While you're talking, I'll use those two things and keep using my phone, that's what I mean. Izuku. Oh okay, you almost scared me. Ochako. Wouldn't you like to eat first? Shows him about 6 sandwiches and a bottled juice. Red. Good cheeks, it will be the first time I've tried food. Izuku. Excuse him, hehe. Ochako makes a small pout of annoyance. Ochako. At least it's better than round face. Izuku proceeds to eat the sandwiches. He found them very tasty, especially since they were made by Ochako-chan XD. 7 minutes later. Red. Humans eat so well. Izuku. Thank you, Uraraka-san, they were very good. Ochako. You went into your room for your phone, right? And you saw that. Izuku. Yes. To give some context, since Izuku died, no one has entered his room except to leave flowers and the occasional decoration, but for about 3 weeks now they have stopped leaving flowers, not because they are bad people but because they wilt and their petals make the room dirty, although every time they pass by his room they give a respectful greeting. However, 3 mysterious flowers have appeared every 2 days ever since, and no one has claimed responsibility yet. Izuku. They've missed me a lot since then, they're true friends, who left 3 flowers in my room since then. Red. I bet you nothing that she is. Ochako. How did you know? Izuku. Seriously, Red. It was just a guess, and you're giving yourself away, how easy. After saying that, he continued watching whatever he was watching on the cell phone with Izuku's left eye. Note: when I lend part of my body to Red, Izuku doesn't feel anything because Red is the one using it, although in theory they can both feel and see it, but on this occasion they can't. Ochako: well, that's true, but I only left one, I don't know who the other two belong to, she said, looking away, a little embarrassed and blushing. Izuku: oh, he pats her briefly on the head. Thank you, he said, smiling at her, and she smiled back, although inside they were nervous. Now that I think about it, are there no classes today? Ochako: that's true, but thank goodness it's still early, I almost got scared. Izuku: you better get ready, if the others don't see you they'll get worried. Ochako: okay, we'll talk later, Deku-kun. Goodbye. Goes down again. Izuku: so, what are you watching, Red? Ah, Red. Watching violent street fights, I'm bored, what else do you want me to do? Izuku: I'm sure there will be something more, hehe, I can suggest something. But before I can suggest anything, I hear sounds and footsteps downstairs. Izuku: wait, I heard something. Red: what does that matter? Izuku: it's just that where I heard them, it was in my room. Izuku carefully approaches to listen, as he is not going to risk being seen. Thanks to his enhanced senses, he can hear it. Bakugo: 2 days later. Nerd: those drug dealers are getting cornered more and more each day, but it seems like they're planning something for us. Anyway, I'll keep giving those sons of bitches what they deserve, especially that red code guy, you'll see. Leaves a blue flower and leaves. Izuku: Kachan. Red: does it bother him that much that he beat him in that fight? Izuku: it's not that, Red. And then another one enters the room, it being Todoroki through the window. Izuku: him too, Todoroki. He leaves a blue flower and removes a petal. I'll never forget your help at that festival. I'll beat Dabi senseless and lock him up for life. He'll pay for stealing and burning your body. Midoriya leaves the room. Izuku: Red, I need my phone for a moment. Hours and hours later in the afternoon, just after classes had ended. Ochako wanted to go see Izuku now, but first she had something else to do. Rest room. All Might. Almost choking on the tea, you have young Midoriya on the roof of the dormitories. Ochako: lower your voice, All Might, or they'll hear us. All Might: yes, cough cough, it's good to have him nearby. I'm asking for myself, is he in good health? Ochako: of course he's fine, at least he's not alone and he has Red-kun with him. All Might: Red, ah, the consciousness you said controlled the body. Ochako: don't worry, Deku is in control of the body now and Red was under mind control, although he's a bit of a troublemaker, I think he's a good person. All Might: I see, I'm glad. Ochako: what do you think about seeing him tomorrow night? We need to be as careful as possible. All Might: yes, I'll call you so we can meet up with Tsukachi. Ochako: entendido. All Might: well, see you later, Uraraka Shouju. After this conversation, Ochako returns to the dorms to see Izuku and her classmates. Her friends, in particular, found her hurry a little strange, but they didn't pay much attention to it. Except to Ochako. Climbing onto the roof, I'm back, Deku. However, Izuku was not well, he was silently hugging his knees. Ochako: what's wrong? Deku approaches him. Izuku: this is terrible. Uraraka-san. Everything that's happened since I died, so many people hurt or dead, drugs and bullets making it all worse, this is my fault. Ochako: that's not true. It's not your fault. Izuku: Tamura and all for one are dead, and if I had defeated Chisaki, everything would be peaceful. I was weak, I couldn't protect Eri or Night Eye. All Might, Mom, I'm so sorry to everyone. Ochako: she can't resist any longer and hugs him. Stop, don't cry, or you'll make me cry too. Izuku cries silently while she hugs him, crying silently as well. Red didn't say anything, other than being sad he was uncomfortable. He doesn't know what it's like to be sad, and to be sad because of the repercussions and consequences of the drug business he serves makes no sense to him. But he feels something strange regarding his guest's sadness at dying and not having protected those two people he doesn't even know, as if he wanted to say something at least empathetic. They spent about 15 minutes there crying silently, releasing all their sadness inside. And someone was secretly listening to them. Izuku was somewhat better, just expressionless while Ochako held him in her lap, stroking his hair, and she was just as he was. Ochako. You're not weak, you did everything you could at that moment, it's not bad to die, Deku. Izuku. Yes, now that I'm back I can rectify my defeat and end this, wherever Eri or Chisaki are. I'll find them. Ochako. I know you can do it, and that's why you're worthy of the name Deku, and you always will be, he said, smiling at her. Izuku. Although I'm still worried about my mom, and All Might. Ochako. She moved house and city, your death affected her, but Officer Tsukachi is looking for her. Izuku. I hope she's okay. God, I miss her so much. Ochako. I also want to tell you something important. All Might already knows you're alive. Izuku. Gets up, really. Ochako. Yes, he and Officer Tsukachi want to see us tomorrow night. They'll help us somehow. You won't be alone in this fight, Deku, never. Izuku. Thank you Uraraka-san, I don't know how to thank you for the help you give me. Ochako. Don't thank me, I could do this all day. He smiles at her. Izuku. Uraraka-san, you'd better go back inside or they'll think it's strange that you're not here. Ochako. Okay, but I'll come up tonight to bring you dinner, okay? Izuku. Sure. Ochako. See you, leaves there. And the spies, noticing that he is leaving, do the same. Izuku. Red, you've been very quiet. Red. I have nothing to say. I don't know what it's like to be sad and I don't know you well, so don't expect me to cry with you. Izuku. I understand, Red. However, I'll just tell you to keep going, you're strong for a reason. Izuku. Yes, I won't give up, Red. You'd better, because if you die, I'll die too, she said in a somewhat tsundere tone. Izuku. Yeah, tent, he said with a drop of sweat. About 3 hours passed until 7 p.m. and Izuku was showing Red other things, to see if anything interested him besides violent fights between people. Red. You only have that All Might guy in mind to teach me. Izuku. It's just so great, his smile and the peace he exudes when saving people and defeating villains. Red. His strength. I would like to fight against him. He sticks out his tongue and runs it over his lips, inside the mind of Izuku that he created. That would be extremely fun. Izuku. He already retired, but I did manage to fight him, it was very difficult, he gave me a beating hehe. Red. Swear Tudo. Izuku. I think I could also teach you something about the country's diversity. He searches on his cell phone for the most beautiful places in Japan. Look at this. Red. Shit. Izuku. This other one. Red. Shit. Izuku. And this one. Red. Shit. Izuku. There must be some place you like, at least the last attempt in this one. This was the image. Hitachi Coastal Park. Note. This is a 190-hectare park located on the Pacific coast in Hitachinaka City, Ibaraki Prefecture. It is famous for its fields of baby blue eyes, flowers, called Nemophila, which bloom in the park during spring. In fact, it is estimated that some 4.5 million flowers cover the park in April. During autumn, another spectacle of colors can be witnessed when the kachia shrubs turn a vibrant crimson, creating a hypnotic, almost surreal landscape. Okay, let's continue. Izuku. And well, Red. It's very nice to look at, that appearance. Izuku. So you did like me. Red. Yeah, I don't know why, but it doesn't matter. At least if you go to that place, I won't say I'm bored. Izuku. That's great, Red. And now what? Izuku. I think we could go train. Red. Hey, look at that smoke. Izuku. A cloud of smoke could be seen in the city, probably a fire. Red. Wouldn't you like some action? Izuku. This is not a game, there may be people in danger. Network. So, Izuku. Let's go. Izuku takes off his clothes and covers himself with his bio-armor, as well as his half-mask and black bandage on his forehead, and takes flight towards there. And a minute later Ochako climbs onto the roof. Ochako. Deku-kun. Mirate traje Katsuden but notice that it's not there. Deku. He searched the entire roof and they weren't even hiding behind the triangular rooftops. Where did he go? If anyone sees him, they'll be in trouble. Changing the scene. It was an apartment complex where a gas leak in the middle caused an explosion and subsequent fire that quickly consumed the building. The event was already being filmed by the press. The firefighters got almost everyone out, but some people were still inside. Although the flames were lower, the building was very weakened and could collapse at any moment. The burning gas also spread to the basement, setting the foundations ablaze. But a woman who had just arrived at the place wanted to enter desperately because her baby was in the building. Her desperate nanny preferred to save her own life instead of the baby's. But karma intervened and she died in an explosion while escaping. Let me through. My baby is inside. I can't let her in. The building will collapse. No. Someone save my baby please. But then people notice Izuku approaching the place. Izuku. Thanks to the sensory focus, I heard them. There are people and a baby still inside. Red. How disappointing. There's no one to fight with. Izuku changes direction as he propels himself forward and enters through the window. People didn't have time to see it properly because he came in very quickly. The woman begged for her baby to be saved, no matter who it was. 20 seconds passed and the fire was still increasing at the top. The roof was about to collapse, and there was her baby. The roof above the lower floor, but in an instant Izuku emerges and lands with the baby in his arms, fortunately without any burns. Izuku. Here he is safe and sound, ma'am. My baby. Thank you. Thank you so much. She cries while hugging her baby. Stop. Don't move. The police were pointing their guns at him. Stay away from him, he's a dangerous criminal. Izuku. Then shoot. Izuku goes back inside the building. Hey, don't ignore us, the police said. In moments he was getting the remaining people out, at least 5 more people, but the building was not going to hold out any longer. Back. It's collapsing. The building was collapsing and Izuku hadn't come out yet, but halfway through the collapse the level 3 red beam pierced through to the top and Izuku flew out carrying the last person. The dust makes it hard to see, until Izuku lands and leaves the person with the others. He looks around, most of them not knowing how to react because, a wanted criminal saving people in such a heroic way. Izuku. I understand your looks, excuse me but I must go. Open fire. Izuku. Wait, they'll give it to other people. Then the hero Desudagoro appeared and struck Izuku with all his might, but Izuku blocked the blow and took a step back. Note. Desudagoro appears in the first chapter and is also the one who received Jiro during his first internship. Izuku. Is he? Desudagoro. Don't be so cynical. Do you think that by doing this you're going to make up for everything you've done? Izuku dodged or blocked his attacks using 10%. Izuku didn't want to hurt him. He didn't have the courage to hit a hero. Red. What are you waiting for to attack him? Izuku. I can't do it. He doesn't know anything and even if he did he has every right to attack me. Red. Then leave it to me, just for a moment. Izuku. I have no other choice. Desudagoro. The only way you can compensate for it is with your death. Izuku gives control of his arms to Red, who then forcefully punches the hero in the abdomen, grabs his arm, and slams him to the ground 3 times, causing him to bleed slightly. Red. Out. He throws Desudagoro against a wall, almost going through it. Desudagoro. Aaagh. Izuku. Enough. Takes control again. Very sorry. Flies away from there. Don't let him escape, sir. The most important thing now is to attend to the injured from the fire. Kick. Yes, you got lucky this time, Red Code. He said, annoyed. Meanwhile, Desudagoro getting up in pain. Desudagoro. Why did he apologize? And his voice, I thought I'd heard it somewhere before. Izuku walks away and places himself on a rooftop building. Izuku. Retracts his half mask. Red, you went too far. 1 hit was enough. Red. That super strong hero wasn't going to fall in 1 hit. Don't be an idiot. Maybe I have the knack for beating them up, and you at least have to give them a good punch so they stop messing around. Izuku. I know, but I still don't like it. Anyway, I think that's enough for today. They really hate you. Red. You mean they hate us? Are you blaming only me? Izuku. Sorry about that. And at that moment, Some police officers went up to the roof because they saw him land on that building. Still, Red. I won't help you this time, do it yourself. Izuku. Good, think of something, then slowly back away with your hands up. Still, Izuku. I got thirsty. I said stay still, Izuku. I'm just going to get some water for a moment. You'll get your water, but in prison. Izuku. Go down, go down. Bai falls into the void. The police look out and he's gone. Izuku had to stay hidden in the entrance of a ventilation duct in one of the walls. Due to the limited space, he had to retract his bio armor because the spikes on his back and legs scraped and made noise in the ventilation. Izuku. It seems we'll be staying here for a while until things calm down. Network. Since. Izuku. Aren't you bored anymore? Red. Something is something, I wanted to fight more. Izuku. Sarah otro dia. After 2 hours, Izuku leaves the duct and returns to Ua, carefully taking advantage of the night to enter undetected like a true super agent. Izuku. I'll carefully fly silently to the ceiling, or they might hear us proceeds to fly. Red. We should do this more often, at least it's entertaining. Izuku. Already on the roof, what a movie, uh-oh. In front of him was Ochako with her arms crossed, somewhat annoyed and tapping the floor, and to one side was the bowl of katsudon which was already cold. Red. You're welcome, Izuku. Yo. Ochako. Don't tell me, I already saw it on the news. Izuku. Sorry about that. Ochako. Hey Deku, I'm not upset about that. Approaches the you were incredible saving those people, and that red lightning bolt and you got out safely with the person, wow. It was incredible, Izuku. Yes, I made sure no one was left behind hehe but Ochako pulls her cheek come on. Ochako. However, I'm upset because you left without saying anything, at least say something. Izuku. I'm sorry, Ochako. He lets go of it. Deku. I was worried, because even though you saved the police in Desudagoro, they still wanted to attack you, but I understand their reasons. Izuku. Yes, he didn't have the courage and Red was the one who ended up hitting him so he could escape. Ochako. Adima's Deku tu vos. Izuku. My voice. Ochako. If it weren't for the mask that made your voice less clear, even without knowing it was you I would realize it was your voice. Izuku. I didn't realize that, I hope it doesn't get any worse. Red. It's over and done with, don't forbid him from going out as if he were your pet, going out there entertains me, cheeks. Izuku. But Red. Ochako. He's right, of course you can go out again, but next time let us know and be careful about what was mentioned. Izuku. Yes, I'll make sure of it, I promise you Uraraka-san. Ochako. It's a shame, I made you katsudon but now it's gone cold. Red. Food is food, and it's delicious, do you agree, Midoriya? Izuku. Why yes, even if it's frozen. I'd enjoy it he said, a little nervous and blushing. Ochako blushed slightly and smiled. Red. Now take off your armor. Izuku. Yes but halfway through pulling it back, she realizes something Ochako. Turns around, I won't watch anything. Izuku. Yes, Red. As if this were embarrassing for you, you're weird. With Izuku already dressed, Ochako gives him the katsudon, which, despite being cold, was still good. Red. The result is satisfactory. Izuku. Gracias Uraraka-san. Ochako. Yes, Deku-kun, it's getting late, I should go to sleep. Izuku. Sure, I'll do the same too. Ochako. See you tomorrow night, we'll meet with All Might. It will. When she left, Izuku lay down on the floor. Izuku was sleepy but couldn't sleep, so he used his cell phone. Barely 10 minutes had passed and Ochako was already ready to sleep until she realized something important. Ochako. No matter where it is, a roof is still a hard place to sleep. Meanwhile, Izuku. I can't sleep. Red. Oh wow, I thought you were already asleep. Izuku. You're very sarcastic. Ochako. Deku-kun. Izuku. Uraraka-san, weren't you going to sleep? And where did you get that futon? Ochako. Before, when I was much younger, I slept on a futon. I brought it with me for nostalgia, hehe. You can sleep with it, you'll be more comfortable. Izuku. Why yes, thank you for that. Ochako. He gives it to her along with a sheet. Okay, now good night. Izuku. Good evening. When Ochako left, Izuku placed the futon on the floor and prepared to sleep. Read. This is better than the hard floor. Asterisk. Izuku. Ontienal aroma de Uraraka-san, he thought, blushing. It's very nice, falls asleep. The next day at 7 a.m. The cell phone alarm rings routinely and Izuku turns it off while still half asleep. Izuku. About, yawns, I did sleep well, just a moment he feels something embracing him. Ochako couldn't resist sleeping with him. Izuku. Uraraka-san. Read. If I didn't say anything, it's because the body needs more heat during these cold seasons to have a better sleep. That's when Uraraka wakes up, looks at Izuku and reacts after 8 seconds. Ochako. Gets up, pay perdón, no era mi intención Deku-kun. Read. You came at 2 in the morning and spent 10 minutes thinking about whether to do it or not. Izuku. Really, Ochako? It's just that, you looked very lonely, after all, you were alone for quite a while. Izuku smiles at him amicably and pats him on the head. Izuku. Even so, thank you. Now I'm not surprised he slept so comfortably. And that's what she deserves. Ochako. I think I should go get ready for class, at least today is Friday. Izuku. Yes, and then at night we'll meet with All Might and Officer Tsukachi. Ochako left and Izuku stayed behind, thinking. Izuku. I haven't heard anything from Tagata-senpai. What could he be doing now? Did All Might tell him about our meeting? Asterisk. Read. Tagata. Who is that? Izuku. He's a friend to whom I transferred my quirk before I died. He surely hasn't rested in his quest to master One for All and find Eri again. Read. One for All. Izuku. I'll explain it to you. About 30 minutes passed, and most of them had already gone to the UA building to attend their classes. Izuku finished explaining One for All to Red, although it's not very important for this story. Red. So, you and that Mirio guy are going to stop this drug thing, right? Izuku. Yes, that's why I want you to help me train and master all my power. By not being under their control, stopping the drug business will make you happy. Red. Yeah, sure. Damn it, forgive me, doctor, it's my purpose to protect the drug business. I have to follow it, but I have no choice but to follow this broccoli head, shit. I'll help you, Izuku. Thank you, I'll become much stronger. Bakugo. We'll see about that, nerd. The voice that interrupts the conversation excites Izuku. He turns around and there was his friend, just climbed onto the roof. Izuku doesn't know how to react. Bakugo is watching him and called him a nerd. This is bad, Izuku thought. Izuku. Kachan. Red. That brat again, they've found us out. Bakugo. Asui was right about what she told me. Uraraka wasn't rambling after all. Izuku. Kachan, don't attack me, listen Bakugo. Shut up, I won't do anything to you. She clenches her hands. Kikisakik, you're an idiot, you're dead. Izuku. I'm sorry, Bakugo. Is that all? How long did you plan on living hidden on the roof? You really hurt all those people and killed them too. What do you have to say about that? Are you really Deku? Izuku. Faced with this scolding, his eyes begin to well up with tears, as if he wanted to cry from guilt. Izuku. I'm sorry I let everyone down. I'm not worthy of the name Deku. Red. Leave this to me. Red speaks directly to Bakugo using Izuku's vocal cords. Red. Listen to me, you piece of shit son of 1,000 whores. I'm the one who caused all that massacre. I'm the one who defeated you that time, the consciousness created for this resurrected body. I am Red Code. Bakugo. So that's how it is, huh? Deku didn't do anything then. You're the real bastard, approaches Izuku. Red. Say something. Don't be such a crybaby. Izuku. Sniff. Kachan. I'm the one controlling the body, and besides, Red was being mind-controlled. He didn't know what he was doing. Red is a bit of a rascal and sarcastic, but he's not a bad person, although I'm still useless, lowers his head. Bakugo. He puts his hand on her shoulder. Did I just call you useless? Izuku. Kachan. Bakugo. He's back and that's what matters. If we want to stop this, we have to kick the shit out of those bastards together, or would you rather keep crying? Izuku. She wipes away her tears. No, we will fight Kachan, we will defeat Shisaki and save Eri, I will not make the same mistakes. Bakugo. He extends his fist, win to save. Izuku. Fist bump, save to win. The wind moves his hair, Izuku smiles and Bakugo doesn't, but that's his style after all. Red. This one fell too, they won't suspect anything about me. Bakugo. And as for you, Red Code, you won't beat me next time, is that clear, you bastard? Red. Yeah, go cry somewhere else, he said, teasing him. Bakugo. Sarah's. Izuku. Hey, you two, if you fight I'll be the one who gets hit. Calm down. Red. He started it. Bakugo. Puto. Izuku. Kachan, don't you have to go to class? Bakugo. Tisk. I'll come back later. Round Face has a few things to explain to me. I hope Asui got her to spill the beans. Izuku. See you, Kachan, he said, smiling at her. Meanwhile, Tsuyu and Ochako were sitting on a bench inside the room where the school's cleaning supplies are kept, leaning on each other's shoulders after talking. Tsuyu. Don't worry, Ochako-chan, Bakugo and I won't tell anyone else. Ochako. Please, if anyone else finds out, Deku will be persecuted. Thank you for your confidentiality. Tsuyu. And forgive me for not believing you, Hiro. Ochako. Don't worry, not just anyone would believe that Deku came back as a Nomu Hihi. Tsuyu. You're right, Hiro. Ochako. Bakugo will shake me by the neck for hiding this from him, even though Deku will have already told him the truth. Tsuyu. In any case, I'll be there to support you. Ochako. Thank you very much Tsuyu-chan, he smiles at her. Tsuyu. Okay, let's get back to class before Aizawa-sensei gets here, Hiro. Now two more know the secret and will be the last for a while. After class, Tsuyu, Ochako and Bakugo leaving in a specific direction told by All Might and ordered by Officer Tsukachi. Bakugo. Deku is already at the meeting place, that officer's house. Tsuyu. Let's hope we can find a solution. Ochako. We already have our alibis so they won't suspect us. I'm going to see my parents for a moment and… Tsuyu. Wasn't there a better alibi for us? Bakugo. A date was the best idea you could come up with, Roundface. Ochako. I couldn't think of anything else hihi. Don't kill me. Tsuyu. The transport has already arrived at the front. Officer Tsukachi in his personal car. Tsukachi. Get up quickly before they see you. With all three of them on board, the car starts. Tsukachi. It seems the secret wasn't kept so tightly locked away after all, he said kindly. Bakugo. We have a right to know too. Tsuyu. Midoriya-chan is with All Might now, right? Tsukachi. That's right. Ochako. There will be a sea of tears when we arrive, he said between short laughs. Tsukachi. While we're here, I have a question for you too, Uraraka and Asui. Do you know about the secret of One for All? Ochako. One for All. Tsuyu. No, sir. Tsukachi. Bakugo. Tell them even though it's not that relevant to this matter we're discussing. Bakugo. Tisk, whatever, listen because I'm not going to repeat it. 15 minutes later. Tsukachi. We've arrived. Everyone gets out of the car. Ochako. Now I understand why Deku wanted Mirio to eat his hair. Tsuyu. That would also explain his brutal increase in strength. Bakugo. Keep this a secret like a grave, or I'll rip your tongues out, is that clear? Both. Yes. He enters the house. In the living room were All Might and Izuku with their heads down. All Might. Of Shonen. With his hand on his shoulder. Don't cry anymore, I don't regret and I won't regret giving you the One for All. Izuku. Thank you All Might, I would like to begin my journey to become stronger as soon as possible. Bakugo. Are you done yet? Izuku. I think so. Red. All Might, fight me. All Might. Maybe another day hihi. Tsuyu. So the one who spoke was Red Code. Bakugo. He's a son of a bitch. Tsukachi. Okay, let's get started with the crucial part here. Everyone sits down, each with a green tea. Tsukachi. Confirm something for me, Midoriya. Now that you control the body, you won't commit all those acts again. Izuku. No, I think I already said that, but Red has undermined control and didn't know what she was doing. I can promise you that none of that will happen again, right Red? Red. Yes, Tsukachi. I see. Bakugo. Even so, I don't trust him. Tsukachi. Bakugo, you didn't heed my warning, did you? Are you still investigating on your own? Bakugo. Tisk, Tsuyu. And have you found out anything important? Bakugo. Nothing relevant so far. Ochako. And what do you do to get the information? Bakugo. I pretend to be a drug addict, that's how I get it. All Might. That's extreme, Bakugo Shonen. Bakugo. My name is Danger. Tsukachi. Getting back to the topic, both the government and the Public Safety Commission want you arrested, that includes civilians. Izuku. I understand, it's normal that they hate me. Red. I don't give a shit if they hate me. Tsuyu. You're not the only one in the body. All Might. And what can be done? Tsukachi. I thought about something when I saw yesterday's incident of that fire where you saved all those people. Even though you were a criminal, there were people who were grateful for your actions, and even though there were attempts to censor it, there were several statements in your favor, like that woman's with her baby. Bakugo. Oh, that, it leaked on the internet. She said she doesn't care if you're a criminal, she'll always be grateful that you saved her son. Izuku. I'm very happy. Ochako. I see how it is, and the same thing happened when I saved that girl who was about to be run over. Izuku. I don't remember that. Red. That happened when we were being monitored. I have no idea why that happened. Tsukachi. There are still many people who hate you, but this can be an opportunity to redeem yourself, save and protect people, and thus show your remorse to them. You will have to do this for at least a few months. Ochako. To become a hero again. Tsuyu. If the forgiveness of the civilians is won, then. Bakugo. Nothing will change. All Might. You're right, Ochako. But why? Bakugo. The government won't care much, since those who will decide his fate are the fucking judges. All Might. Even so, it's a factor in our favor that Midoriya Shonen shows that he is sorry, or rather that those acts committed will not happen again. Tsukachi. That's true, but you can argue that you were not in your right mind when you committed those acts. That's very important when judging someone. Izuku. Mind control. Bakugo. That could work as an argument. Tsukachi. Once you have earned the pardon of the civilian, the government will judge and evaluate you. It is very likely that they will analyze you to determine what network exists and who the witness of this is to appeal regarding mind control. All Might. As Kurogiri you are similar to the shonen Midoriya. Izuku. Kurogiri. Ochako. Are they similar? All Might. He is a Nomu, his body was that of a hero, and to avoid the risk of his consciousness awakening, the doctor created another consciousness for the body, or at least that's what we assume. Both Tsukachi and All Might do not see the need to reveal the part involving Aizawa, as it is a personal matter. Tsukachi. And once it's been analyzed and evaluated, there's a chance you'll be granted a pardon, and you can start over. Tsuyu. And besides, you're already known as the student who died in combat, I'm sure they'll forgive you. Ochako. You won't have to hide anymore, Deku-kun. Izuku. Guys, thank you. I don't know how to thank you for all this, sniff. Starts. EY. She leans on it, she is sitting next to him, always so sentimental. Tsuyu. And what about the others? When will they find out? All Might. We know they are his friends, but the more people who find out, the greater the possibility that outsiders will find out. Tsukachi. That's right, Red. Although, I have a question, Izuku. What, Red? You know you can lose your badge for this, right, officer? Tsukachi. Yes, Bakugo. Ah, because he's helping Deku, finally you say something relevant, idiot. Tsuyu. And also, she's suggesting that Midoriya act as a vigilante, which is also considered illegal. Izuku. Officer, I wouldn't want him to be harmed by me or even arrested. All Might. He's still the same as always, that heroic spirit, caring about others. Tsukachi. Relax, Midoriya, don't worry. Even if I lose my badge, I'll know I helped All Might's chosen one, a true hero who gave his life protecting others. Besides, nobody knows we're here. I'm covered, he said, finishing with a smile. Izuku. I understand, now don't worry anymore. No, wait, does she already know something about my mom? Sukachi. Not yet, but I'm following some leads, rest assured you'll see her again. Izuku. Thank you very much. Ochako. Anything else? All Might know anything about Tagata-senpai? You know what Deku, All Might. That's right, he knows about this. He got a little sentimental because before he knew, he thought about beating up Red Code. Red. Me, All Might. He wanted to come, but the third-year students are still kept in internships longer due to their experience, but once it's over he'll see you immediately, Midoriya Shonen. Izuku. I'd like to see it too. Sukachi. Midoriya, since you'll be acting as a security guard, you won't be on the roof of UA anymore, you're very visible up there. Izuku. Oh, that's right, in fact I'm afraid they'll see me when I leave or come back from training. Ochako. Yeah, even Tsuyu-chan and Bakugo found out in a day. It wasn't such a great idea after all. Bakugo. Of course it was because I'm aware of this. But now that he's on the roof like a cat, that's a problem. Sukachi. All Might and I have thought of something. All Might. We've got you an apartment in the city, it's in a 10-story building, yours is on the 8th, you'll be able to leave from the rooftop instead of the window. Sukachi. Are we all in agreement? Everyone nodded, including Ochako. Izuku found it a little strange. Izuku. Do you agree too, Red? Red. If it's up to you, then I'll cooperate, after all, we're friends, right? Izuku. Yes, were those words completely empty? Sukachi. You can go today if you want, I'll leave All Might, Bakugo, and Asui at Ua, I don't have any more room in the car. Izuku. Sure, I'll go ahead. Once this conversation is over, they proceed to leave. All Might. You two in the back gets into the passenger seat. Tsuyu. Will we have to stick to the established alibi? Bakugo. Don't expect me to shake your hand, he said, annoyed. The car starts, and now Izuku and Ochako are alone. Ochako. So, you're leaving? Izuku. Yes, but only in the evening. Ochako. I'll come to visit you, of course, stealthily. Izuku. Uraraka-san, gracias. Ochako. Deku-kun. Izuku. If it weren't for our paths crossing, I would never have woken up. If it weren't for you, I would have nowhere to go. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have the help I'm receiving. Ochako. Because I care about you a lot, and I would do those things 1,001 times more. They stared at each other with a smile, their eyes both shining a little, and when it seemed that he was going to get even a millimeter closer. Red. Shouldn't we leave? You said you'd go ahead. Izuku. Of course, I almost forgot. Ochako. Me too hehe. Izuku. Vamonos Uraraka-san. Izuku put on the hood of his jacket, a face mask, and they left the house. And, with some nervousness they held hands and then looked for a taxi. Izuku and Uraraka went to the established address. After a 30-minute journey, holding hands they arrived at the apartment building. It was already night. Izuku. It's very ordinary, I like it. They go up in the elevator. Ochako laughs a little. Izuku. What's wrong? Ochako. We haven't let go of each other's hands since we left the house. Izuku. Oh, sorry, hehe, now our hand is sweaty. Red. How disgusting. Ochako. And how do we open the door? The officer didn't give us the key. Izuku. Oh, Red. Go there first before drawing conclusions, maybe it's open. They look for the apartment with the number they are looking for, and indeed, when they find it, the door is closed. Ochako. Oh no, now what? Izuku. I know, I saw this in movies. Look under the rug, here's the key. Ochako. How convenient. The interior was really modest, with a bed, bathroom and small kitchen, and a balcony to see the outside. Ochako. It's very practical and has all the basics, I like it. Izuku. That's true. On a separate table, he sees a frequency radio. Look, it has a note. They approach to read it. It belonged to Officer Sukachi. It says, Midoriya, this radio is set to listen to the 911 frequency. Every alert the police receive in Tokyo will be heard on this radio. They usually even give the nearest location. Tokyo is one of the cities most affected by drugs and bullets, although there are also common crimes committed by villains. It's good to start with Tokyo before moving on to other cities. Good luck. P.S. There's another small radio in the closet so you can continue listening to the frequency even outside. Izuku. This will be very useful to me. Ochako. You will be present at any call for help. Remember that once you save someone, you must leave immediately. Izuku. Yes. Ochako. His phone rings. Hello. Suyu. Ochako-chan, you can come back now. I think with the time that has passed, it won't be suspicious if you come. Ochako. Sure, I'm coming. Hangs up. I have to go now. Izuku. I understand. Take care on your way. Uraraka-san. Ochako. Yes, I'll come visit you as soon as I can, Deku-kun. When she is about to leave through the door, she stops for a moment. Ochako. Deku, you're awesome, you know that. Red. We're awesome. Izuku. What he said, hee. Ochako laughs a little and then leaves. Red. Come on, talk on that radio, I want to break faces. Izuku. Red, remember that it's for saving people more than for fighting. Red. Oh, and that. They were listening to the Tokyo police frequency. So far, there were comments about surveillance in areas of the city or warnings of possible disturbances, but nothing confirmed. Izuku listened to him while he was on the balcony. Izuku. Red. Network. What? Izuku. Why do you like to fight? Red. Because it's fun, and if the opponent is strong it's even more fun, or if it's a poor devil who thinks he's strong, beating and humiliating him is satisfying, they think they can get away with it but. Izuku. Get away with what? Red. In underestimating my strength, and to make that clear I gave them the beating of their lives without caring if I left them very scared or bleeding. That's what heroes do when they fight, they use strength. Izuku. There are differences, the hero does enough damage to stop acting, but that time you attacked Desudagoro, if I hadn't stopped you, you would have hurt him even more. Even with the most cruel, it's not our jurisdiction or objective to make them suffer with force, because the priority is protecting people. Red. That's how I do things. Anyway, changing the subject, if there's nothing to do today you should go train, that express class 1 gave you is nothing. Izuku. That's right, I need to practice and train my cannon, power percentage, flight, and bat handling more. Red. At least that way I won't be bored. Izuku. I'll take the small radio with me just in case something happens. And at that moment the radio crackles with an imminent alert. Attention all units. Kidnapping in the East Zone, 3 armored minivans. The kidnapped are a boy and a girl, according to the information, children of a businessman and former hero. There are 15 individuals not counting the kidnapped. They have already traveled 4 kilometers from the house near the hills. Izuku. We have work to do. Izuku takes the small radio and goes up to the rooftop while continuing to listen. The kidnappers are villains from a dangerous criminal group. The presence of anti-quirk bullets is suspected. Heroes without bullet resistance refrain from intervening. A helicopter is pursuing them. Follow its lead. Izuku. With his clothes off and his armor on, I see the helicopter, it's not that far away. Red. This will be intense, smiles. Izuku at night on the edge of the building preparing to fly in the illuminated city. Red. Rock time, bitches. Izuku begins the flight following the helicopter. Izuku. 20%. Increasing the force of its thrusters, it carefully approaches without attracting attention, looking attentively. Meanwhile, on land, get out of the way. The armored minivans were going fast and crashing into the cars. Mum. The gagged boys said. The kidnapping was successful, we have to take them to Lady Avatar. Armored Vehicle 1, keep Armored Vehicle 2 safe from behind. At your service. Ha ha ha. In the helicopter. Sniper, do you see the hostages? No sir, the windows are tinted, if I shoot, I could hit the children. 2 heroes communicated via radio. Airjet here. Exless is also present, holding Exless while they fly over chasing the vehicles. Exless. I'll blow up the car with my laser beam by melting a tire, they'll lose control and stop. The car will overturn even though there is a risk that the hostages will be hurt. Airjet. It's the only thing we can do until reinforcements arrive with super strength to stop the cars. Exless. Pointing. Damn. They're heroes. Shooter shoots Exless's backpack. Deactivates his quirk with the bullet and they will both fall. The shooter fires an anti-quirk bullet, causing Airjet to stop flying, but Exless was still able to melt 2 wheels. Airjet. Damn it. Both heroes fall but are caught in midair and dropped to the ground. Exless could barely make out a black figure that leapt strongly towards that armored van. Exless. What? I'm losing control. Hold on, said the driver. The car flipped over, rising slightly into the air due to the speed. It was going to fall on civilians. But Izuku makes his appearance after saving Exless and Airjet, bringing the armored van to a sudden stop. What? That's him. Wow, said the helicopter pilot, impressed. Izuku, with his beastly strength, rips off the roof of the minivan and forcefully pulls out the 5 villains. Izuku. The hostages aren't here. Maidenlow. Izuku reacted quickly, attacking the 5 with a strong blow to each one, but when he went for the 5th one, his hair turned into hard, sharp hedgehog spines. You'll look like cheese. Shoots several thorns from her hair. Izuku receives the attack, letting the projectiles embed themselves in his body, and also catches the others with his mouth and hands so that they do not harm the civilians. Izuku. That hurt like hell. Asterisk. Red. You're going to suffer. Izuku releases the thorns and removes all the ones embedded in him before the terrified eyes of the villain and the surprised eyes of the civilians. Impossible. You should be dead. Izuku. I'm already dead. Fires 4 times with its cannon at level 2. The villain is defeated almost immediately and Izuku goes after the other 2 vehicles while he regenerates. The helicopter continues to chase the minivans and Izuku as well. Exclamation mark. Red code. The helicopter gunman shouts through a megaphone. You can't be here, get out or we'll arrest you, you damned criminal. Red. They can't even stop some cars and they're coming for us. Izuku. Listen up. Follow the van in front, I'll follow the other one. Even if the one I follow doesn't have the hostages, as long as you follow the other van, I can go to their aid. Did you hear what I said, you damned murderer? Izuku. Listen to me. This isn't for me, it's for the hostages. You can shoot me if you want, but this is our only chance to keep them. I leave it to your decision. Hey, wait, we have to do what he says. What did you say? Just as he said, this is for the hostages, follows the van in front. Meanwhile, Van 1 is not responding. What does that famous red code think he's doing? Wasn't he a drug dealer's criminal? They're number 2, we have to split up, I'll take the hostages, you act as a decoy. Yes, Izuku. That's a dividend. Izuku pursues by jumping between buildings and flying, since, not yet having mastered complex flight, this is the best way to go faster. Give that bastard what he deserves, said the driver. One of the villains appears through the roof hatch and transforms his arm into an M249 machine gun. Izuku. He'll hit me. I must be his only target. The recoil will scatter the bullets into the buildings, leaves the buildings and stays in flight. Come and eat your soup, you son of a bitch, shoots Izuku point blank. Izuku, having increased his power to 35%, received the bullets without problems and regenerated the damage. Izuku. It hurts, approaches the vehicle. They reach a mid-bridge where passing at that speed is risky. Izuku. That's enough. Fires 3 level 1 projectiles, using the homing gun to avoid bullet collisions. Groa. A villain resembling a crocodile emerges from the ceiling and bites Izuku's neck. Izuku. Ow. Let me go. Tries to break free from the bite's grip. However, what they didn't count on was that a truck, in a reckless move, forcefully pushed the van, causing it to leave the bridge and fall into the water that crosses it. Izuku catches the car even with the villain biting his neck and leaves it not very gently on the shore. Red. Break his teeth. Izuku delivers a powerful blow to the villain's teeth, breaking them and sending him flying. Attack him, went the other 3 remaining villains. Red. Don't be nice, give them a good beating. Izuku, for once, obeys and delivers some strong blows to their abdomens, and their muffled groans can be heard. Red. You deliberately reduced your strength. Izuku. It was a 10% strength. Red. At least you hit it pretty hard, now power up and go after that helicopter. Izuku. Yes, takes flight. The helicopter followed the last van where the hostages were, and the police further ahead put up a perimeter of SWAT trucks to prevent their escape. Damn, we don't have any reinforcements anymore. Red Code is approaching next to the helicopter. It doesn't matter, because we've already arrived. Stops the dry van more than 200 meters from the blockade. Your turn, Smoker. Will be a placer. Goes out onto the roof of the car. Smoker party. It expels from its mouth a large and dense smoke that covers a large area, so thick that not even the light from the helicopter passes through it. You can't see anything, said the helicopter gunner. Izuku, on the other hand, went straight into the smoke, crossing through the people who were fleeing from him. Red, you can't see anything, but surely they can, or it would be stupid of them to have done it if they couldn't see where they were going. Izuku concentrated on listening, trying to distinguish the sounds of the villains and the muffled groans of the kidnapped. He heard a door slam and quick footsteps heading downhill. Izuku. Listo, it generates an air force with its immense strength and points upwards. Delaware smash. The smoke disperses in an instant. Izuku. I have the strength to create air blasts like with One for All. He turns his gaze towards an alley, runs towards it and opens a door a few steps down, entering stealthily as he descends. Izuku. I hear them, they're running. I must stop them. Red. Wait, it's better if you follow them, that way we'll fight their boss too, it'll be great. Oh, and save those brats too. Izuku. I think you're right, okay, let's go. They continued through the tunnel that had been built well in advance, and after a few minutes they heard the sound of a truck that left without a sound. Izuku. That's how they escaped the police, by relocating and driving normally, he said as he followed him carefully. The truck left the city and arrived at a house with a huge warehouse next to it after 15 minutes. Move it. They removed the ropes from their feet so they could walk towards that large warehouse. Inside the place, filled with wooden boxes, were several henchmen, and at the back was the leader, or in this case, their female leader. Remove the gags from their mouths, the leader said. Who are you? Please don't hurt us, the boy said fearfully. What do you want from us? The woman slowly emerged from the shadows, wearing a semi-tight dark blue suit that clung to parts of her body, and she had long, black hair. All I want is revenge, by attacking the heart, she said. Villain name. Lady Avatar. Kosei. Absorption and extraction. Absorption from the mother and extraction from the father. His gift allows him to absorb and store non-solid matter such as electricity, energy, water, fire, gases, etc. in his body with his left hand, except for liquids. He can surround his body with what he absorbs, but if he wants to fire it as a burst, he can only do so with his left hand. He can also only absorb with his left hand, and only if what he absorbs is in a passive state. For example, if Endeavor throws fire at him, he cannot absorb it or he will get hurt, but if he touches Endeavor, he can absorb the fire he generates since he is not in attack mode. With her right hand, she can extract the properties of any solid materials she touches, using them to coat her body and wear it like armor. She can wear up to 3 layers of protection, but this significantly reduces her mobility, and the longer she wears it, the more it affects her bones. Normal clothing is unaffected by her quirk. Her villainous suit is made from her DNA so that it reacts with her quirk, and this suit is also resistant to fire, moisture, and cold. His story, it's rather long and I've rewritten it. Her parents were 21 when she was born. Her father worked as an accountant, and so did her mother. Her father had the power of extraction, and her mother the power of absorption, neither of them interested in being heroes. When she was born, her mother died in childbirth, leaving her father alone with her. A month later, the company downsized, and he lost his job. Having spent a lot of money on his wife's hospital bills and funeral, he had no choice but to steal to support his only family. He used his extraction power to rob banks occasionally, making sure to wear a mask to conceal his identity and minimize harm to law enforcement. Stealing was an excellent way to provide his daughter with a good life, lacking nothing. It was too late to turn back, so he continued stealing sporadically for years, and he never killed anyone. His daughter adored him and never looked down on him, not even when she turned 7 and he told her the truth. The only question she asked was whether he was evil and killed people. When he answered no, explaining it clearly, she still said she loved him and that he would always be her beloved father. However, when she was 8, her father died one day in a fierce confrontation with the father of those boys. He had a counter-dominant gift for the other boys. It was a tough fight that ultimately led to her father's death, though the hero wasn't unharmed. The hero regretted killing him because, besides not having to kill him, her father kept saying he should return to her alive. Lady Avatar was left alone, and she swore to avenge her father's murder by attacking the heart. But she was taken to an orphanage by the police once her father's identity was discovered. Although psychologists tried to make her understand that she shouldn't avenge her father, she shouted at them that he wasn't a villain and that, while he had taken a wrong path, he decided not to be consumed by villainy and only do what was necessary, emphasizing the word, decide. And she wants to do what's necessary, to avenge her father, even if it means being seen as a villain by everyone. Because of her words, they were watching her and she noticed it, so she gradually made everyone see that she had changed and that what she said was just a tantrum, and they believed her. Now she just had to wait. She wasn't a bad person. At the orphanage, she defended those who suffered any kind of bullying. However, after her father's death, she became lonely and more reserved, but if they asked for her help, she would agree. She tried not to form deep bonds with those around her. When she turned 18 and left the orphanage, she had only received a percentage of the money her father had stolen, the rest remained confiscated. For 7 years, she investigated the hero who killed her father, harboring a tremendous hatred for him since childhood, making revenge her sole purpose in life. At the same time, she recruited henchmen she rescued from heroes and police officers and made them work for her. She recruited a total of 25 and kept them under her command, reforming them from villains into petty criminals who stole only what they needed. They all wore masks to conceal their identities, and anyone who dared betray them was beaten, threatened to keep quiet, and then dismissed. She also forbade them from killing civilians, heroes, or villains, stipulating that they could only kill, if necessary, those who stood in their way when the day came to carry out their revenge. At first, her henchmen saw her as their boss, but over the years they grew to appreciate her as both their boss and friend, and they were willing to help her achieve her goal. However, just like when she was in the orphanage, she tried not to form a deep and strong bond with them, or at least she tried, and they knew it and accepted it. It wasn't until now that she found an opportunity to kidnap the children of the now ex-hero. Just as he had taken away what was most precious to her, she would take away and kill what was most precious to him, blinded by hatred and revenge. Now we continue. Lady Avatar. Your father took mine from me, and I will take your children from him. Touches the ground and is covered with concrete and his left hand catches fire. Stay away, Iuda. But before he could hurt them, Izuku entered and, using his bat made from his armor, struck Lady Avatar hard, who barely managed to cover herself with her arm but was sent flying against the back wall. Throw it. Impossible. He followed us all the way here. Izuku. I'm sorry if your father died because of their father, but children shouldn't pay for the mistakes of their parents. Shoot him with the anti-quirk bullets. Izuku destroyed each bullet with a swing of his bat, and even if it hit his armor, it would shatter on impact, and he was using 30% of his power. Lady Avatar. You're so strong. You shattered the concrete of my arm, and it was triple layered. Don't waste your bullets on me. It peels off the concrete skin and touches metal, and that is its new skin to cover itself. I'd already heard of you, Red Code. You bloodthirsty killer. You went on to arrest villains, right? You sellout, state dog. Izuku. There will be no more murders. I redeem myself from all of that and I am willing to save everyone I can. Even if there are many who hate me, I will save them without hesitation. Lady Avatar. You will not prevent my revenge. Fire emanates from its body, setting ablaze the metal with which it is covered. Don't interfere and get the hostages away. He's mine. But when he finishes that he smiles maliciously. When Izuku was about to attack, he was attacked by surprise. Traumatic impact. A villain with a humanoid body and rhinoceros gives Izuku a tremendous blunt blow to the head. The villain was propelled by another villain with spring-loaded catapult-like joints in his arms. Izuku crashed through the wall and slammed the floor. My horn is now covered in blood. Lady Avatar. Unlike my father, I like to play dirty from time to time. If you're still alive, get up and fight everyone, you idiot. Izuku doesn't seem to wake up, but then slow laughter is heard. Red. This is what I expected, he said, moving his body at will as he slowly stood up. Izuku. Ah, Red, what are you doing? Give me control of the body. Red. Oh no, of course not. I'm finally in control again, I don't have to pretend anymore. I can do whatever I want. Izuku. Red, what are you saying? Red. You were an idiot to believe me so easily. Midoriya Izuku. The eyes changed to a white glow almost as if they were small white flames. Lady Avatar. Who are you talking to? It feels different. Izuku. No net, all this time. You were never under control. Red. Shut up, it's time to fight. Lady Avatar. Stop talking to yourself. Lady Avatar unleashes a burst of fire that passes through Red without caring about the damage, grabs Lady by the face and slams her to the ground. Lady Avatar. Who? He hits with all his might the arm with which he holds it. Red. You sure hit hard. With his cannon he uses level 3 and takes a burst of red energy. Leave the boss alone. The villainous rhinoceros charges at Izuku but barely moves him a few meters. Lady Avatar breaks free and unleashes a flurry of blows that push Red back, and he responds in kind, fighting outside the warehouse. Red stops him dead in his tracks with a punch to the stomach and delivers 3 knee strikes to his face, cracking his metal skin. Lady Avatar. Og. Izuku. Red détente. Red. You say you're strong. And that's all you can do. Lady Avatar. Clayt. Discharges all stored fire without stopping. Red. That's hot. Lady Avatar. Muri. Continues hitting the net and destroys the fire-weakened armor. Red. That's better, bitch. He riddles her with a burst of level 2 shots. Gust of air. He uses air pressure with his left hand and sends her flying into the forest. Network. It doesn't even last me 30%. Izuku. Damn it, Red. I trusted you. I defended you and you were faking it all this time. Red. I can't abandon my purpose. Doing that is to cease having a reason to exist. Otherwise, why was I created? Take it again. The villainous rhinoceros is launched back into the net by the villainous catapult. Red. You're really pissing me off, you endangered animal. With a single blow, he breaks the horn and it hits him directly in the face, stopping him dead in his tracks while he continues to regenerate from the burns. Regeneration has become a bit slow due to the percentage of power I'm using. Uses the available regenerated bio armor and forms another bat. The worst is yet to come for you. The villainous rhinoceros was barely getting up when Red hit him 3 times, breaking several of his bones and making him bleed. The other villains were terrified by the brutality. Izuku. Red. Stop. Don't kill them. Red. Don't worry. I don't hate them enough. Red continued to give them a real beating, hitting them with his bat, smashing their heads against the ground. They did little damage to Red due to his resistance and the fact that his armor kept regenerating. The kidnapped boys hugged each other and closed their eyes in the face of such a beating, praying that it wouldn't hurt them. Red. Ah. In the style of Bane with Batman, he knees the villain in the abdomen and catapults him. Wow. Izuku. Détente ya. Red. Don't get involved in this, Deku. But for arguing, the remaining villain stabs Red in the eye with a knife, AAGH. Damn it. But Red holds his arm tightly, AAGH. Red. K Sikachikchik, that hurt me a lot, bastard. Izuku. Calmate Red alto. No. Ah. Screamed the victim. Red. Shut your mouth. He rips off his head and kicks it away. Izuku. Damn it, damn it. Red. I think that's all. Turns to look at the kidnapped boys, they're still here. Izuku. Red, no. Please no, stop. The net, now close to them, who were terrified, breaks the ropes that held them. Izuku. What? Please don't kill us, the girl said through tears. You won't hurt my sister, said the brother, covering her up. Red. Go away, you're not my target. The brothers wasted no time and left as quickly as they could. Izuku. Red too. Red. They were in the way. Besides, they haven't done anything to me. If this is all, I'm leaving. I have to go back to the doctor and protect the drug business. Izuku. Don't tell me, but before they are expected they are interrupted. Lady Avatar. Read Cood. Red. Are you still alive? Lady Avatar. I will never forgive you for releasing my hostages, nor for what you did to my henchmen. You ruined my revenge, and you have no respect for women. You will pay for ruining my revenge and for hitting me. Red. I don't care if you're a woman, and what will you do in that state now? Lady. Ha, you'll see in his left hand he held a high-power electricity generator, and in his other hand a titanium ball my maximum strength. It proceeds to coat itself several times with titanium and absorbs all the electrical charge, which was considerable. Lady Avatar. Ah, Red. This is getting interesting. Lady Avatar, having finished the absorption, stares intently at Red, and in a flash attacks him. Red. Ah, it's very fast. Lady gets behind him and takes his bat and throws it. With a kick in the back she lifts him up and jumps in the same way. Lady. Cresta Relampago, pierces the torso and electrocutes the network. Red. Og. Lady throws him back to the ground, where she attacks him mercilessly with her great strength, destroying his armor. Lady Avatar. Die. Red. Enough already. Stops her hands. You want to fight with everyone. Well, I will too. Red increases its power to the maximum it can release, which is 50% of its total power. Network. Power at 50%. His body occasionally emitted strange red rays. Red begins his attack with spinning kicks and finishes with one towards the chin. Red. He moves and retrieves his bad dot the fastest. Lady Avatar. She will win the fight. They both went against each other. In a flash they were on opposite sides. A silence. And then the cracking of the net armor from the blows, and the destruction of half of Lady's titanium layers, and the force of the blow caused her internal damage, and something else did too. Lady Avatar received more damage than Red. The difference in power was noticeable. Lady Avatar. You won't defeat me. He launches several electric beams from his left hand, which Red dodges, and notices how Lady is more tired and even hears sounds from her body. Red. I understand your weakness now. Activates the level 1 cannon and proceeds to fire homing shots. Lady tries to leave but they catch her. While she continues firing, the tension and overload on your body is so great that your body is being damaged. I can hear your bones cracking more and more. Izuku. He's very perceptive. Lady Avatar then decides to give it her all at once. Even though her titanium skin protects her from the strongest attacks, the real damage is that her body will not withstand the burden of using both powers at the same time, having already received a lot of damage instead of using it at the beginning. Lady Avatar holds Red with all her might. Lady Avatar. Father, this is the last thing I have. Finish him off. He discharges all his electrical energy and also explodes his titanium skin into thousands of small pieces like a shrapnel grenade. The force of the explosion sends Red flying into the trees. There was a long silence. Lady Avatar. I'm sorry, Father. Falls to the ground exhausted but still conscious. Red. Cough cough. A shrapnel-type explosion. I weaken my armor so the metallic blast hits my body directly. The damage still regenerates, only 20% slower. It's dangerous for the drug business. Izuku. Red, that's enough. You've fought the way you wanted, just leave. Red. She is a potential danger to everyone, already being close to Lady Avatar. Lady Avatar. I hate you. Red. Yes, many have already told me that. Aims its cannon, being at level 3, to disintegrate it. Your time has come. The power hum of the cannon is present. Izuku. Détente. Network. Dies. Izuku. Detente. But before he fires, something happens. It's not an attack, a defense, or someone came. Red has a vision upon seeing Lady Avatar's exhausted and dying expression. A memory appears, a different woman on a wooden floor, with only blood in her mouth and an expression identical to Lady Avatar's, but they are not the same person. The woman was a little older and had red hair. Its image distorts, and the scene changes to a brighter but diffuse one. It looked like a field. Then a few sentences. Take care of yourself. It was a woman's voice. No, San, the voice of a small child. Red. What? Me. Aagh. My head hurts. Who was that woman? She doesn't match the description of Deku's mother. Og. Those two voices. Who Og? Izuku. This is my chance. They both feel like they're in a mental vortex where one goes up and the other goes down. Red stares in astonishment and Izuku looks at him with disappointment and anger. "Ah!" was the last scream after a few labored breaths. Izuku finally regains control of his body. Izuku. Ha, ha, ha. I also saw what he saw. Looks at Lady Avatar, I'm so sorry. He turns to look at the warehouse, seeing those defeated and badly beaten villains, as well as the destruction left by their battle. Izuku. I'm so sorry everyone. Red is once again in that subconscious plane, even without processing what she saw. Red. What was that? Who are they? Izuku. Shut up, Red. I don't want to hear you, not now. Izuku hears the sound of the police approaching and the helicopter is far away. Izuku leaves quickly from there still using 50%. At least the two boys were safe. The police and several heroes arrived at the scene after the kids told them where it was. Seeing the massacre, they were surprised that neither the kids nor almost all the villains were dead. They wondered if Red Code was trying to be a hero, or a bloody vigilante. While ambulances arrived to take away the injured villains, a press helicopter arrived with its team to report on the situation. This massacre, I'm told, was carried out by Red Code, but it's surprising that only one person died. The kidnapped boys are safe, and they mention that it was Red Code himself who freed them. Even so, this is brutal. Those who knew the secret tried to contact Izuku, who did not answer because he had left his small radio in a building before following the villains to that place. When communication failed, Sukachi decided to go and talk to everyone privately elsewhere. At that moment the three boys and All Might were in the break room waiting for Sukachi. All Might. Only one died, the rest are alive. Bakugo. What the hell happened? Why the massacre? Didn't Deku say no more blood? Ochako. He would never do that. Tsuyu. So, All Might. But young Midoriya said, that Red was. Bakugo. I'm going to kill that bastard. Ochako. Stop. Think about what you're saying. Tsuyu. Red wasn't lying all this time, but, who controls the body now? All Might. The only thing that worries me now is whether young Midoriya is alright. Ochako. Deku-kun, she said, extremely worried. Meanwhile, Izuku remained hidden in the forest. The mental disturbances and pains caused him to fall unconscious again, just like the first time Izuku took control of his body and remained unconscious for a while afterward. In that subconscious plane where they first spoke, the network was awakening. Red. What was that? Those weren't Deku's memories. I don't know that woman or those voices. Red then senses someone approaching, gets up quickly and barely turns around. Izuku. Smash, hits him in the abdomen. Red touches that painful spot, while Izuku watches. Izuku. Misfortune is what you chose. Approaches the net I offered you my friendship, and you spat in my face. Izuku angrily hits him again, and Red does the same, although they don't actually hurt each other. Izuku grabs him by the neck. You were always aware of your actions, you were never controlled. Red. Yes. Breaks free from his grip. I'm sticking to my purpose. Have you forgotten where I come from? They struggle. I am not a human. I am a consciousness molded as a thug and servant of the one who gave me life, a purpose. To deny it would be to deny my existence. Izuku. They separate and talk face to face. You can't call something a purpose if you don't even know if it's good or bad. Red. I don't know about those things, but if I was created to be a killer protecting bullets and drugs, why deny that destiny? Izuku. Red, you claim to be autonomous, but you're nothing more than a blockhead who can't see beyond what others say. Red. What did you say? Izuku. Have you even considered if that's what you want? You don't know anything about what it means to take someone's life, to make them suffer, or even the consequences of what you're protecting. Red. Why should I think about it? Izuku. Otherwise you'd be nothing more than a mindless Nomu. You're just a random, unconscious person. You're more than you think. Takes the clothes net. Red. To be more than that. Izuku. I've seen this before. Todoroki, you know him. He was a bit like you too. His father raised him to surpass All Might without even questioning whether that's what he wanted. Todoroki grew up resentful because of that and didn't know who he really was. Himself or a puppet of his father. I helped him. I told him it's his power. It's his decision. He reasons and thinks for a reason. He accepted his fire upon learning that he shouldn't follow his father, even though he gave him that purpose. Red. No, I'm not like him. I'm a lab creature. The doctor gave me life. So why do I exist? Why does my heart and mind have to know what yours already knows very well if it doesn't fit my purpose and reason for being? Izuku. I saw the same thing as you. That woman and those voices. Don't you see it? What if you're more than just a created consciousness? What if you were truly human once? Your origin, and that the doctor has deceived you all this time. Red. Shut up. Like I. Izuku. Think, hits him and leaves him on the ground. Go beyond your limits. Plus ultra. She finishes with a raspy voice, pointing to her head with her fingers as if to say she's thinking. There was silence. Only Izuku's heavy breathing could be heard, Red with an expression that I wouldn't quite know how to describe. Izuku. Red, I trusted you. I believed in you. I defended you even though everyone distrusted you, and in that short time, with your few words. I know there's some kindness beneath that sarcastic and mischievous exterior. Sniff. Row. Blanket. Izuku. When you know who you really are, when you see beyond the surface, maybe. I won't hate you, but right now, you disappoint me, Red. Izuku finishes by turning around and leaving. Red remained thoughtful. This mental conflict in his mind about who he really was would not leave him in peace. Red. My existence, was it a lie? Doctor. Returning to the real world. Izuku finally woke up, and it was 5 in the morning, the sun would rise in 1 more hour. Izuku. It felt like it was just a few minutes. Gets up. I will take advantage of the darkness that still remains, takes flight. Izuku toward the city, first to the building where he left his small radio, after which he returned to his apartment, the only place he could go back to. His clothes were still on the rooftop. He retracted his armor, put on his clothes, and went down towards his apartment. Izuku. Uraraka-san and the others must be very worried about me, opens the door to his apartment. I'll call them now. When they opened the door, there they were, Uraraka Bakugo, Tsuyu All Might, and Officer Tsukachi. Ochako. Deku-kun. Hugs him. We were worried about you. Izuku. I'm sorry, a lot has happened. Tsukachi. Let me guess, loss of control. Or a broken promise. All Might. Tsukachi, you are very direct. Bakugo. I already know what's going on. Approaches Izuku. Come on. Red code. Why don't you open Deku's mouth and say something? Huh. Waiting for Red to speak. Tsuyu. He caused the massacre, right? Midoriya-chan. Izuku. Yes, it wasn't. Never controlled. Ochako. Kick. You were a liar from the start, Red. Hey, are you listening to us? He said, holding Izuku's face. Oh. I'm sorry, Deku. Izuku. It's kind of awkward. All Might. Please stop. By doing that they make young Midoriya uncomfortable. Tsuyu. Are you sure that won't happen again, Midoriya-chan? Izuku. It won't happen again, I promise. Tsukachi. Don't worry, despite that we will continue to support you, since the culprit is someone else. Red saw everything. He felt the disappointed and hostile aura of Ochako, Bakugo, Tsuyu and Officer Tsukachi. However, All Might didn't show it, and he didn't feel the same way about Izuku either. However, they were not happy at all. Bakugo. What exactly happened? How did he take control? Izuku. I received a very strong blow to the head. Red took advantage of the situation to control me. He defeated all the villains but did not hurt the hostages. When he was going to kill the most powerful villain he had visions. Ochako. Visions. Izuku. An image of a woman and some voices. After that I regained control. Tsuyu. They weren't yours and not his either. Izuku. I'm not really sure, but for now, I don't want to talk to Red. I'm annoyed with him. Ochako. We all are. He took advantage of you. All Might. Memories, vestiges of past memories, I think. All Might. Izuku. Did they arrest everyone, Officer? Tsukachi. Almost everyone, but Lady Avatar and one other person weren't there, they escaped. Izuku. I understand. Tries to get revenge again. Tsukachi. Everything will continue as before. People's opinion of you remains mostly the same, only those you have saved might think otherwise. Tsuyu. Whatever you do, you have to keep saving people, and keep the network under control. Izuku. Yes, All Might. Young people, you should return to the dorms now, or the school might become suspicious. They all begin to leave. Bakugo. If that idiot tries it again, I'll kill him. Izuku. Claro Kachan. Ochako. Take care. Deku-kun takes her hand. See you. Meanwhile, Red. Who am I really? Could it be that I'm nothing more than someone with the strength of an adult but the mind of a child? I don't know things that I didn't think were important at all. Asterisk. After this, Izuku went to train for the rest of the day, and for the remaining 7 days he began his duty as a vigilante, training during the day and going out as soon as it got dark. Red didn't speak the whole time. Izuku's anger had subsided, and he tried to talk to him, but he didn't respond. And if he did, it was to say that he wanted to be alone. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the doctor was starting his project to bring Red Code back. Doctor. So you fancy yourself a vigilante, huh, Midoriya Izuku? Just you wait, and I'll bring you back to me, even if the Red Code changes. I know what to do. Observe the Chisaki capsule. Doctor. You will be whole very soon. I want both powerful beings on my side. He leaves the machines and approaches a communicator, and it's time to hide and exterminate the heroes like rats. Are the preparations for the distribution ready? Yes, everything is in order and ready. Maruta. Let the mass trade of the final product begin. Ha 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 ha. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the site. Eri. I can't. I told him that I wouldn't challenge him anymore. I don't want any more dead people. The League of Villains wanted to begin their revenge against Chisaki and the Doctor. Compress. But you hate it, right? Eri. I don't even want you to die. You're the only ones who talk to me. Spinner. We don't care about dying if it means the Doctor and Chisaki get screwed. Toga. All we ask of you is that you cooperate when the time comes, nothing more than that. Twice. Besides, we're harder to crack than a rock. We're not going to die. My elbow itches. Eri. Okay. Toga. That said, you can't back down, because we need your help to get revenge. Eri. Yes, Sniff, they are good people. Toga. Look at it that way if you want. The League members are leaving. Twice. Everything's going according to plan. Spinner. He sees us as heroes. Toga. Let her think that. We don't care about heroes or society. If it were up to me, I'd let them continue suffering, but that traitorous Doctor and that damned Chisaki won't get what they want, even if we're indirectly saving this shitty society by doing this. Compress. What does Dobby say about this? Is he willing to collaborate? Twice. He says he'll always do it, and when they let him achieve his goal to roast Two-Tone. Toga. We're happy if she just does that one thing. Compress. If we do it right, our plan will be a great show with a satisfying outcome. The League begins to pull the strings for revenge. Meanwhile, the worst begins. The sale of the permanent anti-quirk bullets was a success. They were selling well, with stock reaching 3,000 for now. The price was high, but they were still efficient, and the temporary effect bullets were still being sold. However, without the Red Code protecting the business, arrests of traffickers were higher, but the terrible thing was the loss of the heroes. 7 days passed since the trade and around 600 heroes were left without a quirk to work with. They were exterminating them. In the meeting room. Bakugo. They're selling fast. I was in those parts disguised. Even though the prices are high, it's more efficient than a time bullet, damn it. Izuku. Speaking from a video call, without their quirks, they won't be able to face all the villains and Yakuza. Ochako. At this rate, with the pace he's going, in less than a year all the heroes of the country will fall. Suyu. And the internships are about to begin. Izuku. Yes, he rubs his eye. Ochako. What's up Deku-kun? Izuku. For the past few days my eyes have been more irritated than usual, I don't know why. Bakugo. Putting that aside, this is shit. Ochako. Can this get any worse? And at that moment, Red. Nothing will happen to them, at least, for now. Everyone was surprised that Red spoke. Izuku. You spoke, Red. Bakugo. Ha, you finally opened your mouth. Ochako. What do you mean? Red. The heroes might retire, but not all of them, only the most suitable ones would stay. Besides, there's the police. Ochako. Precisely because there's only the police, they won't be able to handle them. Red. You don't understand, do you? Sue you. And why are you worried about this? What are you looking for? Red. Yo. And at that moment someone comes through the door. Izuku. All Might. Ochako. Did something bad happen? All Might. Aizawa-kun wants everyone in the dorms. He wants to talk to them. Already in the bedrooms. Iida. What? Are they going to put us all on mandatory reserve? Aizawa. It was an order from the government, but not all heroes will be put in reserve. Those with quirks suitable to withstand bullets will go out to fight, and putting it in percentages, there aren't many of them. Todoroki. They won't be able to take on so many. Aizawa. The government will release more than 10,000 reserve police officers, including those from the special forces. With the use of weapons and the resilient heroes, we can at least hold out for a while. Bakugo. And then what? Just resist. Todoroki. It's the most appropriate thing to do, to avoid losses of the heroes. Bakugo. And you're satisfied with that? Todoroki. Kick. Do you want to die like Midoriya? That left everyone speechless. Aizawa. Enough, that was the order, even if you don't like it, you have to obey it. Later I will select those who are suitable for this class. It will. Momo. Todoroki-san. It wasn't necessary to bring up Midoriya-san. Todoroki. Well, how else is he going to understand? Bakugo. Bastard. Iida. Enough, you two. Everyone retreat. Everyone is leaving. Todoroki. With this restriction, how will I ever be able to avenge Midoriya? Damn it. Asterisk. Meanwhile, Ochako. And that's what happened. Izuku. Nos están retirando. Red. That's what I meant. After all, they're still students. Ochako. You don't have to remind us if we already know. Bakugo. And now what? Will this stop you, Deku? Izuku. Not at all. I can even withstand a burst from an M249. The bullets won't do anything to me, I'll continue with this. Ochako. But still be careful, Deku-kun. Izuku. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I think I'll be out soon, it's getting late. See you. Hang up the call. Izuku takes a deep breath and sits down on his bed. Izuku. Red, are you still there? Does not respond. Why are you just now talking, Red? Red. I still have conflicts. Leave me alone, Deku. Izuku. Her over phone rings again. All Might. Takes the call. All Might. Midoriya, are you busy? Izuku. Not at all. What's wrong? Tell me. All Might. We have something to discuss with Tsukachi, and someone else wants to see you. We'll meet at Tsukachi's house. Izuku. But who is it? All Might. It's a surprise. Izuku. Okay, here I come. Hangs up the call. Izuku went to Tsukachi's house, taking about 15 minutes. Upon arriving, he rang the doorbell. Tsukachi. Pasa. Upon entering, All Might. I'm glad you came. Izuku. Yes, and what do you want to talk about? I thought that underneath the armor he would be fleshy and unpleasant, a voice said from behind. Izuku. That voice. Turns around. Mirio. But I'm glad you're still human. Hello Midoriya. Izuku. A million. Tagata-senpai. Mirio. Come on, don't cry. A few taps on the shoulder. I'm the one who should be crying. After all, you're back with us, Midoriya. They both shake hands, one crying internally and the other externally. Red. So he's Mirio Tagata. Asterisk. Izuku. How have you been doing with all this? Mirio. I've given my best effort everywhere I go, yet this still doesn't stop. Izuku. I see, and how are you doing with One for All? Mirio. Wow, there's so much to talk about that I'd go on for too long, hehe. For now, I'm 90% sure, but I still have a ways to go. Izuku. It's simply incredible. He said excitedly. Mirio. Well, Izuku. What, Mirio? Don't you have someone problematic you could introduce me to? Izuku. Well, I call him Red, but he barely speaks, he's conflicted right now. I don't know what to think of him when the anger I felt when he did that passed. Mirio. I'll assume you're listening and watching me. Looks Izuku directly in the eyes. Listen, All Might gave me at least some idea of what you saw at that time. If you're really more than just a killing machine, prove it, do you understand? Izuku. He feels his arm moving on its own. What? And his hand shows a sign of agreement, red. Tsukachi. You can talk later in a little while when we finish discussing the topic for which we summoned you. As you already know, the heroes have been put in reserve and we are bringing out as many police officers as we can. However, the heroes who can withstand bullets can naturally continue working. However, that means that the heroes are limited in their capabilities in other areas such as rescue or pursuit. Izuku. Do you know how many heroes will be able to participate? All Might. For now, the count doesn't even reach 200, and of your companions, only Kirishima might be available, but this is temporary, there may be new methods later on for more heroes to join. Mirio. The villains think that with permanent bullets they will have everything easier and will underestimate us, we will take advantage of that. All Might. The point of this is that you and young Mirio, thanks to your abilities, can catch or destroy the anti-quirk bullets that attack you. That's why from now on you will put much more effort into your work as heroes. Izuku. Yes, with this situation, I must give more than 100%, and I am willing to collaborate with Mirio-senpai. Mirio. Me too, and if possible. Izuku. Mirio. We will save those we couldn't save, and we will defeat those we couldn't defeat. Eri. Chisaki. All Might. Shonens. I'm proud of both of you. Tsukachi. Okay, we'll start today if it's not too much trouble. Good luck, heroes. Both. Yes. Meanwhile, Red. Forgive me, Midoriya, about the eyes, but I needed, and still need to know more, to see beyond my limited reality. A week had passed since the heroes were put on reserve and the police were on high alert. Izuku and Mirio left Tokyo to also watch and fight in other cities. The heroes rated as bulletproof were spread across cities where these drugs are most commonly sold and where the villainy rate is highest. Izuku fared relatively well in the first week, saving at least 40 people, but half of them reproached him for his past actions. Several of them had lost friends or family because of drugs or at the hands of Red Code, and Izuku just kept leaving. Izuku and Mirio were separated but in the same city. If someone saw Lemillion with Red Code without wanting to arrest him, it would seriously harm Mirio, and if one needed help, they would help each other. This first week was somewhat difficult, although at first the villains did not expect this response. Little by little this advantage was lost as they adapted to the situation. The Yakuza and villains would end the resistance before firing the anti-quirk bullets. 8 retired heroes fell this week. Likewise, Dr. Maruta ordered a greater number of provoked attacks to attract the police and heroes in order to destroy them little by little. It's 8:11 p.m. Izuku. He enters his apartment through the roof and goes into his room. I've been working for 2 days straight. Lies down on his bed. I need to sleep. These days the crime rate is on the rise, at least in this city it's controlled by our presence. Tomorrow we'll go to another city to help out. Mirio-senpai by day and me by night. Because of my criminal status, he sleeps in another apartment not far from here. These days, Red has finally spoken a little more, and even helps me like a third and fourth eye, but only 2 or 3 times. He worries me. Asterisk. As soon as Izuku falls into a deep sleep, his arm moves and he takes the cell phone from the table next to him. His right eye opens and the audio from one ear is reserved. Red. Forgive me, Midoriya, if I irritated your eyes, but I needed to know more than just killing, hitting, blindly obeying. Since Red had those visions, when Izuku slept, Red took advantage of it to nourish himself with knowledge, laws, social sciences, drug cases and villains, etc. Red. I haven't stopped thinking about it, my reality was truly limited. Asterisk. As Red continued reading more cases, and seeing from another perspective the damage that these things were causing, fallen heroes, ruined lives, lost lives. Red. An old news item is found. It was an article from when he appeared to interrupt the raid on the anti-quirk bullet warehouse. He read that several of the police officers he shot with his level 2 cannon were left with serious and some irreversible burns, and after a few hours, 7 had died. Red. But, when I shot them, they didn't look so bad. Shoot. And in her mind, she sees those burns on her eyes again and again. Red. Let me scroll down to another news item. They didn't look so bad. And he sees another news story. This one has nothing to do with him, but it caught his attention. A mother defends her son from drug dealers in a suburban district. Red. She defends him despite being unarmed and having a rather weak quirk. A mother, ah. Another memory comes to his mind. The same woman with her back to him. She looked younger and her hair seemed to move at will and was very long. She covered his view, but he managed to see other pairs of feet in front, other people. The memory ends. Red. Another one. Is that all? Who was that woman? That memory came back when I read that news. Could it be her, what they call Mom? I can't stand it. I need to talk to someone. Search in the contacts please. Answer. Uraraka. Meanwhile, Ochako was getting ready for bed after a shower following an afternoon training session, when her phone rang. Ochako. Deku-kun. Answer the call. Hello Deku. What's happening at this hour? Red. Hola, Uraraka. Ochako. That voice, is that you, Net? She said seriously. Why are you calling? Red. I'm only controlling Midoriya's right arm, ear, and eye, but nothing else. I'm just. Ochako. I see, it was you who was irritating Deku's eyes. And you're controlling him even while he's asleep. Stop it already. Red. Uraraka, I just want to talk to you. Ochako. What do you want to talk about? You're a liar who betrayed everyone's trust. Red. Uraraka, please. I can't take it anymore. I've barely spoken to Midoriya because I don't have the courage to. You're the only person I can talk to right now. I beg you, please listen to me. Ochako. Are you crying? Red. Those visions that stopped me that day. I haven't stopped thinking about it. I want to open up to someone. Uraraka, please. Feeling compassionate towards the mentally unstable Net, Ochako agrees to listen to him. Ochako. Okay, I'm listening. Red. What I saw for the first time was an injured woman lying on the wall and floor, still conscious, as if she had been beaten. Then her voice, wishing me good luck. I don't understand what she means. Then the voice of a child saying to me, brother. And then I found myself in a bright place, the floor white and a white tree, but nothing more. Ochako. You don't know them, do you? Red. No, I don't really know who they are. Then today, a few minutes ago, while I was reading the news, I saw one that caught my attention, about a mother who protected her son from drug dealers in a suburban neighborhood, and that triggered another memory. The same woman in front of me, she looked younger and with much longer hair, seemingly moving on her own. She seemed to be defending me. Ochako. Red, the way you describe it, that could be your mother. Red. But how? I'm from a lab, or am I more? Ochako. Whatever they told you, those memories aren't normal if you say you're artificial. Whoever brought you into this world is hiding something from you. Red. The doctor. Did he lie to me? Midoriya already told me. Ochako. That's the most logical thing to do. Red. But, besides that, I can't help but feel something more. Ochako. What? Red. I read an article about the time I broke into the anti-quirk bullet warehouse, the same day Midoriya woke up. Ochako. That's right, I think I know what you mean. The police, right? Red. When I shot them, at level 2, they didn't look so bad. I swear, but several had nasty burns, and some were dead. Ochako. Red, they're not you. They don't have regeneration, armor, or even super strength. Did you really think they'd be okay? Red. I thought your survival meant you were okay, and if you died, you died. I attacked all the heroes, police officers, and snitches. I did it with that thought. I used my cannon even when they were defeated, and thinking about that, I feel a sensation, like my chest was being crushed. Ochako. That, Red, it's called guilt. You never thought about the extent of your strength. For you it was just fighting and nothing more. You didn't worry about their physical condition, except for fighting, and the attacks you made with your cannon were dangerous, and that feeling of guilt is not a coincidence. When you shoot someone, you're not just killing that person, you're killing a part of all the people who love that person. Note. I'll leave it to you to find out where that phrase comes from. Red. I was blinded. In my false reality, I was a complete idiot. It's too much. I think about those I hurt and killed, and now I'm even more intrigued by those memories. Was that woman my mother? What am I really? Ochako. Listen, Red, it's okay. The fact that you feel guilty for all the harm you've caused, that you've shed your tears, and that you're calling with these intentions. I can sense that you weren't lost after all. Red. Uraraka-san. Ochako. Keep going, Red. You're doing well on your path of repentance. Help Deku as much as you can. Don't be sad, because Deku is too kind and understanding to turn his back on you forever, even knowing about the memories you saw, and about your mother or your origins. I'm sure they're okay. If more memories come back, you can count on my help, okay? Red. Uraraka-san. Thank you so much, and I'm sorry for breaking your arms and almost killing you. Ochako. Don't worry about that anymore, Red, that's all in the past. Red. Uraraka-san. No le digas de esto a Midoriya. Ochako. Why, Red? I'd like to tell him myself, but it's not the right time yet, once he's discovered who I really am. I'll tell him. Ochako. I understand, I will keep the secret. Red. Thank you, Uraraka-san. Ochako. Yes, Red. You're a sweetheart. Goodbye. Hangs up the call. Ochako. I didn't sense any falseness in his words, he was too honest to be faked. Smiles slightly. Red. That was very relieving. She was so kind. Instead of telling me to fuck off, she listened to me until the end, and even offered her help. Ha. How lucky you are, Midoriya. This is kind of peculiar, isn't it? What do you think? Cool. The next day. Izuku. Armor. Ochako. That's what Aizawa-sensei told us, but not everyone will be able to wear them. Since they're bulletproof, they're rigid and uncomfortable. Besides, many people can't adapt to wearing a full-body bulletproof suit, including their head. Bakugo, Todoroki, and Iida are the only ones in our class who can wear them so far. The others are being tested to see if they're suitable, but for others like me, Mina, or Momo, it's almost impossible for us to wear them. To rescue people, I need good mobility and I need my hands exposed. Mina can melt her suit, and Momo, because of her quirk, needs her clothes to be open. Izuku. That's true, that's detrimental. Ochako. Besides, there's the huge risk of losing your quirk, because they don't just have temporary ones, but permanent ones too. One shot and you're done for. Izuku. That will surely generate a psychological effect in combat, extreme paranoia in combat. If you get shot, all you can do is wait to see if it's permanent or temporary. Ochako. And, how are things going with Mirio? Izuku. It's still out there, I go out at night. Thanks to the two of us, since we arrived in this city a few days ago, the crime rate in this city has started to go down. Ochako. I'm glad, and Red. Izuku. Red. We've only talked a little. Sometimes he helps me like a partner. I thank him and he accepts, but when I want to talk more he tells me he wants to be alone for now. I don't like that. Ochako. Don't worry, she'll soon be speaking like before. Izuku. I hope so. Hey, you sounded very optimistic about this. I thought you didn't like Red because of what happened. Ochako. And I still dislike her, that still holds true. Izuku. I understand. Well, I'll call you later, okay? Ochako. Yes, take care. Deku hangs up. And at that moment the police radio crackles to life. Alert, there's an attack in the west side of the city. There are many of them and they're armed. We need police reinforcements and heroes quickly. Izuku. Lemillion will take care of it. I can't go out during the day. Incident in the suburban area. A large, out-of-control teenager, cause unknown. We request reinforcements. Izuku. Oh no, with the main incident, very few will come to help. But, Red. Go there. Izuku. Red. But Red. The sun is no impediment for you, nothing is an impediment to going to save. Let's go. Izuku. Yes, you're right. Izuku runs to the rooftop, takes off his clothes, pulls out his armor and heads towards the location using 17%. At the site of the main incident. Broken defenses. Fire at the heroes. They remove the quirk of 3. Fire. They open fire on the villains, who are also going to attack. Edge shot. An anti-quirk bullet makes a precise internal attack, leaving them unconscious. He won't do anything to me. So, let's see what you do against me. And my control over my body density. Edgeshot. Damn, and there are still several villains left. Mirio. Detroit Smosh. Keeps the villain away. Wow, you're a tough villain, he said, smiling. It's the one, it's become very popular with people. Lemillion. Mirio. Everything is fine. I'm here. Shoot them. Even the temporary ones. Million. Catches the bullets. You know where this is coming from, right? Breaks the bullet. It comes from a little, helpless girl. Mirio proceeds to fight. Meanwhile, the teenager was out of control due to a powerful performance-enhancing drug. His classmates found it lying around yesterday, unaware of how terrible it could be. The next day, after going out, they gave it to him in a soft drink as a joke. The boy's quirk was to double his size and musculature, but the drug quintupled his size, and now he is irrational because of the drug. The neighbors called the police and his remorseful friends went to warn his family. Grua. He broke things and attacked everyone he saw. The few police officers there didn't know what to do, because even though he was that size, if they shot him there was a possibility that the bullet would pierce him and damage an organ. The boy grabbed two of the police officers. It looked like he was going to squeeze them until they burst. Izuku. Let them go. He kicks him in the chest, making him back away and let go of them. Red Code. What are you doing here? Do you want to kill that boy? He points at him. Izuku. You're wrong, I've only come to stop him. Shoot at the piso. Izuku looks at the boy who was starting to get up from that tremendous blow. Hey, don't ignore me. Izuku. He points his cannon at him. A level 2 burst will suffice. Network. Shoot, remember what he read. Wait. Izuku. What's happening? Red. The shot at level 2 will cause too much damage. Izuku. Kuro. Red. It will burn him badly, besides, he's just a child, we have to be careful. Izuku. That's right. Ah. The boy hits and Izuku holds his hand. Izuku. Thinks, a way to beat him without hurting him. I've got it. Izuku lets go of his arm, and gives him a good punch in the stomach, leaving him breathless. Ah. Ah. Cough cough, kick. Ah. Izuku. But, dodges his attack, gets behind him and punches him in the neck. The blow knocks him unconscious, and Izuku is glad about that. But, Kotoru. Kotoru. It was the boy's mother accompanied by the rest of the family. Izuku. Su familia. It's him. It's you, you bastard. You killed my son. Izuku. He's wrong, he's just unconscious. You killed my husband. Do you remember him? Of all those you have attacked. Izuku couldn't say anything about that. Red. Oh no. Shit. What are you all doing standing there? Arrest him. The cops point at him and Izuku leaves. Izuku. I'm sorry. No matter where you go, you're going to pay for what you did. Red Code. The woman went to her son to see how he was, while exclaiming for them to bring help for him. This wasn't going to stay like this, because there are hundreds who hate him a lot, people directly affected by the old Red Code, people who will never forgive him no matter how much he saves everyone. Red. This is my fault. Izuku. Red. I don't know what to say, because in the end you did it willingly, but under a lie that they had told you. Red. Likewise, those lives lost will not return. Izuku. Yes. Red. I want to be alone for a moment. Better come back and wait until night. If you need me I'll literally be in you. Izuku. Yes, thank you for that. I feel that Red is different. He's not the same as the Red from a few weeks ago. I feel that he's changing, but how? I mean, how does he manage to do that if he's isolated in my head? Without controlling my body. After knocking out that boy, Izuku had to wait hidden until nightfall, since his black appearance was very visible during the day and if he went to his apartment he would be discovered. He went into a forest to train to kill time, trying to make as little noise as possible. Meanwhile, the main attack has already been contained thanks to Lemillion. The police were slowly taking the villains away, and Mirio was interrogating one of them, the same one who could control his density. He hit him until he ran out of time, and with the kinetic force of the blows he caused internal damage. Mirio. This is the blood of a little girl. Who is suffering a lot right now. Has it from the clothes, tell me where it is. I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. Mirio. Where's your boss? Who's giving you this? Where's Overhaul? I won't tell you no matter how much you hit me. Even though we were arrested, 5 heroes are out of the game. We're getting closer to liberation, I promised. Edgeshot entered his body and knocked him unconscious. Edgeshot. It's useless to make him talk. Mirio. Damn it, Eri. Asterisk. Hours later, at nightfall, Izuku, instead of returning, continued his vigilance until midnight, during which time Red helped him as a third and fourth eye. 12 p.m. Izuku. Wow, what a busy day today, don't you think, Red? Red. And Izuku. Thanks for your help, I'm sure we're the unstoppable duo. Red. An explosive couple, like in that movie. Izuku. Something like that, hehe. Izuku checks his cell phone, with some messages. Ochako. I saw the news Deku, you did the right thing by knocking him unconscious, poor boy, I wish you a good dream Deku-kun uwu. Mirio. I wasn't lucky, Deku. I couldn't get them to talk about where Eri or Chisaki are. I'm sorry, at least we stopped the attack, 5 heroes retired, but it could have been worse. Izuku. Mirio, the message replies. Izuku. Don't get depressed, soon someone will talk and we'll get a clue as to where they are, and when we know, we'll save Eri. Red. If I knew where they were, I'd tell you right away, Deku. Izuku. But you don't know, don't blame yourself Red, someday this will end. Izuku then went to sleep, Red was still awake, maybe to continue using his cell phone. Red. After talking with Uraraka-san, I don't think I need my phone anymore, I've already irritated Deku's eyes so much. I think I should go to sleep too. But before she can sleep, her cell phone rings with a notification message. Out of curiosity, she picks up the phone and reads the message. Red. Bakugo. The message reads as follows. I know you're reading this, you bastard, so call me now. Red. Why is he doing this? The llama of the Bakugo, too. Bakugo. Asike Malevolo Red Code Say knows Puso Sentimental. Red. How do you know that? Bakugo. Roundface told his friend and she told me. Nothing escapes me. Red. But I told him not to say anything. Bakugo. You didn't say anything to Deku, not to the others. Red. Oh, anyway, why do you want to talk? To make fun of me for wanting to change. I understand, after all I know you'll never trust me, and you'll even threaten to kill me. Bakugo. Are you done yet? Red. I think so. Bakugo. If I called you, it's because I want you to tell me if you really intend to stop being a heartless killer. Red. Yes, ever since I had those memories. I think she already told you everything, right? Bakugo. You haven't had any more memories. Red. No, I think I have them in specific situations. Bakugo. I'll hit you on the head so you'll have new memories. Red. Sometimes I think there isn't that much difference between you and me. Bakugo. What did you say? Red. You are aggressive, rude, loud, impertinent, and you don't respect others by their names more than by the nicknames you give them, you never change. Bakugo. Have you finished your monologue yet? Red. Yes. Bakugo. You don't know me. Being loud and aggressive has been my character since I was little, it's my nature, but that doesn't mean I'm incapable of changing. When Deku died, those feelings of guilt for what I did to him at school and after awakening my quirk, became very strong, like I was being choked for being such an idiot. I regret being such a Bakugo. Red. And then what? Bakugo. Ever since Deku beat me in a test with his own ingenuity, I realized that my way of seeing reality, of me being all-powerful, was false, and although it was slow, I began to change. Even if the blind people of the others said that he was still the same, they were wrong. At the festival I took things seriously, because no one underestimated me. Uraraka. Even though I gave her the beating of her life, she didn't back down or show any fear in front of me despite the abysmal difference in power. Kirishima fought me with everything he had despite valuing me quite a bit. Tokiyami. And even Todoroki didn't underestimate me at all, or well, almost. And after learning about One for All and Deku, I decided to look beyond and improve in my own way, Bakugo style. I realized that despite all my powers, I lacked something that everyone else had. Valuing those around you, regardless of whether they have anything to do with you, understanding them. Red. Now that I think about it, that time we fought, you worked together with that chubby guy and your tough friend, even though at first glance it seemed like you were doing it alone. Bakugo. If we had faced each other alone, I'm sure it wouldn't have lasted long. I can't carry the weight of everything. Red. It's good to have friends and people to value, right? Bakugo. Of course. Red. Haha, you didn't shout anything. Bakugo. Do you want me to yell at you? Red. Anyway, thanks for that advice, I'll definitely keep it in mind. Bakugo. And remember, if you try to do anything to Deku, I'll give you a beating you'll never forget. Red. I know, I understand, goodbye. Hangs up. I can't sleep now. I think it wouldn't be a bad idea to use my phone for a while. Meanwhile, Bakugo. Just because I'm still loud and aggressive doesn't mean I won't change. Kirishima. Bakugo bro, let me sleep, we have to patrol tomorrow. Bakugo. Okay. Meanwhile, Red was still reading the news, but she got bored. Then she remembered that time Izuku showed her pictures of landscapes. She looked for them and looked at them again. Red. Watching them again. They're not crap like I said before, but this one, he sees that image which, from the first time he saw it, seemed curious to him. I feel something different in that image, something different. Another memory comes to mind. It is located in that white place. Something to mention is that he saw the memories in the first person, and this is no exception. That white place that it was at first changes, the white brightness goes away and turns into color, and it was the place I saw in the image. Red. As this place. Since it was a memory, he saw it through the vision of another. It was the same, and from the size of a tree that was nearby, he deduced that it was a small child. Red. No wonder this place seemed peculiar to me. The net of that time sees a butterfly and prepares to catch it while its joyful laughter could be heard. Red. That's my voice, that's me. Wait, don't go, I just want to catch you. Being already close, if these cylinders under the skin of my arms could do anything, I'd catch her. Red. Am I Dawn? He's about to reach her but trips. This angers little Red. I feel tension and some trembling in his arm. Damn. Hits the ground. That blow creates a good-sized hole and also damages the poor flowers. Huh, but, I did that. Red. Was that my gift? Little Red looked at his arms, thinking that those cylinders under his skin on his arms were nothing more than decoration, but it was his newly awakened emission gift. The few people around him looked at him with intrigue, and the older ones with annoyance. Don't ruin this park. It's been immaculate for years. Forgive me, Shinji. Red. That voice belonged to that woman, and she called him by his name. Red. Shinji, is that my name? Here you are, don't go so far away. Mom, look at that hole, it has awakened my gift, she said happily. Oh, it's your father's quirk. Congratulations. Shinji hugs him and lifts him up. You're awesome. Red. Even though I can't feel it, I'm sure it was comforting. His face, without that blood, looks so beautiful. Alright, come on Shinji, it's lunchtime. Your dad will be very happy. You know. They leave peacefully. Red feels strangely comforted and even happy. He knew it for sure. That was his mother, that was him, that was his quirk, and that was his name. Takeo, we're back. Shinji awakened his quirk. Puts his son down. Dad, it's just like yours, that great strength. Ho ho ho. Come here Shinji. Picks it up. Of course, I'm so happy for you. Look, family. Also present were little Shinji's grandparents, uncles, and aunts, all from his mother's side, and each of them was happy for little Shinji. The two aunts were also waiting to have their own children. I can be a hero like you and mom. How cool. The joyful laughter of little Shinji as his father excitedly lifted him up and put him down, especially in that park, was a beautiful scene. Faced with this, the Red wanted to touch his father or mother, but he couldn't, and the memory ends. Red. I had a family, and they seemed so happy. Asterisk. Red wanted to cry internally. He wasn't from a laboratory as he thought, he was human and had a life. Red. I need more memories. But how? How do I unlock them? And if I had a life, does that mean I'm dead? A week has passed, and they have changed cities, returning to the city of Tokyo. The method of armoring heroes was put into action, and the heroes trained to wear armor were counted, although the percentage barely reached 48% of the total heroes in Japan. Likewise, in response, the attacks from villains and Yakuza became more frequent and more numerous. Of the top heroes, only Maruko, Crust, Joroi Musha, and Edgeshot adapted to the armor, but the others did not. We got ahead of the weekend, having already taken down more than 5,000 villains, but 30 heroes were lost. Fortunately, none of our favorite students lost their quirk. 2 hours before nightfall, Izuku was in his old apartment. Ochako came to visit him and brought him something to eat. Izuku. Esther Riko Uraraka. Red. I already missed her food. Ochako. No fu nada Deku-kun. Izuku. So you qualified to wear armor. Ochako. Yes, although it wasn't easy moving around with that on, so mine is lighter, made for anti-quirk bullets, but only for those. Even so, I've been relegated to rescue work exclusively because of my experience. For the moment, I'm not working until they find me a new agency, since Ryaku-san isn't suitable for the armor. Red. I'm sorry about that. Ochako. Don't worry, Izuku. Well, Ochako. What, Izuku? What are you hiding? Because this isn't the air of someone getting along badly. Ochako. It's just that, well, Red. We're not fighting anymore, Midoriya, we've made up. Izuku. And could you explain why? I still have a couple of hours, so I'll be here for a while, hehe. So they started telling him the truth, and Red also told them about Bakugo's call and those new memories he had 7 days ago. Ochako. Then I'll call you. Izuku. That was a nice gesture from Kachan. Red. It's good in its own way. Izuku. And about the memories, I told you, you're more than you think, and I was right. You have a family out there. Red, you must be happy, but they didn't have to hide it from me. Red. I didn't have the courage to talk to you in depth yet. Ochako. So your name is Shinji, and your last name? Red. They didn't say it. Izuku. If we knew, we could locate them more easily. Ochako. Deku, but even if they know, they won't recognize it because your body, well, you know. Izuku. Oh right, I'd forgotten about that. Red. I just need to know how they are. I want to get more memories, but I don't know how. Ochako. If you get more, she places her hand in Izuku's, we will both support you. Izuku. Yes, she responds with a smile. And so they continued talking about other things, until night fell and Izuku had to leave. Izuku. Duty calls is about to leave through the door. Ochako. I'm leaving in a little while, good luck to both of you. Izuku. Yes, it will. Up to the roof, clothes off, and fly off to do his duty. Izuku. Mirio must already be in his apartment, let him rest. I'll take care of the rest. Red. We'll take care of it. Izuku. Yes, and at that moment there was a loud crash, as if someone had hit the ground with great force. Izuku. Let's go. Meanwhile, at that spot, in front of a building, was a crater caused by a man being hit by a car. He was a former hero and lived in that building. Oh. With his abdomen pierced by a blow. Lady Avatar. I already did it, being covered by metal. Yes, I did my part. Now you do yours, don't hurt my children. Lady Avatar. Yes, give this note to Red Code, if you can't, have someone else do it. Yeah, but, Lady Avatar fulfilled her revenge, that man will inevitably die. And at that moment, Red. Lady Avatar. I shouted from afar, heading to the location at top speed. Lady Avatar. We won't fight here, pulls out a stun grenade and throws it. That gives him time to escape. Instead of jumping from building to building, he was flying with jetpack boots. Lady Avatar. I'm not recovered yet. I know that if I fight, I'll die. Asterisk. Red. Ah, where are you? Come back. Izuku. Incredible. Red's fury has thrown me off control, is that good or bad? Asterisk. People gathered around the small crater with that man. The police hadn't arrived yet, civilians called for an ambulance. Red. Lands in front of the man. Don't die, I'll take you to a hospital now. No, I will die inevitably, besides, this way. I can atone for my sin and she can have what she was looking for. Red. What the hell are you talking about? How are you going to give her what she wants? Just hold on. Road trip. His 2 children left the building to see their dying father. Sora. Kurt. I'm glad you're here. Kurt. You did this to him. Pushes the net. It wasn't Kurt. Sora. Don't die, father. The ambulance will come. I already said it. I'm beyond help. Red. Kick. Shit. Asterisk. There are things I regret. But never you, my children, be good. Sora. Father. Red code. Take this. He gives her a note. Red. She takes it and reads it. That bitch. Asterisk. Thank you for saving my children that time. Keep it up. Sayo, Nara. The man loses his life. His children cannot bear it and embrace their father's lifeless body. Red was left empty, even though it has nothing to do with him. His death causes him a lot of frustration. Red crumples and squeezes the note that said, if you want to talk, come to the outskirts in the forest, to the biggest rock you see. Red code. Red. Midoriya. Izuku. Yes, both. Let's go for her. Red takes flight at high speed, leaving the others behind. Red was using 40% of his power and was very angry. Izuku didn't tell him anything about the control. He already trusts him. He feels that Red won't betray him again. This fight was Red's, only his. Red. The value that a life has, the value that others have. Lady Avatar. The network leaves the city towards the meeting point, landing hard. Red. Where are you? Show yourself. Lady Avatar. Stop screaming like an idiot, she said, leaning against the stone. Lady Avatar wears those worn clothes she used when she fought Red, since those clothes work in sync with her gift. Obviously, she didn't have the money to afford another one. She trembled a little and looked more disheveled. Red. I'll beat you up for killing that man. Lady Avatar. Judging by your eyes and that voice, you're the one who massacred my henchman, right? What's the difference now? And where did your violent personality go, the one where you didn't give a damn about anything? Red. Shut up. How come they didn't catch you? Lady Avatar. Before the police arrived, one of my henchmen woke up and got me out of there. He was the most loyal of them all. He took me to his own house to heal me. It took me at least 9 days to be able to move. I thanked him for that and said goodbye. Why mess with that kid's life? He was barely 19 and followed me because I saved his life and paid him well. It's the same with the other henchmen. I saved them all from being taken to jail and working for me. I was left with half of my henchmen, the ones I didn't take with me that time. Red. You're not as shitty as you seem. Lady Avatar. Do you live day to day? Izuku. Are you talking to me? Network. As it. Lady Avatar. Anyone with a little logic can figure it out, especially if I fought you face to face. Red. That doesn't matter. You haven't learned your lesson. That man didn't kill your father on purpose. It was a fucking accident. Of course, since you failed at killing his children, now you kill him. His children are devastated. Lady Avatar. Are you finished yet? Why are you just talking without knowing anything? On the day of my defeat, my henchman took care of me and nursed me back to health, but I was moving slowly, and that's when I reflected on my father. As a villain, he didn't kill anyone. He only stole to support us, and I thought he would be disgusted by me for killing 2 children who had nothing to do with it, so I left them. I had to go after their father and kill him, something I should have done from the beginning. When I decided to leave, my friends tried to stop me because I wasn't fully recovered yet, and I told them I'd rather die in battle with my revenge accomplished than commit suicide afterward. I said goodbye to them and gave them their severance pay and told them it was up to them now whether to continue as criminals, or go back and live a normal life. I left with a slight smile. I hadn't wanted to have a deep bond with anyone so that when I die I wouldn't feel bad about leaving them, but it seems I failed. I'm going to miss them. Note to the reader. After this, her remaining henchmen decided to live a normal life. For all her henchmen, she is the best boss and friend they had ever had. To be continued. Lady Avatar. When I jumped into his company building, I knocked out the guards and went to his office, thinking he would resist, but he did nothing. He said he knew everything about me, even who my father was, and he confessed that my father's death was not an accident. I killed him intentionally. At that time I wanted to hunt him like an animal. He came prepared to counter my father and his extraction quirk using his super strength and titanium knuckles. Heroes aren't so innocent, are they? Red didn't say anything. It felt like everything she said was a fallacy. Izuku. Just because you can kill him doesn't give you the right to do it. Lady Avatar. Actually, yes, after telling me that he said to kill him. I questioned him, but he replied, I have nothing left to lose, my children's lives are sorted out and although I know they will miss me they will be fine. I have made mistakes not only like what happened to your father but others too. Look at yourself, you are still hurting and you feel that you must fill that void in your heart. Kill me, that way your purpose that you set for yourself will have meaning, won't it? Lady Avatar. She said it with incredible tranquility and peace, as if she had expected me to kill him all this time. The only condition she gave me was that I not harm her children. I accepted and killed him. Red. Was it his own free will? Did he give up his life for you? Lady Avatar. It still affects me. Now that I have accomplished it I have no further purpose. What I wanted to do all my life I have already done. I have no objective. Network. Purpose, objective. I've asked myself the same question. Lady Avatar. What do you really want? Red. To finish discovering who I am. Because I had a purpose that was given to me, and I followed it like an idiot despite having autonomy, and it was because, if I had been made for that purpose, why refuse? Lady Avatar. You know, I think now that purpose isn't something fixed. It changes more than you think, like goals, but so important that we take them as our purpose. I mean, it's not as if every human comes into the world with a grand purpose. You simply come to live your life, to walk the path toward your destiny. My father could have become a complete villain and abandoned me, but he decided not to and only did what was necessary and be a good father. My henchmen could have ignored me and hated me, but they decided to follow me and they changed. And I could have killed his children just to cause that man pain, but thanks to the two of them, it didn't happen that way, and I changed my mind and did what I just did. Red. What else? Tell me, lady. I think the purpose of life is to enjoy being in control of your destiny. Network. Control of my destiny. Lady Avatar. Yes, I have fulfilled that objective I had, but it is not my purpose. Since I have control of my destiny, what I want now is to fight you once more. Red code. Red. Fight, Izuku. But those wounds you have, if you don't recover yet you could die. Lady Avatar. I know, and I accept the risk. I want to fight you as my last rematch, my final revenge, my last fight. Before I die. Takes two things out of his pockets and places them on the floor. They were a kind of hermetically sealed metal box. You press a button on them and they open. It was a diamond, and what appeared to be a small piece of stabilized plutonium. Izuku. Where did you get that from? Lady Avatar. I stole it from a jewelry store and a nuclear power plant respectively. If I'm going to have my last fight with you, I want it to be a big one. Red. You'll die if you fight. Such a hard material and something as dangerous as plutonium will kill you. You still have so much to live for. You don't have to die, please, Lady Avatar. Lady Avatar. My bones are damaged and I have some wounds that haven't healed yet. The fact that I used my gift to kill that man and came all the way here has already condemned me. I'm a wanted villain. My life will never be the same, and I don't want to drag my friends down into a life of crime forever, especially since I've already accomplished what I wanted. I have nothing more to do, and this is my end, and I want to see my father and mother again, wherever my soul may go. Red. But, Lady Avatar, why are you worried about me? I'm a villain, aren't I? You're not supposed to feel anything, are you? Red. After all this time, I've understood the value of life, and I wouldn't want you to die, because you're not a bad person. Lady Avatar. How touching, but it doesn't matter, sooner or later you'll fight. It takes the diamond and plutonium and begins to absorb them. Soundtrack. Chaos Legion Ost 05 Pledge. Lady Avatar uses her thrusters to rise hundreds of meters into the air and still ascends. This is to avoid causing radioactive contamination to the ground. Lady. Ha! It gives off a green glow that, with its diamond skin, makes it look like an emerald, surrounded by a green aura. Izuku. We'll have to do it anyway. Red. Yes, You want one last fight? Fine. Rises into the air just like her. Already at an altitude of 2 kilometers, a safe distance from the ground. Lady Avatar. Ha 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 ha. Network. Power at 50%. Maximum strength. His armor becomes harder, as does his body. All his attributes are strengthened, and he occasionally emits red rays. Lady Avatar. Having finished absorbing, red code. Red. What? Lady Avatar. Ha, thanks for this, goes against the network. Red. Die in peace. Lady Avatar. He goes towards her with his bat in his hands. When their attacks collide, Lady Avatar breaks the bat with a single blow, hitting him directly in the face, shattering his half-mask and sending him flying. Red. Kick. He broke it even if it's only 50%. Lady Avatar continued attacking him, while Red tried to dodge the blows and attack at the same time. The net kept hitting and hitting, but it did nothing, the diamond was too strong. Red. It's very hard. Lady Avatar. Surprised. Ha! With his left hand he launches a radioactive blast that does him considerable damage. Red. Level 2, blast, shoots at point-blank range. Red constantly propels himself forward, changing direction, while Lady Avatar pursues him, resisting the attacks as if nothing were wrong. Lady Avatar. This power is incredible. Fires another burst that the net dodges. It's a shame it's the first and last time. Approaches through the smoke from the level 2 shot. Lady Avatar punches Red multiple times, breaking and destroying his armor. Network. Loading. Asterisk. Lady Avatar. Live up to your name. He fires another, even stronger burst. Izuku. Power at 50%. Red. Be a red code. Izuku. Red. Blast of extermination. The great red burst covers Lady Avatar. The burst is prolonged, extending hundreds of meters per second. Red. Ha! Lady Avatar. You haven't been to school. Emerges from the blast burning but almost unharmed, and grabs the net by the face. Diamond is extraordinarily resistant at the atomic level. He gives him a hard knee to the face. Red. But, he hits her in the face, breaks free from her grip, and walks away. That attack must have hurt him. The temperature must have done something to him. His armor was half regenerated. Lady Avatar. Her cannon is incredible. I felt burning heat directly on my skin. It surely weakened the diamond, but not enough. Ha! Continues to launch radioactive bursts. Despite being very high up, the fight is spectacular from the ground, attracting the attention of many. Red. I can't beat her in an endurance fight. She surpasses me even at 50%. Izuku. If we can't break her, we'll have to knock her unconscious. Red. What? Izuku. Strangle her until she's unconscious, squeeze the left vein in her neck hard until she faints. Red. Yes. Lady Avatar. Kick. I don't have much time left. What's wrong? Where did your fighting spirit go? Red. Nivel 1. Rafaga Telderigida de Distraken, fires multiple blue projectiles. The projectiles attack Lady Avatar from all directions. Lady Avatar. It doesn't even tickle me. Red. He appears from behind, and with one arm he squeezes her neck tightly, and with the other he pulls that same arm. It's called a dog's distraction. Lady Avatar. What? AAGH. Lady Avatar tries to break free but Red squeezes with all his might, and Lady Avatar gets angrier and angrier. Lady Avatar. Let me go. Makes its radioactive emission stronger. Izuku. Sleep, 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 sleep. Asterisk. Red. Ha. Just a little more, he'll fall soon. Asterisk. Lady. Kicky kick. His vision starts to blur. No. No lose aussi. Ha. He finally rips off Red's arm. Red. But, Lady Avatar takes a step back and prepares to launch another attack. She propels herself in various directions, surrounding Red on all sides, faster and faster as if she were drawing an intangible cage. Network. It's very fast. Lady Avatar. Pattern memorized. Ha! Delivers the first blow from behind. Red. But, Lady Avatar. Purge cage. Each blow destroys the armor and damages the body considerably all over. It is so fast that it is difficult to keep up with its movement. Network. Regeneration starts to decrease little by little. Izuku. Thinks, what can we do? Quickly, Red is suffering. Izuku tries to observe the attacks, and realizes that they follow a pattern of a 10-pointed asterisk. Row. Blanket. Izuku. Follow a 10-pointed asterisk pattern. Memorize it and dodge. Red. Yes. The network, with that information, begins to get used to it, dodging attacks each time until it no longer receives any. Lady Avatar. What's going on? How did he dodge it? Asterisk. Red. He catches her by the leg. This is thanks to Deku. With the leg armor, the regenerated woman proceeds to knee him in the back. Lady Avatar. Bastard. Red. 1, 2, 3, break it YAAA. The fourth impact severely cracks the skin on the back. Lady Avatar. Punches Red in the face and breaks free from his grip. I feel like my body is dissolving from the inside. It's time to end this once and for all. Asterisk. Lady Avatar raises all the radiation she has left to its maximum power and charges all her strength to her right. Lady Avatar. I don't care if you survive or die. Just share this last blow with me. Izuku. Red, do something. Red. I don't have enough time to load the cannon. If I don't receive it, he'll get angry and surely hit the city. Lady Avatar. Hawkeye IMPACTOOOOOO. And at that precise moment, just as Lady Avatar was moving, a yellow flash appeared between them. 100%. Red. It's the one. Izuku. Lemillion. Mirio. Detroit. Lady Avatar. I'm satisfied. Mirio. SMAAAAAAASH. The clash of forces is spectacular. The shockwave makes the clouds disappear. Mirio breaks the diamond in Lady Avatar's arm, redirects the blow to her abdomen and manages to break it too, although if it weren't for the previous fight it wouldn't be so easy for him. Lady Avatar, before losing, manages to deliver a diamond kick to Mirio's face. Mirio. Hits hard, my hand hurts. Red sees Lady Avatar fall, and with his heightened senses sees and hears her. Lady Avatar. Thank you, Red Code, for playing with me one last time. Dies with a satisfied smile. Red is still, dismayed, and Izuku takes control and catches Lady Avatar's body in his arms. She stops emitting radiation and her diamond skin disappears. Already on the ground. Mirio. I went too far. I'm sorry, Izuku. Don't blame yourself, Lemillion. She was willing to die from the beginning. Izuku hands over control to Red for a moment. Red. She left in peace, having played one more time. She had no more reason to live, according to her, because she had already avenged her father, who was murdered by that hero, and that hero gave up living so that she could fill that void in his heart. I gave her her last chance, her last revenge, her last fight. She said all this with a half-broken voice and even shed a single tear. Mirio and Izuku felt moved and empathetic towards this Red who was really sad. Mirio. You've become more human than ever, Red. He touches her shoulder. Izuku. Take control, I'm sure he'll be reunited with his father. He wasn't such a bad person after all. Red. And the sirens are sounding, possibly several heroes are coming too. Mirio. You have to leave, I'll take care of the rest. Izuku. Yes, gives her the body of Lady Avatar. Izuku leaves. It was a tough battle, the armor kept regenerating as did his body. The police arrive and see Mirio with Lady Avatar's body. Isn't she? Mirio. He died from exceeding his limits. Edgeshot. It may still be emitting radiation, put it in the body bag. Mirio. Yes, by the way. And, Mirio. I'll take responsibility for his burial. Edgeshot. Why? Mirio. It's to fulfill one last wish, please. Edgeshot. What are you saying, Police Lieutenant? In reality, nothing prevents it, since no one will advocate for the body. Mirio. Thank you. Izuku walked away and returned to his apartment, taking advantage of the night. He reached the roof, put on clothes, and finally entered his apartment. Izuku. Uraraka-san already left. I don't feel that tired. Red. The fight against her slowed your regeneration to 50%. You must rest until you're fully recovered. Izuku. Yes. She turns off the light and lies down on her bed staring at the ceiling. I'll check my phone for any messages. There were 2 messages, from Ochako and Mirio, just 5 minutes ago. Ochako. Deku, I just saw you on the news. I know you had a fight because it's already night. Are you okay? I wish I could be there, but it's too late, they'd get suspicious. Take good care of yourself. Izuku. She smiles and replies to the message. Thank you Uraraka-san, take care too. And the second message was from Mirio. Mirio. Everything's fine here, Deku. We'll bury Lady Avatar tomorrow without any problems. Recover from the fight, and I'll watch over the city for the rest of the night. Izuku. Now Mirio-senpai will be even more tired, if only I could use more than 50%. I had asked the doctor that, but he said he hadn't yet discovered the scientific reason why. Izuku. Could this be going beyond science? Red. That's most likely. And at that moment the phone rang, it was All Might. Izuku. All Might. Answers the call. All Might. I'm glad you answered Midoriya Shonen, I just saw it on the news, although Mirio took credit for the fight I'm sure it was you who fought. Izuku. Yes, it was us, Red and I. All Might. And are they okay? Izuku. It was really tough. If it weren't for Mirio, I would have lost the fight. She was very powerful, All Might. Lady Avatar, right. Red. I couldn't stop her from dying. She was ready to die. She had no reason to live after filling that void in her heart. All Might. I had already heard of her, the daughter of the villain Skinman. Izuku. Does he know about her? All Might. At that time, 25 years ago, that villain was nothing more than a bank robber who appeared very occasionally. He didn't go after heroes or police officers, he only beat them up enough to leave. His attitude was very quiet and not at all violent. Izuku. Actually, I remember seeing an unconfirmed news report on a forum that he saved some children from being run over, but it seems it was a cover-up. Red. It didn't suit them that a villain would save civilians, what rats. All Might. Regarding the hero who killed him, Justice Crack, he was a hero 25 years ago who was known for two things. His complete kindness and protection of civilians, and his violence and savagery when facing villains. There are several cases, but he left most of them with broken bones, and only Skinman was the only one he killed. He personally hunted him down using his super strength and titanium knuckles. Izuku. But why? All Might. I know all this because it was a story that Tsukachi told me, and it was his former boss who told it to him, and because of today's events I remembered that and investigated a little more. Izuku. To the public, his death was covered up, he simply stopped appearing. All Might. After he killed him, Skinman was identified, and according to Justice Crack, in the final part of the fight, Skinman kept saying that he had to return home alive for his daughter, and that's how her existence was revealed. Shizuka Shakaku. At that time she was 8 years old. Red. For revenge. All Might. And in these months he appeared very occasionally committing robberies and saving villains from the police and heroes to recruit them and turn them into his henchmen. Very powerful more than his father. As for Justice Crack he was given a final warning. He accepted it but that was not the strangest thing. Little by little his violence towards the villains began to decrease until it became much less. Izuku. Could it be because of his children? When his children appeared on the scene they looked about my age, and Lady Avatar looked about 25 years old. All Might. That's the most logical thing to do. After 21 years of service, he retired. I imagine the guilt he felt when his children were born and he remembered what Skinman said in his last moments. Red. I didn't see any mention of the mother of those children, she wasn't even with that hero. Izuku. He must have died, that's it. That also caused his change. All Might. It's a peculiar case, a father who was a villain just to support his daughter, although the method was wrong, his end was noble. Red. They didn't deserve to die, she and her father. All Might. Red, we haven't seen or spoken since that incident, but hearing you empathize with them shows me that you're changing. Red. Villains like her weren't that way by choice, their only goal was to avenge their father. I thought that was their purpose, but it was their true objective. She told me that the purpose of life was to enjoy control over our destiny, because only we ourselves have the right to choose who we are, and I want to be different from what I once was. Izuku. Red. If only I had realized that. I wouldn't have left her so badly hurt in our first fight, and she'd be alive, and the others too. Everyone I killed without mercy. And now with these memories I had a life and a family, but now I'd rather die for everything I did. Even if I didn't know what I was doing, I did it of my own free will. All Might. I'll tell you something. Red, those who commit evil deeds without repentance, whose hearts are filled with evil, are condemned to unforgivable contempt. But those who committed evil deeds and sincerely repent of their actions, dedicating their souls to change, deserve at least a chance to prove themselves. Red. All Might. Izuku. Red, although you betrayed our trust at first, since you had those memories and I scolded you, you began to change. You investigated and reflected on your actions. You helped me in the fight against Lady Avatar. You felt empathy and sadness for her death and past. It burns inside you to think about the deaths and all the damage you did. Someone who doesn't regret it doesn't care about that, but you do, very much so. Red. Midoriya. All Might. Your name is Shinji, right? And what do your parents and family look like? Red explains it, and I'm too lazy to write it. After the explanation, All Might. Red-san, thanks for that information. Red. Why does he want it? All Might. Would you like to see your family again? I had barely finished that sentence when Red yelled into the phone. Red. Really? You'd do that for me? Tell me the truth, he said with a strange emotion. All Might. It transforms, I never lie, ha ha ha. Izuku. Officer Tsukachi might look for them. Red. But what about your mother, Midoriya? Izuku. I can wait for you, Red. Red. But Midoriya, you're very noble. All Might. Cough cough, that's right, Red, but first let's let Tsukachi find Midoriya's mother. If I ask him to look for your family now too, he'll probably get even more stressed. He's been busy lately. Red. I understand, you're right. Midoriya, if you're a noble, then I'll be one too. I can wait until they find your mother. Izuku. Red, but, Red. Don't contradict me like a Deku donkey. All Might. Then it's decided, we will make them both happy with their found family. I admire the nobility of both of them. Izuku. Thank you, All Might. Red. Me too, All Might. Until then, Midoriya Shonen, Red Shonen, it transforms once again, be good heroes. Red-san, keep walking on your path to repentance, show more of your change by saving people. Red. Yes, you won't be disappointed. Izuku. That was a weird mix between me and Kachan, hehe. All Might. It was a pleasure talking to you, see you. Izuku. Take care, All Might. Red. I agree. The call ends. Red. Hero. Izuku. How? Red. Hero. Another memory comes to mind. Spoiler, the second to last. It is a continuation of the second memory, don't you remember? Go review it. Red. It's her again. I've seen this before. Izuku. I see it too. Hey, get out of the way, because I want to punch that brat for giving me a dirty look. Hey, you look beautiful. Gulp. Out. The woman said. Izuku. Those men are drunk. Red. Fucking drunks. I told you to move aside. That brat called us fucking drunks. Izuku. His personality was actually like that by default. Asterisk. I won't repeat it. Get out, said the woman, her long hair moving. Who do you think you are, gorgeous? The woman with her hair grabs the three of them by the neck and lifts them up. He's my son, you idiots. You won't hurt him on my watch. Makes them bang their heads together and knocks them unconscious. The woman calms down and her hair stops. Little Shinji remains surprised. Shinji. Shugi. Mom. That was amazing. You think so? Hehe. And are you okay, Shinji? Did they do anything to you? Shinji. I'm fine, but what, Shinji? If I didn't have a useless quirk like these things on my arms, I could defend myself. Oh, Shinji. You didn't want to be a hero, but you were one to me. But without a power, I can't do anything. And who decided that, Shinji? It's true that to be a professional hero you need a quirk, but to be a true hero you don't need power, just willingness. Shinji. Sin Ningen Poder. Police officers, firefighters, doctors, etc. There are many heroes out there who are not professionals. We are all heroes at some point in our lives. Shinji. Hero at heart. Red. Hero at heart. Don't rush your gift. It's still possible that your gift is also an emission gift and is not yet developed, but it's possible that it's just those things in your arms. Don't give up. Note. Her mother is not a professional hero. Shinji. So, Mom, can I be a hero too? His mother smiles at him and hugs him. You can become a hero. Little Shinji can't help but shed a few tears of happiness as his mother carries him back home. Red decides to be a hero at heart, just like his father and mother. End of memory. Red. My mother told me to be a hero. I always wanted to be one, like her and my father. Izuku shed a few tears. Red. Why are you crying? Izuku. I'm happy for you, Red. Your mom was what All Might was to me back then. All Might chose me for my heroic spirit as the next wielder of One for All. Red. And your mother? Izuku. When I didn't manifest a quirk, both my mother and I were devastated inside, although the burning desire to save people remained. Without a quirk I couldn't save many people. I could have saved people without one, but I wasn't satisfied with that. I wanted to save many more people. I wanted more people to live. My mother was also affected by the fact that I didn't have a gift. She doesn't hate me or anything like that. She was devastated because her son wasn't going to fulfill his dream. At that moment she wanted him to tell me that I could be a hero, but it wasn't like that, and I understand her. However, after I got the One for All, she supported me in everything, even making my first suit. She regrets not helping me at the beginning because I didn't have a gift. My mother is amazing. Smiles. I really want to see her again. Red. I see, we're not so different. Izuku. He clenches his fist. Thanks to everyone who supported me and to my own willpower, I'm here. I won't waste this second chance to save you all. One for All, All Might, Mama, Uraraka-san, Kachan, Mirio, and you too, Red. I won't let you down. Red. Ha, I won't do it either. Izuku. Red. Let's both be heroes. A month has passed since the fight against Lady Avatar. Her body was buried on the site where her house stood 25 years ago, which was now a vacant lot. By this point, around 10,000 villains had been captured and about 500 heroes had fallen into retirement. Izuku and Mirio had gained a remarkable reputation. Mirio, like a superhero worthy of the name, is a million and is loved by many people, being compared to All Might. Izuku, as the reformed killer turned vigilante of the Dark Knight, has saved many people, and these people are grateful to him. You could say that a good portion of the population no longer hates him. However, those who still hate him weren't going to stand idly by. On this day, Izuku decided to gain more confidence by going out during the day as well and would take care of the city of Tokyo, while Mirio would be taking care of the city of Kyoto. Local time, 7 p.m. On the other side of the same city. It's cold, you damn brat, said the villain, his legs frozen. Todoroki. That's all, looks at Bakugo who had another villain by the neck. We greatly appreciate your help, said a policeman next to a van to take them away. Todoroki. The bulletproof suits forced them not to draw their bullets, huh, he said, taking a permanent bullet out of his pocket. I wasn't going to shoot you with something so expensive if it didn't break your defenses and that little punks. Bakugo gives him an explosive headbutt. Bakugo. Who are you calling a brat, Giden, huh? Todoroki. It's been a while and I still haven't run into Dabi. Where are you, you bastard? Asterisk. Note. Todoroki was fitted with an internal heater so that he only uses his fire with his hand, thus preventing his suit from catching fire. It was adapted to allow him to use his ice freely, but his fire is very limited, unlike his father Endeavor, who would set every suit he wore on fire, which would ultimately enrage him. Bakugo's suit wasn't that different from the usual one. In fact, it had the same appearance, but his entire suit was bulletproof and quirk resistant. Bakugo. Okay. Todoroki. What happens? Bakugo. They left 3 minutes ago, let's go, we still have work to do. Todoroki. See, Bakugo. The only reason I'm here is because I was forced to be with him to watch over this whole area. I'd rather be with Kirishima and the fat guy. Asterisk. Todoroki. In about 2 hours our shift ends and we'll be back, in the meantime we'll keep watching. Bakugo. Don't give me orders. Meanwhile, Ochako and Najire patrolling another area in the same city. Najire. My bulletproof suit looks too black, it's not very pretty. I think next time I could request a color change, hehe. Don't you think so, Ochako-chan? Ochako. looking at the clock and not really paying attention. 1. Najire. Ochako-chan. He gets closer to her face. Ochako. Oh, sorry. I was a little distracted, Najire-san. Najire. You've been looking at your watch for a while now, why? Do you have a date? Something important to do, Ochako? No, don't worry, it's nothing important really, hee, just a call. That's it, yes, after our shift I have a call to make, I'm a genius at excuses. Najire. So why don't you call now that we're free? Ochako. Oh, Najire. Haha, calm down, I won't tell you anything else. I'm controlling my curiosity. He smiles at her. Ochako returns his smile. Ochako. Actually, after my shift I wanted to go see Deku-kun. I have to tell him that Officer Tsukachi has found his mom. He'll be so happy. I want to tell him in person. Since I'm out during the day, it's hard for him to read my messages. Ha, who am I kidding? I just want to see his happy face. Asterisk. Mina. Hey, hello, Najire. Oh, more friends, how great. Momo. Even though we barely know each other. Ochako. What are you doing here? Momo. I'm buying some books. Mina. And I'll go with her, he said, with his arm around Momo's shoulder. Momo. It's a shame we can't help like you do. Mina. I'd melt my suit, how awful. Najire. Hey girls, don't be sad, okay? When this bullet situation is under control, I assure you we'll be back to kicking villains' faces together, she said happily. Ochako. Yes, soon all this will be over, you can be sure of that. Meanwhile, Izuku was in a remote part of the city subduing and knocking unconscious a group of criminals. Red. You couldn't just pass out without breaking something, could you? Izuku. Finish tying up the criminals. Now the radio is broken, I'll have to go back home for another one. And in the background, you can hear police sirens. Izuku. It seems they're close, they'll be easy to spot. Izuku flies away from there. However, those sirens were distant, there were many of them, and they were going somewhere else. Meanwhile, Todoroki. He sees several police patrol cars go by. What could be happening? Bakugo. There's no time to look, let's follow them. Meanwhile, Mina. Do you hear that? Momo. Those are police sirens, they're not far away. Najire. The sirens are stronger, something serious is happening. Ochako. But where? And they saw people gathering worriedly in one of those stores with televisions on, the news showing what was happening in the city. Tonight, the city of Tokyo is focusing on this recent incident. 20 people are being held hostage in a half-built, 60-story building with a rather wide facade covered in construction materials. The police are on the scene to rescue them, We're going live to our agent who's recording the scene, go ahead Masaru. Masaru. The police can't get here. They're throwing thorns at them. I'm taking cover right now. Hey, stop, isn't that the hedgehog hero Sharp? What's he doing? Ochako. Vamos Najire-san. I swear. Yes, as they advance. Ochako. What does this mean? Why is that hero doing that? Asterisk. Mina. Yaomomo. Momo. As heroes, we can't just stand by and do nothing, come on Mina. Meanwhile, Sharp kept firing its sharp spines that grew relentlessly. It looks bigger and more prominent than it is. He's definitely under the influence of a performance-enhancing drug. Shoot to kill. The police open fire, but another hero intervenes. You are not the target. It was a kind of rhinoceros beetle. I'm blocking the shots, his exoskeleton is strong. The hero Bug Rhino. What's going on here? He is also under the influence of the enhancement drug, being larger than usual, and his human appearance has also been somewhat lost. Get out of here. The hedgehog shoots more spines from its body, but they are blocked by a sudden wall of ice. Hedgehog hero, Sharp, Kosei. Arizo. Originally it has a human appearance with spines that stick out of its arms, legs and also its back. They are not very big and hard, but thanks to the enhancement drug it is bigger and stronger until it resembles a humanoid hedgehog. Todoroki. What are you guys supposed to be doing? Bakugo. Shiny. Attacks Bug Rhino with an explosion. Bug Rhino. Is that all? Bakugo dodges the attack that was about to hit him. Beetle hero, Bug Rhino. Kosei. Rhinoceros beetle. He is human and not a mutant. He can transform into a humanoid rhinoceros beetle twice the size of a normal person with enhanced physical capabilities. He can fly and has a horn on his forehead, and thanks to the enhancement drug he is becoming more and more like a real rhinoceros beetle, losing more and more of his human features. Sharp. Ahura. He says through a radio. Masaru. Huh. One of the kidnappers is up high holding up a luminous sign that says, "Get the camera closer." Red Code. Come face your sin. It seems like a direct threat to Red Code. I'm not sure if it will come. In fact, in my humble opinion, I'm not sure exactly what to think about it. Bakugo. They want Deku, he thought angrily. Sharp. Take this, Bug Rhino. He throws an injector into the body. Bug Rhino. That's, Og. Haha. That's the third drug he injects. His power increases, he grows larger in size, and his human appearance is lost a little more. And at that moment Ochako comes out from inside the building and makes Bug Rhino float. Ochako. Ahura Najire-san. Najire. Power up by 20%. With a good wave of energy he forcefully sends it to the ground. 4 heroes have shown up in the area. They're young, but it's better than nothing than waiting for more experienced professionals. Bug Rhino rises among the float. Sharp approaches him and holds him. Ochako. What do they want with Red Code? Najire. More importantly, you are heroes because you have those people kidnapped. Bug Rhino. None of that interests them. Sharp. Where the hell is Red Code? Todoroki. The effects of the performance-enhancing drugs make them hysterical. In fact, I'm surprised they can withstand 3 performance-enhancing drugs. Bakugo. Then, we'll make them talk by force. Sharp. If they don't move, pulls out another injector and injects it into Bug Rhino. I'll make them into cheese. It is also injected. Bug Rhino grows larger until he truly resembles a rhinoceros beetle. His human features are very few, and Sharp also grows larger and his spines become bigger. Najire. She's freed herself from the float. Ochako. That's not it, it increased in size and gained weight. Sharp. Thorn technique. Todoroki. Everyone be careful. Sharp. 1,000 divine thorns. He fires hundreds of spikes. Todoroki uses his ice to cover everyone, but more than one spike pierces the ice wall. Some of those grazed our heroes. Ochako got a cut on her arm and Najire on her leg. Bakugo threw Todoroki to the ground to dodge them. The Bug Rhino was over 10 meters tall, its 6 legs had great strength, and its jaws were like sharp pincers. Bug Rhino. Get out of here. Begins to break and shatter the ice with great force. His strength is overwhelming, generating shockwaves with his blows. Todoroki and Bakugo launch an attack, and Najire does too. Ochako would take advantage of this to go and save the hostages by going from behind. Ochako. They didn't see me. I'll float up from floor to floor. I must be careful that they don't see me. Momo. Wait there. Ochako. What are you doing here? Mina-san. Momo-chan, are you wearing bulletproof suits? Momo. I created them. We followed her and went behind the building. Mina. As heroines, we weren't going to stand idly by. Ochako. Her gifts are limited. Mina. I'll be careful not to get the acid out with my hands. Momo. I'm using a shield and bat. I can create more things while we climb. Please let us help you. Ochako. Okay, let's go. A very loud explosion is heard. Bakugo. Eat that. Todoroki. Move aside. Launches a burst of fire. Bug Rhino roars angrily and slams his fist into the ground again, sending them flying. Sharp. Let yourself go. Gorgeous. Fires its spines at Najire while you dodge Najire's waves moving from beam to beam of the floors under construction. Najire. No, I could hit him harder, but if I do, I might crush the beams and destabilize the building, risking collapse. Asterisk. Meanwhile, Masaru. The young heroes continue to fight. The helicopter is recording the top floor where they have the hostages, all tied up and 10 kidnappers guarding them with bats and knives. Are they villains, Masaru? The television presenter said. Masaru. They don't look like criminals or ordinary civilians, they wear balaclavas. Bug Rhino. I've got them. Catches Todoroki and Bakugo. Todoroki. AAGH. Bakugo. Let us go, you bastard. Najire. Shoto. Bakugo. That distraction caused Sharp to inflict cuts on his arms and one side of his abdomen with its shot spines. AAGH. Sharp. Yes, yes, yes. Bug Rhino slowly squeezes the two, causing them a lot of pain, gradually increasing the force. And at that moment, "Look over there," exclaimed an ordinary civilian. From the dark night, with his strength at 50%, Izuku came with everything he had to fight. More than one civilian or onlooker in the area applauded or boasted about his arrival, calling him by name. Sharp Bug Rhino. He's finally here, that bastard. Izuku. Why do those heroes do that? Red. There's no time to find out. Izuku. Let them go. Delivers a kick to the center of Bug Rhino, making him release Bakugo and Todoroki. Todoroki makes him crash into the third floor with a blast of ice. Izuku. I'm here. Bakugo. You were taking your sweet time, weren't you, criminal? Bakugo pretends. Todoroki. Red code. After this fight, you must submit to arrest for your crimes. Bakugo. Damn, the half and half doesn't know who he is. Izuku. We'll talk about that later. Attacks with a short burst of level 1 to Sharp. Sharp. Damn it, Izuku. Can someone tell me what the hell you're doing? You're heroes. Bug Rhino. I'll ask you this question. Scorpion, does that name ring a bell? Izuku. The hero. Scorpio. Sharp. Knuckle jab. Firearms. Alpha. Do those names sound familiar? Izuku. Those names are. Bug Rhino. Sharp. Your turn, Lady Urami. From the top floor, with a powerful megaphone, that woman speaks, takes off her balaclava and shows her face. Urami. Big double man. That was my husband's hero name. Do you remind me, you bastard? She is the mother of that child. Masaru. What's going on? The helicopter is recording. The hostages are smiling angrily. What does this mean? The hostages. Restraints were fake. Bakugo. I understand. Todoroki. It's revenge. Red. Let me have the controls. Izuku. Izuku. What? Red. I'm asking you please. The woman continues to scream. Urami. Do you think that by saving people and acting like a good guy everything will be forgotten? The people you killed won't come back. The people you seriously injured won't be able to erase the pain you caused them from their minds. Everyone here is family or friends of each and every person you attacked and killed. Including those two heroes. Sharp. Once you're a murderer, you'll always be one. Bug Rhino. It doesn't matter what you do. Everyone. You can't erase the past. Meanwhile, Momo. These were their intentions from the beginning. Mine. They don't care about the consequences as long as they can get revenge. Ochako. Red San. They want to break him. Deku-kun. Asterisk. Momo. Let's continue. Mine. Why bother if they're not real hostages? Ochako. We have to arrest them anyway, let's go. Meanwhile, Red. Izuku, listen to me. Izuku. What? Red. Don't interfere please. Izuku. What are you going to do? Red. Don't worry, only I will feel it. Red advances until he is facing Bug Rhino. Red. I'm all yours, hit me. Bakugo. What the hell are you doing? Red. Don't get involved, stay away. Todoroki. Kuro. Red. Vians. Sharp. Do what he says, unless you want me to run you through. Bug Rhino. You have no idea how much I'm going to enjoy this, hits Red with great force in the face. The shockwave pushes Bakugo and Todoroki away. Sharp. You stay away too, Ataka Einajire. The net was still on the ground, and his half mask was broken. The red code mask broke. But it grows back. Red. No. Voluntarily removes the mask. Izuku. Red. Ochako. What is that idiot doing? Asterisk. The network. It's the only way, for them to listen to me. The television camera records it. The true face of Red Code is revealed to the public. Masaru. That's not him. He's the student who died months ago on the first mission against the Yakuza. Bakugo is angry at what Red did. The others like Todoroki, Mina, Momo and the whole country in general are frozen at what they see. Masaru. S. Midoriya Izuku. Todoroki. No. It's impossible. How is this possible? Your body was. Bakugo. What have you done? What have you done? Red. Because that's the only way they'll listen to me. Ochako. You're a huge idiot. Red. You just exposed Deku to the whole country, she shouted angrily. Momo. Did you know about this? Mina. I wasn't crazy after all. Masaru. This is inexplicable. How is this possible? The two heroes and the people above are also surprised. Red. Everyone listen to me. Red Code, was the consciousness created for Midoriya's reanimated body. Through deception and my own stupidity, I committed murders and crimes. However, Midoriya Izuku is innocent. He awoke and took control of his body, and since then, thanks to him, I've changed into who I am. I was ignorant, violent, stupid, and above all, a conformist in my small, false reality. I know it's useless, but I regret having done all of that. I know you have a burning desire for revenge and that even if I repent, you won't forgive me. And I don't blame you. He kneels. Midoriya has already suffered enough. Do whatever you want to me. Hit me, bite me, pierce me, it doesn't matter. I'm controlling my body so that only I feel the pain. You're a me. You must pay with your life. Suffering is not enough. Red. I know, that's why after the beating, I'll break away from Izuku and die. Izuku. Red. What the hell are you thinking? You can't die yet, and your family. Bakugo. You said you wanted to see her, you idiot. Red. No. This is the only way for these people to fill that void in their hearts. It reminds me of Lady Avatar. Furthermore, it would be selfish of me to live only to see my family when I have killed the family and friends of these people. People are witnessing what's happening live, they're feeling empathy online, and their act of avenging those people. Network. So what do you say? Do you accept? There was a moment of silence. Urami had the floor. Urami. Sharp. Bug Rhino. Make him feel hell, but don't kill the boy. Sharp and Bug Rhino scream as they massacre Red. Bug Rhino hits him relentlessly, and Sharp pierces him multiple times with his spines. Red. Aaagh. Izuku. Red. Todoroki. Move it. Asterisk. Bakugo. Ochako. Najire, they all feel powerless in the face of such brutality. Bug Rhino. Heart into to Red. Red. He kept regenerating from everything they were doing to him. Ochako. Shit. Asterisk. Bakugo. I can't take it anymore, is about to move. Urami. Don't be a jerk, snaps his fingers giving a signal. One of the civilians removed a sheet from a bundle, and there were 10 unconscious people. They were construction workers. Masaru. The helicopter informs me of the presence of 10 new hostages, EEH. They are all around a set of C4 explosives. Todoroki. What did he say? Meanwhile, Momo. Let's go up. Ochako. Let's save those people. Urami. Ha. That's our ace in the hole. The other civilians upstairs smile maliciously. Urami. If they interfere in the massacre of that bastard, we'll blow up those hostages with this remote control in my hand. Todoroki. Give me that. He takes the megaphone from a policeman and turns the volume up to the maximum. They're going too far with that. They're not to blame for anything. Bakugo. What you're doing is a crime, and you'd die too, you idiots. Urami. They think we care, we've already lost loved ones. And as long as that bastard pays, we don't care about dying. Bug Rhino bites Red hard, while Sharp continues to hurt him. Regeneration was still active. Bakugo. Damn it. Urami and the others laughed like madmen. They were mentally unstable and blinded by anger and revenge. The girls were getting closer and closer, and Momo created what was necessary to confront them. Masaru. It's very difficult for us to watch this, the brutality of the event, how much can he endure? Presenter. It could be the end of Red Code. While Red wasn't feeling pain, she was unconscious, but not from pain. I was having a new memory. It was just beginning. Red. Another one. Izuku. Red. Sniff. You're a fool, let me control the body, aren't you listening to what's happening outside? They have a. Red. Midoriya. Just be quiet for a moment, this is a unique opportunity, please. In memory, he looked taller and walked towards a mirror, the Ned of that time. He was already of legal age, he wore a blue and black hero suit like light armor, and his arms were bare, revealing a strong and toned body. He was in his room, it seemed. His physical appearance was identical to the one Red created in his subconscious, probably a coincidence or a vague memory that Red followed without realizing it. Red. It's me again. I'm bigger. Shinji. It was heard from below. Shinji. I'm coming. Mom. Goes down to the first floor. Mother. Are you ready? You look great. Shinji. I'm leaving in about 10 minutes. I'm going to the agency of that hero who offered me a place for a while. Mother. I'm proud of you, Shinji. You graduated with honors and saved many people during your internships and residencies, just as you wanted. Shinji. I'm a professional hero, and at heart, just like you and Dad. Mother. Yes, don't forget to stop by and say goodbye. He's still working on his laptop as a graphic designer, a passion he has in addition to being a hero. And at that moment someone quickly opens the door. Brother. Red. Brother. Izuku. She looks 6 years old. Shinji. You get here quickly from school, Daisuke. Daisuke. You look great in your suit. I'd like to be a hero like you when I grow up, even though I don't have your quirk. Mother. Thank you, son. Daisuke inherited the gift from his mother. The brothers laugh a little. Daisuke. No, thank you anyway, I'll let my hair grow and exercise it. Shinji. I'd like to see it. Daisuke. When I grow up, will you let me work at your agency, brother? Shinji. Of course gets down to their level when it melts. Daisuke. I'm going to miss you so much, hugs his brother. Mother. Joins the hug, and me too. Shinji. I'll miss you all. Look at the time on the wall. I have 7 minutes left, I'm going to say goodbye to Dad. Mother. Yes. Meanwhile, outside of memory. Bug Rhino kept hitting Red and Sharp with great force. Bakugo, Nejire, and Todoroki can't do anything. If they move, those hostages will explode. You're me. And now who can stop us? And at that moment Momo throws 2 grenades, a flashbang to stun everyone and an electromagnetic pulse grenade that cuts off the remote control power of the C4. Momo. Now, the 3 armed with batons and stun guns. Taking advantage of the confusion, they attack the civilians, gradually knocking them unconscious. Ochako. He lunges at Yurami and knocks her down. You. I will not forgive you for what you are doing. He hit her hard 3 times until he knocked her out. The girls continued with their work. Mine. With a megaphone, it's now or never. Fight, guys. Bakugo. Finally, using the AP shot autocannon, he shoots Bug Rhino in the face, causing him to release Deku. Stun grenade creates a flash of light and stuns the 2 heroes. Nejire, Todoroki. Nejire. Yes, stands in front of Bug Rhino pointing upwards, power at 40%, Crusher Wave. The shockwave is so strong that it lifts Bug Rhino up, causing him great damage. Sharp. Maldi Ah. Todoroki attacks him with a burst of fire. Todoroki. I will be your opponent, you will pay for every thorn with which you hurt my friend. Bakugo. Havitsir. Impacto U. That powerful explosion ends up causing breaks and great damage to Bug Rhino's exoskeleton, its resistance is brutal. Bug Rhino. They won't stop it. Sharp. Our revenge. Likewise, their minds slowly begin to lose their reason due to the effect of the 4 performance-enhancing drugs they injected. Bakugo. Red, if you're still conscious, get up. Bug Rhino almost split him in 2 with 1 blow, and Bakugo dodged it. Who? Bug Rhino was flying with his insect wings chasing Nejire, who was attacking him with her waves, but they were slow and he dodged them. Bakugo. Using the AP shot autocannon, shiny. Sharp. Dies half and half. He shoots him relentlessly. Todoroki. Who, with a blast of ice it hits him and the building. Who do you think you are? While this is happening, we return to the memory. Shinji goes up to the 2nd floor and enters his parents' room. His father was still working. Shinji. Father. Father. It seemed like forever. When would my son be ready? She gets up and turns to look at him. Your outfit is great, because it's similar to mine. Hehe. Shinji. Yes, father. Father. Yes, Shinji. It's okay if I lose an arm in battle like you, right? Father. Oh, look at his right arm, which is a prosthesis. None. In fact he is noble. Why do you say that? Shinji. It's not that I think so, but a colleague judged that you went too far with your work until you lost your arm, and that's why you retired in addition to an injury to your knee. Father. And what did you do? Shinji. I beat the shit out of him. Father. Haha approaches his son Shinji. Saving someone in danger is one of the most satisfying feelings you can experience. At that moment, when that chainsaw-wielding villain was about to attack that civilian, I reacted with the only thing I could do, at least in that instant. I pushed him and took the impact myself. It didn't matter if he was a stranger. Shinji. Father. Father. A hero must be devoted to the society he protects, risking his life to protect those smiles of the people, even if he ends up losing his own smile. That friend of yours, maybe he's not a hero at heart 100%. Shinji. And the villains. Should I be violent with them, and what if they want to take revenge on me and you? Shinji. As for the villains, just hurt them enough. Some are more evil than others, but they are still people. If they want to take revenge on you, take responsibility, because those external to one's sin should not pay the consequences. Shinji. I wouldn't kill any of them. Father. It's just one case. Shinji Hirano, remember this. No matter how hurt, wounded, or tired you are in a problem, you must keep going, because you still have life to live for. And in your case, you still have a lot to protect. All heroes have a lot to protect. Shinji. Papa, hugs him. Father. Be the best hero you can be. He pats him on the back. Red. Protect. Is there still something to protect? Izuku. Of course, we heroes have a lot to protect. That's why we can't give up. Red. In the flashback, Shinji is outside his house and gets into a car that will take him to his agency. He greets and says goodbye to his father, mother, and brother, as well as the rest of his family, at least for a while. He sees them until they disappear from sight. Soundtrack. You say run. The memory ends. Network. Protect. Live to protect. In reality, sharp. With his spines he cuts through the ice wall and heads towards Todoroki. He's going so fast that Sharp won't give him time to charge a fire attack. But Red gets up, and strikes the ground with a sharp blow. Sharp. Red. Stay away, from Midoriya's friend. Bakugo. Deku. Najire. Cuidado Bakugo. Bug Rhino was about to bite him, but in an instant Red appeared to stop its jaws. Masaru. Red code has risen. And saved those two young heroes. Sharp. Bastar. Todoroki. Flash Punch. Jet Burn. With that fire attack he finally defeats Sharp. Red. KCICKCIKIK. Estos bien Bakugo. Todoroki. Your regeneration has become rather slow, idiot. Red. I let them attack me at 20% of my power, but that won't stop me. Bug Rhino breaks free from his grip and walks away, ready to kill him. Bug Rhino. What did you say? If you betray the deal, then I'll kill you. Red. I still have so much to protect. We all have so much to protect. Flying through the sky they both fight. They are seen by the girls on the top floor who had already subdued and tied up the civilians. Ochako. You can do it. Deku Red-san. Bug Rhino attacks, but Red quickly attacks by moving very fast. Red. It sheds its armor and forms the bat. Lend me your technique, lady, power at 38%. Purge Cage. It destroys the exoskeleton and severely damages Bug Rhino. Bug Rhino. He tears off his pincer jaws, they grow back later. Deep cut. Bitch. Red. The cut went through quite a bit. If another one hits it, it will break it in 4. No D. Loads its cannon to level 3. But neither Red nor Izuku are alone. Bug Rhino. Muri. Najire. Move aside. I don't mind fainting if it uses too much energy. Slingshot Blast. 60% power. Bug Rhino is slammed to the ground with immense force. Construction equipment, sand, stones, etc. fly out, and police officers and civilians nearby are almost injured. Bug Rhino. Groa. Tries to fly again but Bakugo descends to the ground. Red does too, and Todoroki charges a fire attack. Momo. It's now or never. Mine. Attack. Ochako. Finish them off, boys. Izuku. Takes control of the body. Loading complete. Bakugo. Threatening to kill innocent people, preparing a powerful explosion. Todoroki. Just to lure, torture, and kill Red. The three. He doesn't do them better than he was. The triple attack of the Three Musketeers finally defeats Bug Rhino, leaving him badly burned. Red. Thank you all for your help. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and please hype this video. Now we will see you in the next video.